Hello. Hi. How are we doing? Hi. It seems that my issue hasn't popped up since, so maybe it was a driver that was being nuts. You know. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello, here's Croc. And thank you. I have it pinned already. Hi, Dinosaur. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Yeah, it's in the thumbnail. Like Kobe, she makes eating noise. Yeah, your video is in the shoe on head video is in the thumbnail. We'll do it along the way. Don't worry, we've got this. We might not do it right away because it's a big video, but we'll do it definitely. It'll be a treat. It'll be really horrible or an absolute treat. Anyways, hi Kaiser, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello Kaiser. Hi. Yeah, we start with Crocrock's video as usual, right? That's the usual thing. I am with the cats. So that's great. The big boy with the chunker cat. But yeah, we've got some stuff to look at. We've got some stuff regarding a little bit of an update on the CC situation, so that's gonna be fun. And Ref hasn't made his video about advanced GG yet, so we'll have to wait a little longer for that, unfortunately. But yeah. Cancel culture has won once again. I think we haven't defeated it yet, it appears. Interesting, very interesting, but yeah, seems like we haven't beat it yet. Poke feed me. You are a large boy. Literally woke up 30 minutes ago, got the notification before I could go back to sleep. Well, if you're still tired, you should probably go back to bed. Unless, like, I don't know. You don't need it, I guess, but regardless. We've got some stuff, but yeah. Another company bites the dust. It's really funny. We'll see how that goes. That is funny to see. By the way, they dropped Ref and Straw, which is interesting. Horrendous. So we'll wait for that. We'll wait for that to drop eventually. At least I'm assuming he's gonna make something like that. I wouldn't know. Yeah, it has been a regular Saturday. I ate a lot today. I was almost not able to walk. That's how much I ate. I'm used to time zones already though. Most of the people I talk to online are from the UK. From Great British Tan. I get it. The ones that ban banter. Can you even talk to people, British people online? I mean, you can't even banter with them. They banned that. Anyways. Really weird. Anyways, I think we're not gonna yap all that much. We've got plenty of stuff to get through today. Plenty of recommendations too. Even a video on vultures. And a Quitter video as well. Another one for a game. Yeah, we have a few, and the insult confessions that I want to do. Oh, we do have a video from Ref about people getting mad about freerun, but that's about it. Not that much of a highlight today. Yoink. We can jump over. Kitty, would you stop? I will eat you. I will eat you, no matter what. I will consume your flesh, if needed. The cat flesh. Anyways. Yeah, let's just jump over. Yoink, now we're over here. Hassan got banned for a week. Oh, yeah, but you know what? It was conveniently... Every time... You need to look at what is happening with Hassan to see if a ban actually does anything. Because from what I understand, it was a convenient ban. Right when he wasn't going to stream anyways. So it was rather convenient. Yeah, sorry. They ban him, but every time it's convenient for him. They don't actually ban him for a legitimate reason. I don't know if he's even banned. Don't worry, all my friends have the tism, so I probably do as well. But I mean, I'm probably fine, right? Right? Nah. Rhythm with the tism is all I can say. That's how you get bitches. The autism scores you bitches. But you gotta weaponize it properly. Anyways. I need some water. I didn't drink that much, and the food was actually... Something is off with the seasoning. I think it was a lot more pepper and a lot less other stuff. Diabolical. Help. Anyways, he crashed out on Twitter. Yeah, but again, it's all just bait. It's all just played along. Come on. Twitch never seriously bans him. It's always, remember, it's always when it's convenient for him. That's all I gotta say. That's all I have to say. Replaying to stream a ban Twitter account. Replying, okay, yeah. Again, it's always convenient for him. Again. And then we'll have to see what happens with the Tectone stuff. That's also going to be interesting on tomorrow. Apparently Tectone is going to stream tomorrow. That's going to be one of the funniest streams ever. Anyways, we'll see. We'll start with this one. When selling stuff on Facebook goes wrong, Facebook fails by Fresh Prince Yoop. We're going to look at this. I have sold stuff on eBay before. And selling stuff or buying stuff in general of like Facebook or eBay, it feels kind of, first of all, it feels kind of same-ish, but also like it is such a pain in my ass, right? It is so awful to buy stuff from eBay. I always run into problems. You only did one part. That's unfortunate, but we'll see if it's funny. We'll see. But yeah, I always run into problems when I get stuff from eBay. Since then, I've never been getting stuff from eBay. Like, for example, used games. I ran into problems multiple times. I'm never getting anything from eBay. I have a lot less problems just ordering stuff from Amazon. I got my brick TV from Facebook. Yeah, like old stuff. Facebook might be a gold mine for like old things, right? It takes so long to arrive buying stuff online. Depending on where you buy it, yeah, for sure. Absolutely, I agree. But it really depends. But overall, Facebook can be a gold mine for like finding old stuff, right? Like vintage stuff that you wouldn't get otherwise, right? That you can't get anywhere else, right? It can be, but more than often it's not. Anyways, we'll look at this. I'm curious. I am curious. Let's see. Even does the smiley face. Let's go. We'll see how this goes.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes.
Found these puppies outside. Don't know.
That's fucking diabolical. Those aren't puppies. Those are raccoons, bro. Bro, you can clearly tell that it's not a puppy. Like, you can see it's not a puppy. Have you never looked at a dog before? Don't know what breed they are. They are the breed raccoon. Turned out it was a classmate from high school. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. See, here's something interesting as well, right? Here's something interesting. Here's a fun fact. Raccoons are still starting to be domesticated. They get their color starts to change. They also have like their ears are like folding like with dogs, right? And apparently they develop smaller snouts. The more you know. Apparently they're slowly starting to be domesticated. So yeah, in like 20-30 years, you're not gonna have dogs or cats, or a hamster. You're gonna have raccoons. I've got a lot of old collectibles I could probably sell on either of them, but they're mine. I'm not gonna lie, holding on to old collectibles, even games you don't necessarily play anymore, right? You don't have the consoles for, is actually kind of smart. For example, I have a perfectly squeaky clean version of Xenoblade Chronicles for the Wii, right? A top condition so far. Like plenty of other Wii games are peak condition, right? Even the boxes, everything is just peak, right? And I could sell these decently. A good day. Hi Cricket, how you doing? You doing good? Hello. She ended up living like a minute away from where I live. That's really convenient. Back shots.
What breed they are, but they cute though. Those ain't dogs. You out here with a squad of rocket raccoons. And you got 4 of them in there. That's 4 cases of rabies you about to catch. You out here selling baby raccoons. The mama raccoon gonna light that ass up when she see you. Hold up, fam. You done took my children. Catch these raccoon paws. Hey.
Yeah, being attacked by a raccoon. I think I've never actually seen, like, raccoons exist here, I know, but I've never actually seen one. I've seen like badgers, other like animals you wouldn't normally see around here, right? but I've never even like what are they called? Like dragonflies. You don't see those often anymore here. I haven't seen one in ages, right? It's kind of interesting, but I've never seen a raccoon. Like, let me think. I haven't seen. No, I actually haven't seen one. It's interesting. Don't sell a poker. That game is rare. I know it is rare.
Magnum condoms, new in the box, $2. Me and my girlfriend broke up. I got these. They are new in the box, no longer.
Large size. Rubbers. Ecstasy. Thin. Original. Warming. Wait, what? Why warming? Why warming? Like, why? I don't think. Is it warming? Who out here is having cold puss? What is this? Warming? That's crazy. Warming is crazy. Warming is actually crazy. Like thin, okay, I get that, right? Right? But like, original is a bit weird. But warming? That's crazy.
Need them. You know when you go through a breakup and you just want to get rid of all the memories, so you just mass delete everything on the camera roll? This is like 10 times worse because my man is out here selling condoms for the low. Can you just imagine like going to someone's house and picking up a box of condoms? Hey bro, I'm here to pick up the condoms that you had on sale for $2. Yeah man, just put them good use, alright fam? Use them wisely. Are you?
That's like weird, right? Selling your essentially birth control or like basically your contraceptives, right? Warm up your ding dong before putting it in. Before putting it in real. See, because you don't want to be cold, right? Yeah. You can't have that cold wiener out here. Interesting. Okay. I am surprised. I am honestly surprised that that's a thing. Well, it's like weird to sell them. Buying them may depend, right? Because some people, right? There are some people probably that have like very much above average size or like below average, and like then you have to look like, do you find something that like fits, right? If you have like a big wee wee or a tall wee or a large wee wee.
Crying? No, G, I'm just chopping these onions back in the kitchen. You know, she loved onions. Any dog lovers want to bling their dog for $50 or near offers welcome.
What is that? Is that really dog stuff? That doesn't look like dog stuff. I'm gonna be real. That looks like BDSM. I'm sorry.
Don't ask me how it connects either, because I don't have a clue except for the dog collar. LOL, pick up Ham East.
I feel like I think this is fetish equipment. I don't think this is dog stuff. I think this is for humans. What if you're trying to do it in a really cold? I guess. Ooh, you're getting those are the important questions. Shock collar. Nah, this isn't. I don't know. I don't think Hassan Piker sells stuff on eBay.
I'm trying to figure out where you got this dog leash from, because I know damn well Petco don't sell shit like this. Ain't nobody in their right mind trying to buy this Blair Witch bondage strap for their dog. Your dog finna come out looking like a 90s Bane. Rooster, $25. I can't even be mad.
I mean, honestly, that's not the worst. Are you gonna be this like I'm asleep? I'm not gonna do that. I mean, that's not the worst. Some people do that, sell animals through Facebook. That was actually decently common. That was also at one point common on eBay. I think they banned that actually. Like here they banned that. You cannot sell animals on eBay.
This one, I just didn't know you could sell roosters like that. The hell you gonna do with a rooster though? Deer antler chandelier with deer hooves also. Handmade, very old, and very unique. Comes with a chain to hang and plugs in. Works perfect.
I mean, that's interesting. I mean, that's not the worst. That's not the worst. Hey, that's a good deal, brother. This isn't the worst. God, deer's dead. True. It's probably for breeding, but not the dog breeding. That's for sure. Wait, you mean the rooster? That could also be. Yeah, that could also be. Interesting. This is not the worst. I mean, it's actually kind of cool. Honestly, that's kind of cool. A bit freaky, but kind of cool. I'd buy this. $25?
Had hanging in the living room, but nowhere to hang in my new house. Why this entire chandelier look like it's still rotting? Talking about it's very old. It look like you just hunted Bambi's uncle and put a light bulb on top of it. This whole setup look like you just gave the deer their electric chair. Deer look like it got worse treatment than Glenn from Walking Dead. Frozen doll for sale. Make an offer. This is weird.
Okay, that's a weird one, bro. That's definitely a weird one. Also, I guess you could keep it cool, but for transporting, but like, why? You could just freeze your doll at home. You could just get a doll and freeze that. I don't see the... Does it mean not worth the price? Yeah, the rooster's probably for breeding, or like, yeah. I could... See, somebody may need a rooster. It does make sense. The doll is weird, bro.
Weird as hell. What the fuck you got a block of ice around the doll for? And why are you selling it? Anybody that try to buy this doll about to end up missing, this dude gotta be a serial killer. Yeah, just follow me. The frozen doll's in the basement. I got you. Okay, people, so I got this real zebra for a purse, wallet, and change purse I'm trying to get rid of. It's a $700 set. All I want for is $100 or best offer. Let me know. Girl, you know damn well the closest thing you seen to seeing a real zebra was...
If this is, let's say this is real zebra fur. Let's say that's actually true, which it doesn't appear to be the case. It just looks zebra, but like, I don't think it's actually zebra, but like, if you got this for $700, why just 100? Why just 100? You could sell that for much more then. So either it's not real, which is then she's stupid. If it's real, she's still stupid. If you go there, it will be your last day on Earth. Yeah, for sure.
Lion King. Zebras out in Africa looking at her like... No, God. Cat scratcher and ashtray for sale. Pet-free, smoke-free home. $500 or...
Cat scratch and ashtray for sale. Pet-free, smoke-free, $500. That's just a scam. 15 people like this. 15 people like this. That's just an ashtray and a cat scratcher. Why? Why would you do that? Well, because she has too many, or that.
Best offer. This whole post is suspect because you don't own a cat nor smoke. Out here selling that weird combination of things for that dumbass price. For sale. My crochet shorts, really comfortable.
I mean, that's kind of... Sure? Can you do that? That's what, $50 at best? Yeah. Not even. That's like 20, 25. But mostly for the cat scratch, and also depends on what condition. Is the ashtray for the cat to use all afterwards? Or is it, I hope it's washed. I hope so too. And that's actually not the worst. That's really not the worst. A bit odd, but like, not the worst.
$35. First of all, this better not ever go in style. Second of all, these right now be booty chicks a little bit too far. Whose man's is this? He got these Daisy Dukes tight ass pack of Starburst shorts on. And you know damn well it took all his strength to put his hand in his back pocket. Selling my Neffs. I'm thinking that's Neff.
What happened to this PS3? What happened to this PS3? No cords, no games, no controllers, just the PS3. Not too bad condition. Just a mean scratch down the middle and some burn marks, but still work. 500 or nearest offer. That's gotta be paid. Yeah, that's a clearly a very functional. Whatever they did, diabolical. Poke buy this PS3. I have a functional PS3. I do not need to buy one. But was he playing a Souls-like or something? Bro was trying to shove a PS5 game into his PS3. Housefire? Or that, but that's crazy. 27 people like this.
You PS3, G. No cords, no games, no controllers, just the PS3. Not too bad condition, just a mean scratch down the middle and some burn marks, but still work. $500 or nearest offer. A mean scratch. It looked like you took a grenade to this PS3. You selling this old landmine for $500, PlayStation 4 don't even cost that much. Besides the fact that this obviously ain't gonna work, you don't got nothing that originally came with it. This not even PlayStation 3 anymore. This is PlayStation Ground Zero. Ultimate Sundae Cake, $14.
That's diabolical. That's diabolical. Who wants to buy this? 43 comments, 5 likes. Plus the OG PS3. Yeah. I still think I have mine laying around somewhere, but it's broken. That's crazy. So it's very fresh. Local pickup only due to it being ice cream. Serious inquiries only. I guess you could freeze it again, but like selling it? But selling it? Selling it?
Very delicious ice cream cake. Turns out we got too much and couldn't finish. Was for best friend's birthday, so it's very fresh. Local pickup only due to it being ice cream. Serious inquiries only. I wish somebody would try to sell me some leftovers. Talking about local pickup only. I'll come to your house, take a bite and dip. I'm look, buy one, have $20. What the fuck?
I'm look, buy one, have $20. No, not have truck. That's who had the stroke trying to type that out? That's just a barrel. That's literally just a blue barrel. I mean, for 20 bucks, I guess that's not the worst. But I feel like you could probably get that for less. I think you could probably get that for less. Why would you buy that?
What just happened right here? I'm look, buy one, have $20. Not have truck. Okay. I can't make fun of this because I'm still trying to comprehend what's going on with this post. Whoever made this post wrote it down like a dyslexic caveman. Golf boots for sale, size 8, only worn twice.
Why is that censored? Golf boots for sale, size 8 only, worn twice, 20 pounds. Hi, look, I'm dead. I'm sorry. What is censored here? Serious question, what is censored here?
20 pounds. I gotta censor these boots out because they got dinglings at the tips. Can you imagine trying to fight somebody with
dinglings? Whatever it is, I don't want to know. 70 people like this.
Dicks on their feet? That's a fight you can't lose. You gotta win that fight. Can you imagine losing and then all of a sudden you gotta explain the story of how you lost and what you got hit with? Damn, fam, somebody beat the brakes off you. What they hit you with? Bro, I don't even know what happened. It was lights out after he hit me with the spinning bird double mandingo kick. Bruh. Selling my one-of-a-kind bondage gear. Only been used a couple.
That is fucking diabolical. I've been wiped down clean from any type of body fluids. 50 bucks. That is horrible. That is horrible. Anyways, we'll continue. I won't say anything.
Time has been wiped down clean from any type of body fluids. Asking $50. Please private message me if interested. I love how this dude tried to upsell with the whole one-of-a-kind thing. Talking about it's been cleaned of bodily fluids. This was probably the dude that was trying to dress his dog up as Bane. And he just sitting there stuck with his titties and stomach look like biscuits fresh out the can. Brand new. Only
or has bigger tits than most women. Is that crazy? On the shoe, apparently. Is that... No, that is not me! That is... I do not have moobs.
Used once. Doesn't fit on my brush holder. $2.
Why? Why? Does he come to if you buy that? Just asking questions, bro. Here, wanting to ask if he comes as a slave. Perfect. I see no issue.
There's certain things that you can say are brand new that you only used once. Like say I got a TV and I got it yesterday and I used it one time. It's technically still brand new. But if you got a toothbrush and you use it once, that ain't new no more. Who really gonna go out of their way to buy a used toothbrush? So you're saying this has only been used once? I'll take it. Tell me why this is the exact same brush from the picture. So I've come to a realization, if you aren't good at math and don't know how deals work, don't sell stuff on Facebook. For example, Smurf pillows, $10 each or 2 for $25.
So, $10 each or $25 for both. Okay, so you're saying that one costs 10, but two costs 25. So it goes up by $5 if I want both. Shouldn't it logically be 20? What's wrong with you?
What?
Come and pick out your items. 6 items for $10 or 11 items for $25. Located in Woodbridge.
does not add up. Because 6. That does not add up. That does not add up whatsoever. That does not add up. One of them is like below 2. Okay, one of them, each one, if you want one, it is like below $2. Below $2, okay? And you add one, and that additional one is like $15. What's going on here?
If you send me a private message, please let me know because sometimes it goes to my other folder. Hello, I have 2 Lulu hoodies. I'm asking $80 for both or $25 each.
That does not make sense. What is this math? The math ain't mathing. Together there should be 50. But did you throw 30 on top? What, like 16 comments?
Each.
Okay.
Leggings, $5 for both or $2 each.
What the hell did you just say?
Power Rangers and Toy Story pillow. Guys, $10 for all 3 or $2 a piece. Edible panties, only selling because I didn't know my
Ooh, you could have some freaky fun with that one. Anyways, interesting.
boyfriend didn't like licorice. Fits size large, but you can eat around the waistband and retie smaller. Only worn once, like new condition. $40 or best offer.
Only worn once. Yeah.
Girl, you know I like me some licorice. Where you get this from?
Well, see, I got a good deal on Facebook. They were only used once, babe.
So you mean to tell me these licorice drawers were on someone else's coochie before? Hold up.
Drums, please.
That was horrible. Well, that was miserable. Okay, you know what that means? That was horrifying. Okay, that means wow, brother, ew. Brother, what's that, brother? That is horrible. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was painful. Wow. Brother. Hi, Screaming Eye. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Wow, that was horrible. That was literally miserable. That was the worst yet. Wow, that was not all. That's horrible. Yeah, essentially, what do you call it? An indirect coochie eating, technically, for another woman. What was that, by the way? That was a, how do you put it? So somebody on eBay sold eatable panties, basically. Edible panties. You worn once. So essentially, if your girl would put that on, you would eat it. You'd essentially also eat somebody else's. You get the idea. I don't think I need to elaborate. I think you get the idea. I think you understand. I think you do. Alright. What's next? Let's do another short one. And then maybe, I'm buying that. And then maybe we'll do the shoe video. It's gonna be really horrible. I think. I need some update on the CC situation.
Massive day.
I need an update on the CC situation while we're at it. I need an update on the CC situation. I'm here for it. And then maybe we'll do the shoe video right after that, since it's a large one already. Oh, hell nah, hell yes. Again, you need to be careful here. The only reason Screaming Eye's into that, because that's the closest you'll ever get to puss. Anyways, react to TADC, man. What is that? What is that? Also depends if it fits into my content of reaction stuff. or not. And also depends if it's copyrighted or not. I do not want to get my balls snipped. Anyways, prepare yourself, women. Guys, it's about women. Prepare yourself, women. Anyways, the CC situation got way worse. I don't know how it got worse. I don't know what they did to this. What they did to. What they did to Kingsman again. Maybe it got worse. Maybe it didn't get worse. We'll have to look at this. It's gonna be horrible. The Amazing Digital Circus. Oh, I tried that off screen and I uploaded it. It got copyrighted. We're not doing that. Anyways, we'll look at this. This can't be good, or it will be really damn horrible. Two options here. We'll see. Because usually it is. Get ready. Because last time she behaved like basically she behaved like a toddler. Essentially. Zero accountability. That's why the title of the last one was CC versus accountability. Accountability wins. Anyways.
Day for the unemployed. People dug into CC's old tweets and it's not looking
Savvy! I like Savvy. Savvy's cool. Savvy's based.
good. She even privated her whole account. No. CC legit just racist? It's all...
Wait, is that just Crocrock's alt account? I don't like black people. Crazy. But then again, CC's Asian, right? Right? So, from what I know, black people are kind of pretty racist to Asian people. The more you know. Hi, chat. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
making sense now. I don't like black people. And then people started AI generating...
They, you know, after losing your sponsor, CC still makes more than all you losers. Just sport that cash stick and contribute to her wealth. Are those AI generated feed pics? Also, I'm very uneducated on CC situation. Basically, what she did was, they had like a Marvel Rivals tournament. She contributed, and a few other chicks contributed to essentially the best player getting kicked out, and they had took no accountability for anything at all. There was no accountability taken. Zero. In fact, she was acting like she never grew out of high school, pretty much. You need to realize that a lot of these female streamers are legit just perpetually stuck in high school.
Photos of her showing her feet, saying that even after losing her sponsor, CC still makes more than all of you losers. So how the did we even get here? Oh no! I thought you were taking time off from the internet. Why are you deleting past tweets, CC? Let me tell something to you.
Let me ask you something.
I am terminally online. I go back and check posts. I implore you to not delete things as a virtue signaler because I don't really appreciate it. You make me look bad by deleting things I retweet to allow others to see the full context. Jesus, we got the final boss of unemployment.
Yeah, but the thing is, especially with these virtue signaling people, you have to screenshot every little bit because they do go back and delete. They do go back. See, there's quite a few people that I know that are basically serial harassers, right? And they will, if there's trouble, they will go back years and delete tweets. They will actively go back years to delete tweets. Be careful. That's why screenshot everything. Everything. Just, if you know somebody is prone to virtue signaling, screenshot everything so you can beat their ass later on. It just works. Hello, Duck. Hi, Sumex. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Every stream I see is just somebody high as fuck without anyone knowing. I can guarantee you I do not take any substances. I don't even smoke or drink alcohol. I'm a free man.
Men are liars. That's what I'm saying. You're just a hater. I do hate men, yeah. And when I...
It's like funny. It's like really funny because, you know, this woman has a lot of male simps. She hates men, so she hates the people that make sure that she can make a living. How about you be a bit more grateful, you piece of shit? How have you been? I'm alright. I live. I'm doing well. Good to hear. Nice. That's good.
Say the same about women. I'm a misogynist. Well, yeah, I do love me a massage. All men really are the same. No. All girls are the same. Have you heard Juice WRLD? Men are never able to take no for an answer. No, that's not true. The cockroach overlord, he summed it up well here.
It worked, and she didn't want to do that. So instead of doing that, she went and she made up a bunch of other bullshit, got him kicked out of the tournament. Then she called him a loser. She was doing all this other stuff to like make the guy look bad. Finally, everybody sees this, and she gets held accountable, and she's acting like a victim. Well, it's time to be one.
Oh no! The consequences of my own actions! I smelt the funny green leaf before and never done it myself. I just feel it just feels like every streamer's high, they just don't know it. That's interesting. Or maybe you're high and you don't know it, and that's why you perceive the streamers as high and think they don't know it. You got what I'm saying? The Roachler once again says it correctly. It is once again a famous case of not taking accountability and essentially, oh no, the consequences of my own actions.
Everybody hates you now. You're losing your sponsors. You're probably getting mass unfollows. But like all of them were working together to like damage this guy's rep, right? I mean, that's how it was happening.
No, but imagine they all worked together to win the tournament. That would be crazy. Then again, I also think that looking at somebody's past tweets to paint the picture is too unemployed, even for my liking. But I am curious about the racist thing. Like, what does she mean by I don't like black people? Asian Valorant e-girl turns out to be racist. Shocker. Fork found in kitchen.
Like, I mean, this is a crazy thing to say. That's why I'm giving the disclaimer, because this is crazy, dude.
Maybe she just saw a Rakai clip.
To be fair, if you see a Rakai clip and you suddenly become racist, I can understand. Like, I can understand. There's another recent clip of him acting, I can't say the M word, I can't say the B word, like an absolute Neanderthal. Again, with some context with a woman again. I think, like, he literally, I swear to God, when it comes to Rakai, every anti-black KKK or anti-black, like, racist caricature is less stereotypical than this 17-year-old. I swear to God. Because apparently he was like celebrating that a chick that he didn't a chick that he didn't get with apparently she got cheated on. And then he practically just like celebrated and was like really fun, like made fun of it and such. Literally, it is. This guy makes every black person in the space look worse. 100%. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Gio's perfect pet candidate to become the next god of destruction of the beers retired. That's never gonna happen. What's the B word? Well, if I say it, I get cooked. I can't say that. When the text said the good ending, your strand of hair, and I thought that shit was a question mark. So I thought that said the good ending question mark. But yeah, it is diabolical. This guy is a plague. He just is.
Now, just want to always keep on clarifying, there's a small chance it's not then, but when it comes to the people up on Twitter, and this went super viral.
I mean, it's unconfirmed right now. Anyone can edit a Discord message.
I can't believe you're calling me the same as Media. So this is the person who's exposing them, which is why they have the screenshots. Like, this is Media themselves. Please don't compare me to that child. Thank you. And you. I am not a, sir.
She's just called us she's damn, she's like all around. Like, just like all around. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. She doesn't discriminate between white or black. She will call you a black, or she will just a cracker, or she will just say, I don't like black people. That's highly interesting. Not gonna lie, that's highly interesting. Why can't people just say the words, stop with all the XYZ words? Well, He's acting like a monkey or baboon. Is that what you want to hear? Is that what you want to hear? There, I said it.
I mean, I can technically say that I'm white, right? So it's whatever, but still, it's just racist. This person is racist. And they said, MIDI is better than you.
Yeah, stop hating on white people, man. White people are cool. Look at Jinxie. I don't know. I don't believe Cece's the sharpest tool in the shed, but I don't think she's the Antichrist either, how Twitter's painting her out to be. This Indian Canadian said, this Marvel Rivals drama is so mid and being dragged on for so long, like, wasn't even that crazy. What is going on? Yeah, I wonder why, man. Oh, wait, who's that person you're following? No, don't know. Jogpreet Sig follows.
That is funny. Funny. Oh, that's the B word. Yes, that's the B word. You can't say that because some people might see this as very offensive. But this isn't even about his skin color. He just literally acts like some primitive human. It's crazy. She's singing all the hoops of Dumbass Anonymous. Yep.
Cece, one of the creators involved in the drama, and is known to be good friends with some of the other bullies as well. Bro trying to crack. No. LMFA.
Yeah, it's not that serious. I know why it's not that serious. I know why it's not that serious. I know it's not. We know why it's not that serious. My guy definitely has yellow fever. That's all I'm gonna say. Were you getting cancer then? Who cares?
Yo. Oh no, he was even on her team in another tournament. Team CC. Known her for years, was on a content team with her. Doesn't mean I condone her actions, but you got it, random burner account. Oh.
Also, if they call me racist, like, you're racist. So? What are you gonna do? Cry? Type on Twitter? She ain't gonna let you hit, bro. The definition of she ain't gonna let you hit. As an Austrian, give you the C-word pass. It's like a 2-man. They both 9. Whatever that means.
Albeit funny, this has got a bit too far, and honestly, I feel like this isn't even really targeted at CC. People are just having woman fatigue in gaming. Like, no bullshit. Lakari got let.
I can't lie. I can't. There is woman fatigue in streaming and gaming in general. I feel like there's woman fatigue in almost every space. Bro, there's even woman fatigue in VTubing. And that's like 90% women. There is definitely woman fatigue. Also, hello, Lucari.
Less hate than she did for, you know, doing something like 100 times worse. This guy's back. We should all get on Marvel Rivals for CC, showing another AI-generated image of her feet.
What are we doing? What are we doing? That's horrible. That's horrible. Nah, bro. Another one. It's another one. It's another AI generated picture of her feet. Horrible. That's horrible. Nah, I would never drop the N-word. I think the N-word generally, like, there's a problem that I actually don't want to have it used at all overall, not even by black people, but like, it is what it is.
Reading all that. Even the Count of Monte Cristo pales in comparison, and that book has like 1,300 pages. Shout out to my boy sensitive
Half a Bible, whole son of a bitch. Crazy work.
Society for this thumbnail, though. Impressive work.
You just criticized and demoralized my teammate for an hour, repeatedly ignoring our mentions to stop. Like, that's loser behavior.
No, this is.
Man, bro, I don't get it. You're making me mad, bro. We've been playing against Naked team. This is their team. The only difference is one support player, bro.
You're being a loser for that. And I'm going to say it again. If you make someone sad for an hour, despite people telling you to stop, that's being a loser. And none of you guys in the chats.
If you tell me that, I will just double the hour. I will make them feel sad for 2. Out of sheer sheer commitment to the thing.
Could even you guys were trying to justify that. There's no justification for being an asshole. That's just what that was. There's no justification for being an asshole. That's just what that was.
No justification for being an asshole, yet she spent all that time.
Yet she was spending her time brigading the dude in DMs on Discord, right? Acting like some crazy ex-girlfriend. Like, you were essentially, at this point, not gonna lie, just straight up harassing the dude. I'm like, please take down the VOD. Please take down the VOD. You make me look bad. You make yourself look bad. Stop being so entitled. You know, on a side note, I'm glad my Xbox is too old for me to play Marvel too old. yeah, I would never. I'm not really into these games. I've never played Overwatch. I've never played these like hero things. Jeffrey Epstein, worse than Epstein? Question mark. By the way, there have been new leaks of Jeffrey Epstein, of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Some of these are quite diabolical. Not gonna lie. So what's the situation again? Basically, they had a Marvel Rivals tournament. They bullied a guy to the point where he was kicked. Basically, right? He just talked about the situation. She crashed out over it, right? Saying that she had nothing to do with it. Said that, like, basically having no accountability, doubling down multiple times, and now we're here. Where she continues to double down. Because she's acting like an entitled kid. Like somebody who has not gotten past high school. Like, you know, the common mean girl thing, right? And we have noticed that people don't really like mean girls particularly. I think her behavior cost her some sponsors and all that stuff. Overall numbers, lower numbers now. Like, you get the idea.
I'm complaining to Kingsman. Hello? Do you have any response? Just like you want 40 grand, I want some peace of mind for the next time I go live.
Ooh, nobody gives a shit.
You reap what you sow, and being a little perpetual victim isn't gonna get...
Not only that, they basically, not only, right? It gets worse, because technically, they kicked the guy that was the best guy, right? This is him, right? Kingsman. That's technically him, right? His numbers, right? He has, like, the most kills out of all of them. And, like, CC has just, like, 5. Zaza has, like, right? Particularly these two. Particularly CZ and Zaza. Those two are the main culprits from what I understand. And they're pretty much the reason why this happened. But yeah, they kicked the best guy of the team.
You any brownie points on the internet. Drama's so good that the internet Avengers come together. Simply so, Kingsman told this 0-5 Black Widow to get off the character. This TikTok put me in the same position as Titans like XQC and Moist Critical, bruh. If this is the Avengers, I'm a hot guy. Beef done reached the Supreme Judge. What the f, man?
I'll be the one to do it.
I have done irreparable damage to the Bleach soundtrack, bro. What are we doing here? Someone made a Minecraft edit of all of these girls, and, you know, they crafted into literal and
they make really funny edits, okay? It's also like, there have been many women coming out as well and saying that this just, like, puts women back, like, years in, like, gaming and streaming. It's really funny. I mean, this behavior kind of does, right? It kind of does. Because when you see it often enough, eventually you will start associating women with that behavior. Even if they're not like that, right? Even if they're fun, entertaining, not high school brained, no mean girls, right? Right? It's like eventually just seeing like the same streamer archetype, right? It just, I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. That's pretty true. That's true.
True. That's pretty true. I mean, that's true. Yeah.
Marvel Rivals Reddit. CC is a that is all. And anybody who would defend that toxic waste dump is a too.
1.9k upvotes. Diabolical.
Pentagon, hexagon, octagon, career gone, Twitter.
Yeah, she went private. She went private. She went private. Mm-hmm.
Gone. You know, and this is literally the Streisand effect, that if you don't know what that is, look it up, you loser. Like, all she really did was say a bunch of Twitch TV leftist slop.
Basically, Streisand effect, the more you try to hide something, the worse it actually gets.
Like, none of this is even that bad, but her deleting it makes her look like 10 times worse. You know what I mean?
Don't let these people try and bully you off the internet. I know it's annoying, but use it as an opportunity to gain favor from people who support you. The parasocials will forget about it in a few days, and when they move on to the next thing, basically it's free ad revenue. Here's what you don't account for. Whenever you f up again, it's great YouTube content. Now that there is an ecosystem around hating you and making content that's negative about you, now the blood's in the water. And there's a lot of blood. I mean, are we really going to say that there aren't going to be any sharks? If you think it's bad now...
Again, she lost sponsors. So it can't be that good. The problem also is, like, you are associated with that thing. She took a piss on her own career and her community, right? Because her community definitely, most certainly, mostly consists of dudes. Right? And the more people start digging, the more they're going to find out about her. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if you, like, go far enough back and she has some diabolically misandrous tweets.
It's going to get worse.
I mean, he kind of nailed it. She sort of became a laughingstock for the community, and the people defending her are probably pretty weird themselves. This girl, Ashlyn, was like, don't let these people try to bully you off the internet, and then she privated her Twitter account and got bullied off the internet. Anyway, enough about Cece. This is Zaza, the 0-5 Black Widow.
Hold up. I've never seen this lady before. Okay, never seen this lady before, but interesting. Australian, right? Interesting. Yeah, but she's partnered with Ubisoft, so at this point, like, it's Jover.
This is Zaza, the 0-5 Black Widow can that caused this whole drama. Holy manifesto so big it would scare the Unabomber. Zaza stabs.
That is diabolical. Scare the Unabomber is crazy work. But yeah, too long, ain't reading all that. I'd just be like, at Grok, summarize this. I swear to God. If we were seeing this, but you got community noted.
States that she never knew or helped write the Google Doc. However, she had retweeted several tweets containing the doc as an attempt to defend herself. Clearly, she needs to defend herself. She's 0-5. Said a whole lot of nothing. Yo, you could have just swapped and all this wouldn't have happened. Wait, even Tectone chimed into this situation. You are a lying bitch. Shut the f up.
CC and Zaza need to straight up shut the f up for real. My Genshin Impact baddies mog them. Oh.
That's so random. That's so random. Bald. Wait, he's not super duper bald anymore. Where did all this hair coming from? Wait, was that before? It's growing back. To be honest, I would have never knew this person existed until I watched this. You would never know this, but that's what I'm here for. What's your favorite game? Xenoblade Chronicles. That essay was longer than the Epstein files. I mean, you're technically not wrong. The initial release of the files was very much censored to the point where, like, you couldn't just see anything.
And addressing the elephant in the room, this is a civil, not criminal case. Bitch be straight trippin'. On God.
Hey, Cartman.
Carl! It's all gone! They've taken it all! Why are they doing this? Carl!
Dude, calm down.
When other girls come in and start smoking Cece, it's the funniest thing ever. Especially that one girl who called her a
We also have people go. I'm gonna say this though. I have to say this. I have to say this, otherwise I'd be a hypocrite. It kind of is. See, if her sponsors drop her privately because of the situation, okay. But I think that if you are a person, you should not go after sponsors, in my opinion. Otherwise, I'd sound like a hypocrite. You should not go after sponsors directly. If they drop her of their own free will, okay, but don't brigade somebody so they drop her. I think personally think that's wrong. This just happened recently with Ref and Strop. They were dropped by Advanced GG because people were harassing the company. Anyways, don't do that. That's not gonna lie, that's pussy behavior. Don't do that. Don't do that at all. Stop. Don't do that. I don't think you should go after people's sponsors.
Going after her other sponsor, Razer, and they had something to say about this. They said they're looking into it.
Okay, you know what? That's actually a big deal. Infinity Mice and Solaris? What even the is that?
What the is this piece of shit? For legal reasons, that's a joke.
Anyway, thank God I stretched this video to 8 minutes so I could pay my goddamn rent in Canada. This place sucks. But yeah, subscribe to the channel and like the video if you think CC learned absolutely.
She learned absolutely nothing. She learned absolutely nothing. I don't think she will. They just continue, and that's that. They literally just continue, and that's that. Because, right, Mean Girls. Mean Girls are always like this. Always have been, always will be. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. I saw a screenshot of this man having the uploads lost, divorcing my wife. The next video was fucking Genshin Impact, I swear. Well, you wouldn't really be hung up on a chick that essentially cheated on you, right? Because like Frame cheated on Tectone. So that was that. So yeah. I don't think that's too bad. I don't think that's the worst. This video was sponsored by myself. Peak. As long as I get head pats, I can live with that. Anyways, some other funny videos. We had enough drama. Here's a word from our sponsor. Word. Let's do some other funny thing.
Am I in the wrong?
Before we do the shoe on head video, because there is a new shoe on head video. I am very ready. No, I mean the bald man. I know, the bald man got divorced because his wife cheated. Ex-wife. We know this. That's why the bald man is no longer married. The more you know. If you didn't know, now you do. Anyways, this is either gonna be the worst thing ever, but I don't think it's gonna top the Reddit confessions. I don't think this is ever gonna top. I think the Reddit confessions this year were the worst video I've ever watched. This year, at least. I don't think it's ever gonna be topped unless I see something way worse. I mean, the Insel confessions might top it, but we'll have to see. Anyways, the actual devil from the Bible posted this. I quit it. We're either gonna see man-made horrors beyond our comprehension, or it really ain't that deep. Wait, the first one is already horrible. The first one's already horrible. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. I always forget to say that. But yeah, we're gonna look at this. This might be really bad.
Am I in the wrong for throwing my grandma's ashes into a landfill?
That depends on what your grandma did. That may depend on what your grandma did. If your grandma is literally evil, I do not condone this behavior, but I kind of understand. The actual devil himself, I thought he just used Reddit, not posted on it. The devil, Reddit is the devil.
Am I wrong for scamming my best friend of 20 years into a debt trap that...
Okay, that's evil. That's... I don't think you have to post that. I mean, you don't have to post that here. That's very obvious. That's evil. Okay, that's demonic.
It makes him essentially my indentured servant for the rest of his life.
That is evil. Okay, that's diabolical. That's horrible. That's miserable. That's evil.
Am I in the wrong for needlessly killing a boat captain, dying, then killing that same boat captain again in order to crawl my way out of hell and come back to life? These are all examples of pretty standard scenarios.
See, I'm might be worth it. I don't think you are. That's pretty evil, man. That is pretty evil.
You might see play out on r/Am I the Butthole, where people tell strangers on the internet their predicament and get feedback on if they're the one in the wrong or not.
Oh god, wait, I didn't read that. Hold up. I want to read this. A catharsis for the... Am I the a-hole? A catharsis for the frustrated moral philosopher in all of us, in a place finally found out if you were wrong in an argument. That's a good description. We're gonna see if that applies here.
if they're the one in the wrong or not. And I think it can be pretty useful. Like, it can be vindicating for people who are doubting themselves in a vulnerable situation, having that outside affirmation that they didn't do anything wrong, that they did the right thing. Other situations,
somebody in this video is getting cucked. 100%. Someone asked, am I the a-hole for cucking my husband? You're gonna see it. You're gonna see it, and it's gonna be bad.
aren't so cut and dry. They come with complications and nuance, my least favorite things. But inevitably, some of these stories are going to end with the person posting it being an a-hole. That's just how it is, law of average. But on occasion, you can tell who's in the wrong long before you reach the end of the post. In comes r/am I the devil, like from the Bible. The only thing people do here is find posts where the original poster is akin to the Antichrist. They find stuff in confessions, r/self, relationship advice, true off my chest, true Christian, you
Wait, there's even worse. It's actually even worse. We're not gonna look through am I the a-hole, we're gonna look through am I the devil.
name it. These guys are like bloodhounds for this stuff. If you enjoy this video, this card at the end will take you to another like it, and
at least we saw the jerkin.
Subscribe with notifications on so you never miss an upload. Scotland divorce. Can I go after ex-wife's daughter's income? That's like 3 degrees of
Not only am I going after my wife's income, I'm going after the income of my ex-wife's daughter. Damn.
separation, man. You better come with a staggering legal argument. My wife and I are separating due to irreconcilable differences. It appears it's going to be a clean split on the finances. I'm buying her out of her half of the house, etc. Okay, clean split, that doesn't seem like something that needs a legal advice post. My main issue is my wife moved out to stay with her daughter, which leaves me to cover all the household bills, etc. Yeah, that bills for the house that you now entirely own? I earn 80,000 pounds a year, so it won't be an issue. Then why are you making it one? But up till now, we'd always split bills 50-50, so I grew accustomed to it. Did you also get accustomed to having a wife? Because guess what? That's gone too. My wife is only on a minimum part-time wage, so I don't think I would be able to go after her salaried income. However, now she lives with her daughter, who is quite well off. She has little expenses other than food, phone bill, and car payments, and I'm assuming her daughter will be paying my wife's way.
He is actually contemplating going after, basically, I'm assuming, stepdaughter. I'm assuming, unless like the fight was so grotesque that like he doesn't see his own daughter as his daughter anymore and only his wife's daughter, ex-wife's daughter. That is kind of diabolical. Yeah, you are the asshole here, greedy. That's some generational type of vengeance here.
Once the dust has settled here, I'm going to be spending more every month and she will be spending less. Sounds like you're just shit at deal making, man. She got your ass. Is there any recourse for going after my stepdaughter's income since it will be being spent on my wife? So would that count as income for my wife? No! The craziest part about this is he doesn't need that money at all. He's not desperate. He bought the house, says he can afford the bills to pay for the house, and he's still trying to fuck over someone who's like not even directly involved, man. You're sick. This is either a complete doofus or some of the greatest rage bait ever written. So apparently this girl did nothing. Am I Satan for not helping defend my group project partner against our professor who wants to fail her for not contributing? I mean,
depends. Okay, depends the type of greed they be talking about in the Bible, literally, probably. Depends, that depends. Was she really like, see, here it depends, right? Was she really not contributing anything? Like, was she not contributing anything due to legitimate reason? If she was actively not contributing anything, after multiple times, saying that she should contribute something, that she should do something, and you have to do everything alone, actually, yeah, get fucked in this case.
I mean, if she really didn't do the work, you owe her nothing, but let's see what you got. I'm in a computer science course for college. I was assigned a random project, 20 female, and we were working on it for most of the semester. We organized it in a way that she would do core parts and I would do plugin modules. However, she did her part in a convoluted way. It was hard for me to understand, and when I couldn't get it to work, she had to do them as well? Okay, let's see. She did what she was supposed to, and she did what you were supposed to. Not, looking like equal contributions so far. I then paid a tutor who said he could help with the project, project, but we should do it in Rust compared to C++. They're different coding languages. She agreed to redo the project in Rust if I converted it, and she'd help out with the last part. We got permission, and then the tutor here, helped me convert her code. So 2 parts your partner doing stuff, and 1 part some guy you probably paid on fire.
Not gonna lie, for now it looks like... Take care, Screaming Eye, bye-bye. For now, it looks like he should actually get his ass beat for not contributing anything.
Good work. The work ethic of a future president in this post. But when it finally came to do the last part, she said she had no time on it and she didn't know Rust well enough and had some ballet competition the weekend of the deadline. She said she'd finish it in C++, but I told her that I'd do it. I then got it done with the help of the tutor and submitted the project. Since the Rust code was written by me in the statement of contribution, I stated that I did all the code and she contributed to the design process and report. However, the professor took that as her not contributing to the code.
Are you stupid? She did the code. You just converted it to Rust. She still did the code. She even did it. She did the core parts. She did more than you did. What are you on about? Yeah, if that's a demon.
Only the code is graded, and he decided to give her a 0 on the project, which would lead her to failing the class. She wants me to talk to the professor and is upset at me. Can you believe that, for refusing? The way I see it, it's not really my problem. Yes, it is! I don't want to face any trouble, and she did already tell the professor she had done the older C++ code. I hope that girl is able to gank your ass for freeloading off of her. I usually consider a group project to be 3 people or more. And the rule with a group project is there's always going to be 1 freeloader, whether they're intending to or not. You managed to...
For me, it's always, I do everything. I do everything because if you touch anything, you're gonna mess up everything. And usually I do... You do group projects with a group. I do group projects alone. We are not the same. Yes, the answer is yes, they are. He absolutely is.
Be the freeloader in a duo. And somehow you convinced the professor it was the person you were working with, and now you get to take all the credit for the original code she made? That's like 2 steps away from plagiarism, dog. Your college's ethics board might be giving you a ring soon. I, 30 male, am starting to resent my wife, 30 female, for not being my ex. I've been with Erin, my wife, for 7 years.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. What? You don't do them alone, Duck. GPT's your teammates. I guess. But I still do most of the stuff alone. If there's group work, if there's a way to do it alone, I will do it alone. And I'm gonna be quicker than everyone else. Because nobody can stop me. This is interesting. And you have a 2-year-old as well.
And married for 5. We have a 2-year-old. 2 years ago, I fell in love with this other woman named Diamond. I never cheated on my wife before, and I still say I didn't. What we had was true love. My wife is kind, but we don't have the spark we used to. I missed that. I filed for divorce to be with Diamond like we agreed. But for reasons unknown, Diamond got cold feet. My relationship with Diamond lasted 11 months. Bro, you got steamrolled quick. Probably occurred to Diamond.
You got... fucked. In every way conceivable. I do not understand the concept of leaving your wife because the spark isn't there. I do not get that. I'm sorry. I do not get the concept of leaving the supposed love of your life because the spark isn't there. I do not understand that concept. There's no logic behind it.
That you were the type of person who would leave their partner of 7 years for some random woman he met recently. Afterwards, my wife and I got back together because the divorce wasn't official. Now, Erin's a great woman, but she's not Diamond. After getting back with her, every little thing she does bothers me. The way she gets dressed, the way she makes coffee, everything. The way that she walks, the way that she talks, the way that she sneak disses. Unfortunately, I took it out on her by starting arguments and being snappy. You know what's gonna make this home life that I hate living even better? Starting arguments all the time on purpose. The fallout. I realized I needed to take a step back. My wife put the baby to sleep and was going to bed early. She asked if I wanted a snack before I go to bed. I said no. She said she loves me and kissed me on the cheek. I didn't say anything, and she said, "Why don't you love me?" She said, "I'm doing everything I can, but I don't know." I told her point blank, "You're not her." This hurt
If he disappears one day with a kitchen knife in his back, I wouldn't notice. I wouldn't care. I'd understand. That is diabolical. How could you say that? That is evil. Look, I'm an expert on relationships, so yeah, he is very much a dumbass. Not just probably, guaranteed. The other lady gave you some crazy head or something. It's your wife. That's horrible. That is horrible. That is evil. That is... Ow.
Her a lot. I can't imagine why, dog. I can't think of a single thing why that she would be hurt by that. Holy shit, man. She cried all night in the master bathroom that I couldn't get sleep. Oh, yeah, woe is you, man. You're really the person getting the short end of the stick here. She stopped and went to bed finally at 3:30. This is my issue, man. You don't even have the courtesy to give her the master bedroom. I think you should be the one locking yourself in the bathroom for the night so that your wife has a nice cozy bed to be really sad in. Am I the asshole for making the Age of Empires?
That is crazy. What? That is no way you did that. Yes, you are. That is diabolical. Why would you do that? Why would you give your... She needs to divorce. Yeah, she needs to divorce, and this woman needs to as well. Am I the a-hole for making the Age of Empires 2 New Villagers sound when my wife gave birth to our first child? So first question, why? Second question, why do you have the sound? Did you record your wife giving birth? What?
To New Villager sound when my wife gave birth to our first child. Oh man, oh, the devil's a funny motherfucker, huh? Over a week ago, my wife gave birth to our first child. I got called out during work and rushed to the hospital to be with her. It was obviously stressful and it took more than 15 hours from start to finish. But finally, our little one was born and was healthy. I was in the room for almost the entire time. I briefly left for food, toilet, etc. I was holding her hand and was the punching bag, and she swore during certain times during the worst of it. As it got towards the end, just as the head was popping out, more staff came into the room, and I am someone who gets nervous around crowds. I think because of that nervousness, I was talking more, introducing myself to the new people coming in, making jokes. When our baby finally came out fully, at that second, I made the Age of Empires 2 New Villager sound. Whoa, as a joke. So this is coming from an outsider's
Okay, never mind. Never mind. He just made a sound. It sounded like he specifically added it in. But now it's like he made the sound when the baby was born. That's still weird as fuck. I mean, it's a new villager, gotta let everyone know. So it would seem.
Perspective. An outsider who holds the bit above almost anything else. It is damn near close to sacred for someone like me. Sometimes there are jokes that are funny because they're told in certain places, in certain contexts. The issue here is, you said, I think only my wife understood the reference. The doctors and nurses gave no reaction. And the look she gave me could have sunk 1,000 ships. She looked so angry. Then she saw our kid and started smiling. You know how, like, when two really powerful people are beefing, they're like getting dirt on everybody.
It's like, this is like the, this is like the, it's crazy. What was it? Immovable object versus, I don't understand. I forgot what it was, but yeah, you get the idea. It's cute. She just got awkward. Not the best thing, but he tried. She got angry.
Else are like putting out little warnings out there, things that their opponent might only understand. Dude, you made a joke that nobody else in the room was gonna laugh at, that only your wife was gonna understand. She was the only potential audience for that joke, and that was not the right time to start performing. I thought it was a joke that went bad in a moment of high anxiety, but my wife has twice in the past week told me I ruined the moment that she had hoped would be one of the best in her life. I probably wouldn't do this during my kids, but if I was in the room for somebody else giving birth, I'd probably make like a baby villager noise when the baby pops out. Am I wrong?
or like the Minecraft just like plop sound. Not gonna lie, I don't think this one belongs next to the others. Yeah, it does not. Immovable object versus unstoppable force. Yeah. And then again, it was her own decision. It was her own decision to marry a memer. So here it is. Am I wrong for finding comfort in my late wife's tweet? So, let me clarify where this is going. Is your wife's dead, and now you're giving back shots to her twin sister. Freaky.
For finding comfort in my late wife's twin sister. My wife died in a car accident 8 months ago, leaving me and our 3-year-old daughter alone. Leaving me and our 3-year-old daughter behind. I was too depressed to do anything, much less care for my daughter, so my sister-in-law, her twin sister, essentially moved in to help. While sobbing about my wife's death together, one thing led to another, and we ended up having sex.
Fucking diabolical. Imagine she's like in heaven looking down is like, this fucker's giving back shots to my sister. That what you mean by that, dog? Exactly what I said he meant. Oh no. Bro's giving the that's crazy. Why would you do that? Just platonically, right? Okay. I'm just built different. I wouldn't remarry. I wouldn't look at another woman if my wife died. Horrible.
Dude, if Freud was still alive, he would have a field day with whatever complex you got going on. Like, just the mix of grief and that motivation, it's like, what does that do to a person? After the first time, we both...
You didn't call her your wife's name, right? While doing it, right? Right? You didn't do that?
Felt nauseated with guilt. I mean, that's a pretty normal reaction to that, I suppose, but soon came to realize it was helping both of us cope. She's so much like my wife that when I'm with her, I'm able to kind of forget what happened. It's temporary, but works nonetheless. She grew to believe she was doing a good thing by helping me cope and be a better father to my daughter. It's been a regular thing up until now. Okay, listen, I don't like dictating people's personal lives. There are, like, perfectly normal couples out there.
I mean, they're both adults. They're both adults, but like, no, I'm gonna come back from the dead and I'm on your ass. That's gonna be horrible. This dude and that twin sister have a one-way ticket to hell easily.
Who, like, one of them, their original SO died, but then they end up finding themselves attracted to a person in their deceased loved one's family. I don't think it's something I would do, but, like, it's happened and not ended in catastrophe. The thing is, this guy said they nailed, like, 1 month after her death, and he's only into this woman because it reminds him of his wife. Not a good mindset to happen if you're trying to move on with something new, dog. I feel obviously conflicted about it. No one can know what's going on, as it might tear our family apart, but it's helped me to not kill myself. I mean, you can't really argue with that one. And I have been a much better father / member of society since we began. I believe they call that a veneer, my friend. I don't know if I'm prepared to stop. That pussy is too good. Jesus.
Jeez, good gracious. Good Lord. Oh, Satan, more sinners, please. He's using her as a replacement. That's bad enough. But the fact that it's his late wife's sister, she's not innocent, bro. She's not innocent at all. She's just as bad. She's just as bad. Well, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. And if that includes giving back shots to your late wife's twin sister, then so be it. That's miserable. That's horrible. That's horrible. All in one.
Sorry. Okay, this is an update he made after getting some feedback from the comments. I talked to my sister-in-law, which ended in us in bed together once.
Should have not. Whatever the feedback was, it was not the... That's so freaky. They could do some really morbid and freaky shit in bed. I'm just saying. You get what I'm trying to say, right? Like some freaky shit, like role-playing. Like she role-play, you get the idea.
Again, dude, if you're trying to stop this, you just can't be around her, bro. Y'all like Spider-Man and Silk. You just can't fucking help yourselves. And apparently he's keeping it private, and that's what he's decided. All right. How to make amends with my brother after betraying him years ago. My brother John and I didn't have the best relationship. It started strong, but as I got older, I saw life as a game and spent my time belittling him. Everything was a challenge, and I loved outdoing him. But I started to see him pass me quickly in accomplishments. But the one area I always had, though, was women. He was a lover boy, and I knew how to keep it real. 4 years ago, though, he started dating one of the most gorgeous women I'd ever seen. He was in love with her.
No, you didn't do that. You didn't do that. No. You are the devil. Horns and tail and everything, demonic wings, all of it. That is evil. That is evil. You are never going to reconcile with your brother ever again. You essentially stole this man's wife. No way.
I never thought about crossing that line, but a friend of mine told me I couldn't pull her. So I said, fuck it, time to prove him wrong? You said you'd never thought about crossing that line, but a dare from a friend got you to do it? I just don't believe you. You were definitely thinking about that shit ahead of time. It's like, I did it on a dare. I didn't mean to ruin your love life, little bro. It took a few months, but I managed to start hooking up with her. They had been together a year at this point. When he found out, he was hurt and had been no contact ever.
If that was me, you would die. You would die. That is something I'd be willing to go to prison for. You would die. That's not a relationship that can ever be healed or saved. It's over.
Since. I mean, at least John, the little brother, was able to find out that the woman he thought he loved was actually someone willing to cheat on him with his brother. This impacted me in the most horrible way possible. Oh, you had it the most horrible? I can think of someone else who might have had it, you know, a little shittier. My parents went low contact with me and stopped giving me assistance. I lost a lot of people. I'll be honest, I don't make money. My brother makes substantially more, not just for his age, but in general. My parents are comfortable and retired, and my older sister and her husband make good money. Because of that situation, my sister sided with John. Understandably, and she's also low contact but provides me no help. I was very distracted when I was younger. I made bad decisions that led to me working retail job. Okay, so the choice to fuck your brother's girlfriend didn't have.
Well, here's the thing. He fucked essentially his brother's girlfriend. And life fucked him. I think that's a fair deal. I think that's a fair deal. That's where a relationship would end. I would never take that person back ever again. Like, you're literally dead. You just died that moment.
Happened in a vacuum. Got it. You were just chomping at the bit thinking, how much of a stupid 20-year-old can I be? I figured if I can make amends with him, I can start getting the help I need to turn things around in my life. My family would stop being low contact and be more generous. How do you know that? Like, even if your brother forgives you, your parents might still see you as a failure. I texted him the first time in years and got no reply. Messaged him on social media from alt accounts. No reply. I can't just visit him. How do I make amends? You don't. If the dude wants to...
You don't. You move on. There's nothing to save anymore. Hi, Jacob. How you doing? You doing good? There's nothing to save anymore. You move on. This relationship is over. There's no longer anything you can do.
Reconcile. It's gonna happen on his terms where he approaches you. Your broke ass needs some money and wants to make amends with him, so he'll give you some. Like, you mentioned how much money every single member in your family...
There's no way, in any shape or form, that brotherhood can be saved ever again. It just can't.
Has, except for you. If you want to be a scammer, man, just look up Punchmade Dev's wire fraud tutorial. It's all in there. This is not legal advice or an encouragement to commit crimes. Those are illegal and bad. Am I the asshole for banning my brother from bringing his Indian girlfriend to my wedding?
That is crazy selfish till the very end. That is, yeah, true. That is crazy work right there. That is crazy work. Wow. 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 Damn.
The title sounds very bad and horribly racist, but let me clarify. I'll give you a shot here, bud. My brother's been dating an American-born girl to Indian parents since last year. Her parents don't like their relationship because he's white, and they probably want her to find an Indian man. He has been trying to gain their approval, but failing, and from what he said, they keep shrugging him off and exclude him. This annoys me because my brother is one of the nicest people I know. In the meantime, I proposed to my girlfriend, and we're sending out invites to everyone. I came to the difficult decision that since his girlfriend's family will not accept him, we will not accept her? I talked it over with my girlfriend and told...
That's really petty. Okay, it's not racist. That's the first thing. Okay. But it's petty as hell. Bro, I'm banning your wife from my wedding, then like, damn. Okay, it's just pettiness. But like, just because they're doing it, you don't have to do it as well. That's a bit of a stupid reasoning, you know? Like, I get the pettiness, but like... She has nothing to do with him. Also, it doesn't matter. See, it doesn't matter if they don't accept him, right? He's not married. He is not with her. He's not with her. Like, wait, what am I saying? Like, he's not with her parents. He is with her, and that's all that matters. I don't see the issue, right? Like, then fuck her parents. I don't care. Like, it's fucked up, but understandable. Kind of not. It's really petty. Like, it's really, really petty.
How strongly I feel about this, and she agreed. Fucking how, man? It's like, oh, your family doesn't like my brother. In response, I kind of decided I hate you too. Dude, this is not Hammurabi's code. You don't eye for eye with marriage. Be welcoming and accepting of people coming into your family where they weren't. Do you think things are gonna get better if they find out they've been stonewalled from both angles? I didn't want to spring this on her, so I asked his GF if we could meet, and I sat down with her and explained that in good conscience, dude, you are not in good conscience. Your head is in your dick hole and you cannot see the light for shit. I could not invite her to our wedding if her family cannot accept my brother. I boiled it down to, if they don't want my brother, we don't want you. I mean, have you thought about what your brother wants?
Yeah, but her parents are her parents. They stay. I'm gonna be honest, fuck her parents. Anyways. Like, it's her decision. She's an adult. I don't think your family should dictate who you can be with. Unless it's like some serious thing, right? He's like a criminal or something. Then that's something else, right? But like, aside from that, absolutely disagree. 100%. Like, if my family would not accept my wife, well, goodbye, family.
And all of this. Her family on their own decided that they don't like your brother. So against your brother's assumed wishes to welcome his girlfriend into the family and really just introduce her to everybody, you're like, no, fuck you, can't. She got upset and it caused a huge divide in my family. Congrats, man, you managed to make the relatively stable family situation worse. My brother's against it, but I wanted to do it out of support for him. Ask him, dude, you fucking idiot! Am I the asshole?
It's like selfish to a T again. It's again really selfish. Hey, at least it's not because he doesn't like Indians. Is that he does? It's like mutual. At least it's mutual. You get it? It's mutual. Really, goodbye. Really, yes. Really. Really. Like, if it was my wife, right, girlfriend, okay. If it's my wife, however, yeah, nah. The wife is above that easily. Right? Right? She's the one I'm gonna spend the rest of my life with. She's the one that's we're gonna have children, right? That's like, you get the idea.
For not supporting my daughter. My daughter, Margot, has been with her boyfriend, Mark, since she was 16. I don't like him, and I think he's bad for my daughter. He convinced her to leave home when she was 18 and go to the same community college and settle down together. She did and got pregnant at 23 with her first child, Jace. Everyone was happy, but I hated it. I couldn't help but feel like she was throwing her whole life away for this guy, and when she looks back, she's going to regret it. I never sent a
here's the thing. I have a theory. You don't like my theory. This woman is divorced. No husband right now. And because she regrets her marriage, she's now trying to project her failed relationship, or if she has a bad relationship, bad marriage. She's trying to project her failed relationship with onto her. But that's just me. If I had a wife and my family told me to go F myself, then well, I guess I don't have a family anymore. Real.
Anything, and they went on to get married. They even bought a house together after their honeymoon. Fast forward, and Margot works an office job while Mark is in construction. They both make enough to get by with bills and living expenses on top of daycare for Jace. On Friday, Margot and Mark came over with him because my husband and I have been missing our grandson. When they came over, my daughter had a huge smile on her face and said that she had some news that she wanted to share with us. And with a big smile on her face, she said that her and Mark—
another one! Peak.
We're having another baby! Oh my god! I'd be so excited! What a time to celebrate! The conception of new life is something truly magical! I wonder what this lady thinks. I told her I didn't think having another kid with Mark was a good idea because Mark isn't the right one for her. 10 years on, by the way.
So what? Is she supposed to divorce him? Leave him with the 2 children? Raise them as a single mother? Increasing the chance of the children being more miserable and growing up way worse than they would without a father, that they would with a father. Huh. Interesting.
They've been together for a decade. That shit lasted after high school. She got quiet without saying anything and she left. Mark told me I was a jerk before storming out. Yep, that's all I got, man. That's bad. I'm gonna wrap this one up here. That card I mentioned should be on screen. If you enjoyed, be sure to drop a like and subscribe with notifications.
Got a raise off the jorking off in the bathroom. However that works. That's very interesting. How do you get more money? How do you get more money? That's interesting. Anyways, you know, it is what it is. These aren't that bad. These weren't on the level as the Reddit confessions, right? They're probably not on the level as the incel confessions, but there were still some demonic ones in there. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. What if she was just a girlfriend? Hard to say. Difficult. Depends. I'd have to assess. I'd have to do an assessment of the overall situation. That's difficult. I'd have to make an overall assessment of the situation. Because, like, I get, in the situation I'm in, right, with, like, waiting unto marriage and all that stuff, I'd probably still pick the girlfriend. Because, like, the chances of finding another one are, like, almost zero. So yeah, I'd probably still pick the girlfriend. Yeah, I'd probably still pick the girlfriend. Unless it's like legitimate concern, right? If it's like legitimate concern, I'd have to assess the situation and think about it. Because maybe, who knows? Maybe they're right. Maybe they're right. Right? It depends. I'd assess the situation. No. It depends. If it's like something legitimate. Well, I've never been in love before, so I don't really know actually. If it's like something genuinely legitimate, okay. Okay, might be worth looking into it. But if they can't explain why, or it's not something proper, then, nah. It really depends. I have to assess the situation and make light of it and see what it why they're the way they are. Right? You get the idea. Nuh-uh, disagree. Well, in that regard, we're different. But then again, I also am more limited than you in the way I can pick my partners. I don't have the luxury of, like, just, like, starting again and looking again. So there's that. Alright. You know what? That's fun. Should we do that? Or should we do this? Let's do this one. You know what? Let's do this one. I'm curious. You know what?
Love. That's...
What the fuck, bro? That was horrible. Let's do this one, and then after that, I'll probably take a break, and then we'll do the shoe on head one. Reasonable, but would you actually go no contact? My parents aren't that stupid. I'd hope so. I'd hope so. My parents aren't that stupid. I'm assuming. Then again, it will probably only be a problem for my mother, because my mother's a boy mom, very clearly, very obviously. Don't touch my little twins. He said he'd pick his girlfriend he met recently over his family. Well, if it's a recent one, that depends. Probably not. If it's a recent one, no. But if I'm like a year in, 2 years in, at least 2 years in, yeah, there's a good chance I'd pick her over my family. It really depends. Again, it depends on the circumstance. It depends on the circumstance. It's like 2 months? Hell no. But it really depends on the circumstance. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at this. That's gonna be really bad. 2 years is nothing. Nuh-uh. For me, it is. Because, like, imagine, see, I already struggle with 2% of the population, right? 2% right now. It's gonna get lower. It's gonna get lower. So, right, at least 3 or 4, you're picking a girl over your family. That's not your wife. Still, I can't restart after 2 years, probably. Like, I'd just give up at that point, overall. I'm looking this in a limited edition mindset. You wouldn't understand. You couldn't get it because you don't have that pressure. You don't need to post your relationship by Mark Insco. Interesting. So I agree. You shouldn't post your relationship online. I in fact agree. I in fact 100% agree. You shouldn't. Actually, you don't need to. You shouldn't. You actually shouldn't. Because there's people out there who would attempt stupid shit. That's all I'm going to say. There's people out there who would attempt stupid shit. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. After the shoe video, would you have time to rate that Halo fan animation if you had time? Yeah, I'd have to look at that. Yeah, I'd have to look at that. As long as it's not copyrighted, because that's always a scary thing. But yeah. I need the name, though, of that stuff. But yeah, we're gonna jump in. We're gonna jump in. Let's see. That gets, look at this! It gets a heart! It gets a heart. That's funny. That's funny. Love Valentine's Day. Hate that day.
Love. That thing everybody's chasing, but few are able to truly find. But indeed, what is love? What is love?
I hate you. I hate you.
I'll stop. But with Valentine's Day coming up, you're in probably one of two.
You want some fuck? To from. I should print this one and just hand it out. I should print it and just hand it out. You want some fuck?
Camps. It's either gonna be another year with the person who warms your heart, or it's gonna be another year warming up that half-eaten Chipotle bowl while.
Nah. I'm not gonna do anything on Valentine's Day. I'm gonna watch romance anime and that's it. That's gonna be my Valentine's Day, watching romance anime.
You rewatch Friends for the 5th time. Do you feel seen? But on the bright side, there's no shortage of dating content, relationship advice, etc. on the internet for you to consume. Though on the not so bright side, we are constantly reminded that although the dating/relationship niche on the internet provides plenty of opportunity.
Do not. The coaches don't play bullshit is actually just bullshit, right? It really is. If a single man or a single woman is giving you relationship advice, then there is a problem. There's a very clear problem. Very, very clear problem. Because if they give advice, why they're single?
There's also a danger when you decide to turn your relationship into content. Especially if your relationship is, really fucking cringy.
This is called a love surge. And we do this when one of us has like so much love in our limbs that we can't contain it and feel like we're gonna explode. So Sean is having a love surge right now. And
I feel like it looks like he's about to have like some kind of heart attack or stroke or whatever. What is he doing? Why is he flip-flopping in the background? That's horrible.
He's gonna wrap around me and shake with the electricity of love until I catch it too and start shaking, and then you explode with a love surge.
Game. 911. Officer, right there. Come on, this fella.
Which brings us to Danielle Walter, an Instagram and TikTok influencer whose entire brand is centered around dating. And she has been in the spotlight over the last few weeks because of her hard launch of her relationship. In her bio, she literally describes herself as the brunette Carrie Bradshaw of San Francisco, which is crazy for a couple reasons. One, as you will see, she is definitely not Carrie. And two, is San Francisco really known for its cosmopolitan dating scene?
I'm single and 32, and so I decided I'm gonna rent an apartment in San Francisco.
So? Did you change the location? So you have a better chance? I mean, it might be reasonable sometimes, I guess. Okay, note it. Note it, Kaiser. I see it. Okay.
Listen to me, I don't know who needs to hear this, but the love of your life is not in San Francisco. I mean, unless the partner of your dreams is like a software engineer at Meta, whose entire life's purpose is making the Instagram Reels algorithm 0.3% more addictive. But look, maybe Danielle is into guys whose entire thing is making the world a slightly worse place. So who knows? And in between regular doses of millennial cringe, which is...
Oh no. Oh no, she's a Disney adult. I know why she's single.
Accurate, I'm sorry. She posts a ton of dating content, giving her followers dating advice, and more often than not, bringing them on first and second dates with her. And I mean a lot of dates. Like, she goes on, if I went on this many dates, I would be in a coma.
I am about to get picked up for a date. I am on my way to a first date. I am on my way to a first date.
Hot take. I think she's farming the men for free meals. Pre-first date debrief. What are we doing? What are we doing? This woman is perpetually single. Order a bunch of boxed wine and cats.
I am reporting live on my way to a first date. Another first date. I am on my way to a first date. I'm really excited because he seems very...
Every man knows her. Every man. From the plumber to the software engineer, everyone had her at least once. That's what I'm getting from this. This woman is a walking red flag. Because if you have this many first dates, something is wrong with you. And you deserve to be avoided at all cost. Hi Mihik, how you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Nice.
You get the point. It's been years of this kind of perpetual dating content, getting super excited about some new guy, a couple of debriefs, and then eventually Danielle moves on to the next one. And she's carved out an extremely large platform doing this. But then something changed at the end of the summer. Danielle met, in her eyes, the one. She posted about this guy that she met at the gym. They went on a couple good dates, as she always does. But then for the first time, we got not just a first and second date TikTok, but also a third, fourth.
Progress! Wow! My brother, 18th birthday. Well, happy birthday to your brother.
And dare I say fifth date debrief.
Without a shadow of a doubt, this is my husband.
Well, that's that, folks. I mean, a couple years in, millions of followers later, and on date number 5, she's found the one. Let's wrap it up. And at this point, by the way, people are very supportive. There's not a lot of hate or concern, which is coming, trust me. But not yet. At this stage, people are just genuinely happy for Danielle. But slowly, the cracks start to shine through.
Okay, I'm so nervous.
Yes. Bringing him home to meet my dad and bonus mom. So we got a middle-aged Disney adult woman who has lots and lots of first dates with mommy issues or daddy issues. It's one or the two. It's one or the two.
Okay, I am bringing him home to meet my dad and my bonus mom. This is like the moment where I bring my future husband home. Yeah?
Again, at this point, they've been on 5 dates, which is like one every 6 days. And now he's meeting the parents.
5 dates. And he's practically the father's a bonus mom, stepmama. Basically, how about both? Yeah, it could be both mommy and daddy issues. Okay, let me clarify this. You bring him home to your parents after the 5th date. That's highly interesting.
Which, look, again, maybe that's the case, okay? But this is not happening in a vacuum. Danielle is a dating influencer who has given out millions of pieces of dating advice before, all of which she is breaking at this point.
You need to know that it takes months to actually get to know someone.
Just dump your head into a bunch of why this much makeup? I'm gonna say this. A lot of makeup is just turn off. I'm gonna say this. Like, There's like photoshopping, basically. It's just advanced photoshopping.
No decisions should be made within the first few months, you know what I'm saying?
Agreed. No big decisions should be made within the first couple of months. I guess bringing him home to meet your parents and saying you're gonna get married is not a big decision. Also, they're not even like officially dating at this point. They're just going on dates. As in, a week after he meets her parents is when he officially asks her to be his.
The week after? Oh, this is my future husband, and they're not even official. That and had mommy issues. I would be dating older women, not doing whatever she is. Not that I do, though. I have a very loving family. It appears that she might not. As long as it looks natural, it's fine. Even if it looks natural, I don't like it. Stop plastering your face with stuff that's not your face. Like, if you do a little bit, okay, right? Like, just a tiny bit. Okay. But don't look like you just rammed your head into freshly put on cement.
His girlfriend.
I think he's gonna ask me to be his girlfriend today. Let me show you my dress. Because before, I told him we have to wait 3 months.
Is this not? This is borderline almost. Her I'm gonna say it. Her tits are about to fall out. It scares me. Not on my stream. We're not NSFW.
But he's so great. So then I said, we can wait 2 months, then you can ask me. And I said I wanted to be special. So I think he's taking me back to where we had our first date.
He's taking you back to the place where you had your first date to ask you to be his girlfriend. Again, the first date that was 6 weeks ago. I'm trying not to be too much of an obnoxious asshole here, but this is the part where people start to be like, okay, what are we talking about here? It's at this point that the comment section start to turn on her. Calling him future husband to his face when you've only known him for a month is a lot, girl. You are putting so much power to hurt you in his hands so early. Can't name it, but something's off. It's giving crazy obsessive. And there's a lot of people too who are like, Danielle, we're happy for you. Don't look.
Well, here's the thing. I like crazy. Yeah, I like crazy. Obsessive women? Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, I think I would just date older women anyways. There has been a trend of younger guys dating millennial women because they don't like Gen Z women. The more you know. I wonder what's different.
Listen to all these jealous single bitches in the comment section. Okay, maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. But it is clear that at this point there is a schism, okay, in the Walter fandom, okay? Whatever they call themselves. Let's go with Walter heads. To some Walter heads, this is getting out of control. From their perspective, this lady has been telling them how they need to date for years, has taken them through probably dozens of failed talking stages, and is now like 5 dates in and thinks she's set for life. Something is not adding up. Something is feeling concerning. And at a bare minimum, something is starting to feel a little cringe about this whole too good to be true whirlwind romance. I mean, at the end of the day, Danielle is 32 years old and appears to be tossing out all of her dating rules and substituting them with middle school dating rules in front of your eyes. And unfortunately, a select few Walter heads decided to take things too far and ended up finding out who this guy is, mainly through the information that she shared about him, which was a decent amount, and also the fact that she put engagement rings on her Pinterest board that was named after him. Engagement ring shopping on month 2. But in any event, things were clear.
Well, that's rough, buddy. Not on month 2.
Clearly getting overwhelming, so Danielle stopped posting about her relationship, obviously realizing that it was something that was better kept private and that she didn't need, to post or make content about it or to seek the validation of millions of strangers about her relationship, when really it's just about the person that she loves. That's the thing that matters most, and that's it.
Danielle and her partner went on to marry in a private ceremony. She has since changed her online presence to be exclusively Labubu unboxings. Wait, that can't be real. That can't be real.
Just f***ing with you. After taking 3 months off and teasing a huge project that she was working on, a big budget, really important production that she was gonna put out, Danielle dropped this bizarre 21-part dating series. Excuse me, docu-series is what she calls it, where she sits on a park bench and interviews the finally unmasked gentleman. And his name is Brazilian Jesus. Okay, his name is Lucas.
Brazilian Jesus. Well, he doesn't look too horrible.
But I'm going with Brazilian Jesus. And again, docuseries is an incredibly generous description of what this is, which is 45 minutes worth of some of the most boring TikToks you've ever watched in your life. About a couple that has the chemistry and spice of 2 slices of Wonder Bread. White Wonder Bread, to be sure. And to say that this series has gone over poorly would be the understatement of the year. People have issues, man. They have issues with this. For one, there's absolutely a weird sense of superiority that comes across in these TikToks. Starting with the fact that she even thought it was necessary to do this. Like, hello, spotlight effect, as if the whole world was waiting on the
main character syndrome. That's what he's describing here practically. Main character syndrome. Suddenly, after countless dates, she found the one in like 2 months, and they're like dating for 2 months, and she's gonna marry him and like bear 100 children, and like I don't know, it's just crazy.
Edge of their seats to get this hard launch about a 3-month-long relationship. Look, I know nobody's gonna believe this because of the way I come across, but genuinely, I do want people to be happy. Part of my brain here is like, yeah, this is so sweet.
I don't. If I'm miserable, so has to be everyone else. On Valentine's Day, I will be throwing rocks at couples in Minecraft. Obviously. I'm obviously just joking.
And then the other part of my brain is like, this is really unhinged and cringe. It's uncringed is what it is. I mean, it's just the titles of each part of these. How we knew, how he asked, how he feels. I have steaks in my freezer that are older than this relationship. And of course, there's not even really that much information in this 21-part series. Every episode is more...
I've probably pizza that's older. Probably. Yeah, to be honest, I would never do the whole main character syndrome thing. I would be a lame-ass main character. You gotta be the main character in your life, but you can't be the main character in other people's lives.
Or less Danielle just explaining some completely uninteresting aspect of their relationship while he just nods along. Which, like, this is supposed to be a series where she introduces her boyfriend, and for most of it, she does the talking, and he just sits there going like, yeah, babe, I like what you like, and I feel what you feel.
So every month on our month-iversary, some people are going to be so upset about this, but every month on our month-iversary, Lucas plans something for us.
Month-iversary? Month-iversary. Obliterate. She already gets the McDonald's hairline. It's already happening. Obliterate. Fucking obliterate.
Without me saying anything. I don't ask at all. He tells me.
Every month on your month-iversary, he plans a date. So what is that, 3 dates so far? And as again, you would need to get a body language expert in here, but like, she's just saying stuff. And he's nodding, but you can tell that he's not like necessarily down. Like, listen to her talk about a time that they went kayaking.
And you know what I say is it was very smart, because what better premarital test than putting 2 people in a kayak and seeing how that goes.
Yeah. Look at his face when she says premarital. He's like, yeah, marriage? Yeah, I'll think about it. Episode 19 is on conflict resolution styles, which... How is there conflict on week 12 of a relationship?
You've been putting like, hey, let's fight for us. And this is so important.
You've known each other for 5 minutes. What is there to fight for? Hey, babe, you know earlier today when you said you wanted to go to Taco Bell, but I wanted to go to Chick-fil-A? Just so you know, I would usually break up.
Was that just a pink taco? Was it? Crazy work. You don't know each other enough. You do not know each other enough.
Up with someone who suggests I eat a chalupa, but because it's you, I'm willing to work through this.
Like, I'm totally able to sacrifice, like, small sacrifices, big sacrifices.
Just, yeah, things like not picking up and going surfing whenever you want to anymore is like, and not because I'm making you.
Why can't he go surfing? I don't understand this part. How is it that you're not even living together? By your own admission, you see each other like once or twice a week.
You are telling me he can go surfing whenever he wants, but they're not living together. It's not like him going surfing has any influence on the current living circumstances. Like, if you have something planned, okay, right? He can just go, like, fuck it, right? Surfing. Like, that makes sense, right? But that's reasonable. But, like, yeah, you're definitely telling him to not go surfing. 100% month anniversary. Yeah, just nuke the planet. Bonus if it's aliens and they're 10 feet muscle mommies. I get the idea. You'd give backshots to Navi, wouldn't you? Tall blue alien women.
How is not surfing a sacrifice he has to make now for this relationship? And the way this series ends is absolutely the icing on the cake.
To the single girl out there that's been watching and waiting for their person, our love story is for you. I started posting dating content as you years ago, and I never want to forget you. I want to encourage you.
Yeah, it's God's gift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything makes sense now.
Ooh, brother. Actually, to the single girl out there, or single boy, or single whoever, take this as a lesson. There is actually something worse in life than being single. You could be strapped to a park bench for a 21-part cringe-a-thon with Brazilian Jesus, while a person who's been in a relationship for less time than it takes to age a roll of Parmesan cheese tells you that one day your knight in shining armor will come. Or maybe finding a partner is actually not going to be your greatest accomplishment in life, and your partner will never be the most interesting thing about you. Something that Danielle herself would have told you before she met this guy.
If the most exciting thing in your life is what happens with him, there's more we need to work on than just the situation with him.
She became the thing she swore to destroy. God, I almost choked here. Water. That's very funny. That's very funny. That means basically she just became like her entire life, right, is like being a girlfriend, and that's it now.
The call is coming from inside the house. And look, a lot of people have gone way overboard in Danielle's community just digging up random stuff about this guy, some of which feels mean-spirited or irrelevant, like the fact that he used to drive for Instacart. He's from Brazil, he's a personal trainer and a life coach, which I agree life coach is a red flag. But I mean still, the people who are saying, oh, he's just in this for the money or for a green card, it's like, you just don't know that. You don't have enough information to make that call. And there's no reason to be that much of an asshole when there's plenty of other things that you can make fun of in this situation. Because it's pretty clear from this guy's social media presence that he's one of those dudes that's been trying to get famous for like a while. I don't know how else to frame it. This is a guy who likes looking at himself. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it makes sense why there's a lot of Walter heads who would feel like maybe his intentions are not the purest. Especially when she never lets him talk for himself, and when he does speak, he comes across like a cult leader who just found his first acolyte.
I spent 5 years single, and now I'm in a relationship, and I'm just heading to buy flowers to my princess.
Okay. You spent 5 years seeing her? So you were a viewer before, and this reminds me, you know what that reminds me of in a way? You know what that reminds me of? Like that gold digger back then. Like that Liz lady. Same energy. The guy had the same energy, kind of. Weird.
And one of the greatest reward I have, it's her femininity. And flowers are the seed for this to just blossom. So brothers, we give flowers because we are intelligent. We are cultivating her femininity.
Yeah, I'm taking notes, brother Lucas. Brazilian Jesus putting out free game for all of us. Like, why can't it just be, hey man, you should buy your girlfriend flowers. Girls like flowers. Instead, you have to go full, you have to plant the seeds of her femininity into the...
Unless she's a nerd, then you should get a sword. Nerdy girls love swords, because nerdy guys love swords. Anyways, I don't know if I would trust Brazilian Jesus with a baguette that I bought and placed in my home. I literally have no idea why that specifically. It's just like, he reminds me of the dude that dated that Liz lady. Like that, was it Wizard Liz? Something like that. Something like that. He reminds me of the dude that dated her. Kind of.
bosom of that was ordained by God when you give her the Trader Joe's flower bouquet that puts her in her feminine energy. What are you talking about? Credit where credit's due, though. I mean, he adjusted very quickly to his girlfriend's content strategy of giving out relationship advice when you yourself have been single for like 5 years. And of course, there's definitely the religious aspect of this that some people are taking issue with. These two, but definitely Danielle, really referencing God over and over again as like the reason this relationship came together, and like finding a partner who wants like the same kind of traditional gender roles that she does, which again is great. I'm glad you find somebody who wants what you want in a relationship. That's the ideal situation. But is it really a great idea to be like, God put this relationship together? On month 3, like again, doesn't that just put way too much pressure into having to make things work? Not even giving yourself the option to change your mind? And what kind of message does that send to your followers? After years of like, these are the exact rules you have to follow to get your man, now it's like there's no rules whatsoever. Actually, just God is going to give you the Brazilian life coach of your dreams. Move to San Francisco and seek God is basically the only final 2 pieces of dating advice she has. In any event, this week, Danielle dropped a 15-minute long TikTok reflecting on the docuseries, which
15 minutes of relationship advice slop. 15 fucking minutes? Who sits there and watches this? Like, are there like women laying on their bed and like kicking their feet and like giggling? If I continue watching her, I'm gonna find my husband. What are we doing?
I guess is growth in the sense that at least it is a 15-minute long TikTok and not a 15-part docuseries of 1-minute long TikToks. And for her part, she admits that her 21-part series was a misfire, but also that she's getting her bag.
The series in 21 parts only on Instagram is at 39 million, okay? And only 6 out of the 21 videos are under 1 million views. Now, was the heart behind this to get views? No. But this is an objective of this role. So I'm just talking like success to failure. Technically, this is performing.
Well, I mean, you gotta respect that, I guess. And she also generally acknowledged that the whole thing was cringy, that was not her intention, and that also, yes, she is breaking all her own rules.
And I would like to say to all of the creators who are doing really, really well commentating on the docuseries, you're welcome for the content.
Well, thank you for making the content, Danielle, and just...
Sometimes, I agree with Mark here, you have to farm the idiots. It's just free content. Single women over the age of 30, I would assume, probably. Yeah, that's probably the target audience here.
No, from the bottom of my heart, you don't have to do it again, okay? You don't. And that's really what this is about. The intentions here were clearly good. Danielle is clearly a good person, but the vibes were off. And there's always going to be this inherent risk of criticism when you bring your relationship online to be judged by millions of people. Something I think about often in my nightmares is like those TikTok couple.
And yet it's not the worst I've seen. Right? We watched a video about essentially, 2 Chinese, like, couples turning their relationship into content, right? They're basically like, well, technically the same man, but 2 different women, I guess, throughout this entire thing. Like, right? Streaming their engagement, streaming their wedding, doing, like, content on their, like, dates, relationship. You get the idea. Miserable experience. So technically, this is still pretty tame.
Accounts, just page after page of couples making content together, usually comedic stuff, and while it's not for me, there's definitely a market for this. Arwen and Clara, Caleb and Andrea, Megan and Jack, and on and on and on. And it feels like to me the reason why this stuff works is because it's not couples content per se, it's couples making content together. Like, yes, all the themes are fundamentally about dating, but also they're in it together. Like, yes, all the themes are fundamentally about dating, but they're in it together. They're just a couple that likes making things.
There's like a difference, right? These 2 are essentially like also doing it for money, right? And also like, right? They're not just doing it for the love of the game, right? But they're also like, he wasn't particularly into it. We've seen that from the series. We are the content, basically. And for those, it's different, right? They're like into this, like they want to do it. And he at first, he sat there and was like, yes, I agree, honey. Yeah, that's how it is. You get the idea.
together or is funny together, or maybe they just like making money. I don't know. I'm not in their heads. But what gets people angry is when it's a creator or influencer who was not in a relationship when they were making content and now makes their entire page about their relationship, or when couples try to make content that's real even though it's clearly fake. Like when Danielle and Brazilian Jesus are slow dancing in the kitchen while their salmon burns. Like, we know you had to set up the phone and ring light for this. Why are we even pretending that this is spur of the moment? For God's sake, somebody think of the salmon. And sometimes some of this realistic content is straight up uncomfortable.
I don't like salmon particularly, so yeah, the salmon could get fucked.
Let's plate up dinner.
Oh no. Horrible.
Distracting me. We're having a jacket potato.
I feel like a predator watching this dude. Like, get off my For You page. I genuinely feel like it's a feature of influencer fatigue, where people are just tired of seeing brand trips and like new influencer apartments and cars and clothes. And they're also tired of getting force-fed new influencer relationships. Because authenticity and relatability are the currency in the culture right now. And there is something deeply inauthentic about turning your relationship into content for views. So going back to the Walter cinematic universe, I don't think it's jealousy. I don't think it's about the cringe or about how forced this feels. I just think we're at a saturation point where everything in life has been contentified, and a bizarrely self-gratifying 21-part series like this would—
Well, at least nobody's— Never mind, actually, there's people giving birth on stream. Never mind, I take it back. I don't really care what some people do, but I don't want to see it, pretty much. I can't even say, yo, we haven't streamed the birth yet, but we have. On Twitch. Somebody yanked out the baby. On Twitch, so at this... I can't even argue.
was never going to go over well, even if the relationship itself people liked. And frankly, the advice to never bring your relationship to the internet is valid for everybody, not just content creators. Misery loves company, and I'm not even close to suggesting that there aren't absolutely deranged people in Danielle's comment section, or on other couples pages, or on r/relationship advice, which is a cesspool. Seriously, ask Reddit any question about your relationship. The answer is always to break up. Oh, he left a sock on the floor? He hates—
Yeah, but Reddit is also like a circle of hell, so at this point, yeah. I mean, you can get banned on Reddit, which is like funny, right? You can get banned on Reddit by like the fat overweight Reddit mods if you like play a game, even if you just like, right? I think recently with Zenless Zone Zero, they essentially started banning people who basically like the content of the game that the game itself is making, because they themselves don't agree with what the game is making. It's really interesting.
hates you, break up. Oh, she's allergic to peanut butter? She hates nuts. She's a nutphobe. Break up with her. I still remember the orange peel trend on TikTok too, where basically you ask your boyfriend for an orange, and if he peels it for you, then he passes, and if he gives you an unpeeled orange, he fucking hates you. And this trend has come up a million times in a million different forms. There's the ketchup theory. There's 1,000 different ways that TikTok comes up with for you to judge your relationship in the public square. But what if every relationship is different? And as a matter of fact, there are other ways that you can communicate with the person in your life. Like with words that doesn't require innocent ketchup to be wasted like a serial killer. We're just doing too much nowadays. For the love of God, 2026, can we just all agree? We're not going to broadcast our own relationships on social media, and we're not going to consume too much of other people's relationships on social media. And I don't mean just like pictures. I mean, a 21-part series. Once you start to get, above 10 parts, if you're at part 13, that's when you know you've gone too far. And for anybody out there still looking for love, I'm sure you're going to find it. I don't have any advice.
No.
For you, because I'm very single, but I'm sure you're gonna find it. Unless, of course, what you're looking for is Brazilian Jesus. In that case, he's taken.
Yeah, nah, bro, we're cooked. We're definitely cooked. Mr. Insco, you're wrong. We're cooked. Well, I'm cooked. Anyways, that was interesting. Yeah, I agree, 100%. Do not drag your own relationship online, because first of all, you get the idea of like too many like cooks ruining a dish. That's like the thing. You get too many people commenting on your relationship. It just takes one retard to place an basically just a seed in your head, and then it's just the relationship goes down the drain because, well, you overthink it. You let other people influence it. It's over. It's really that simple. It is really that simple. Don't. Just don't. Just don't. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, guys, quick bathroom break. Quick bathroom break, then the shoe on head video. 34 minutes of shoe. This will be absolute bliss. Anyways, I'll be right back. Real quick. Well, hello there. With some news, Czechia has legalized weed. Czechia. Huge L. Ginormous L. Even more losers will be born. And created, I guess. Alright. Here comes the big one of the day. My personal highlight. The shoe on head video. Interesting. That was a paid promotion. Anyways, here we go. Here comes the big one. The large one of the day. It'll probably take like an hour to finish this, but who cares? Over an hour, because I'm gonna yap a lot. Brace yourself, children. Is America okay? Well, it's time. It's time. Another shoe on head video. And no, America is not okay in multiple ways and multiple situations. It's very interesting to see, however, the amount of retardation that has been spawned because of this. We're gonna look at this. That's gonna be interesting. I don't know if I'm ready to witness the man-made horse beyond my comprehension, but with you, anything is possible. Also got a brownie to snack on, not bad. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking, subscribing, I appreciate it. We do this every time a shoe on head video comes out. Except for the last one, because YouTube apparently likes to defend websites that are essentially Tinder for children. That's besides the point. Here we go. This will be interesting to look at. This will take a while. Hell World Report! Accurate. Truly accurate. Hell World Report real.
Hello friends, my name is Shoe on Head, and welcome to my new series, The Hell World Report. Some of you may
That's a cute shirt. Anyways.
remember my old series that was just called Hell World. If you do,
I do not remember that. She just revived it. That's kind of cool.
you can qualify for a veterans discount. Congratulations! And if you remember the Gamergate days, well, please come collect your retirement.
I do remember those, though. See, I've been a culture warrior since, like, as long as I can remember. I've always been one, right? So that is that. And Gamergate was a big part of the is still a big part of the culture war, right? We had essentially Gamergate 2.0 not that too long ago.
But yeah, if you have not seen my old series, go check it out. I will put the link to the playlist down below. I think it's a really interesting time capsule into the years 2020 and 2021, like how crazy it was back then, and then in retrospect comparing it to how crazy it is now. But this
Guys? I think we found something new to react to. Basically, a series. I have an idea.
This is a shorter, more condensed version of that series. Think of it as a Temu, Jon Stewart, or Stephen Colbert before they morphed into the same flavor of shitlib. You see, I'm better than those late night Jimmies because I don't get my news from mainstream sources like some kind of hack. No. I get them from far more reputable places.
Ground news? Ground news. I'm predicting a promotion of Ground News right now.
Like Instagram Reels and Femboy Groiper 69.
I was wrong. I was expecting that to be the sponsor, but we're a minute in. It usually takes a bit.
On Twitter. From furry ballrooms and the Epstein files to OnlyFans green cards and kidnapping foreign leaders from—
Yeah, I've seen that, by the way. I have an idea! I like the alien one from Monster vs. Aliens. The slime one, right? The blob one. I may not have a brain, gentlemen, but I have an idea. Yeah, apparently, supposedly, they talked about making it easier for OF girls to get the green cards. Like, green cards. And I'm like, hold up. Wait a minute. Isn't the somebody who was running for governor in California saying, like, well, actually, we want the syntax? Like, why would you want more of these people? You already have more of these people. About 10% between women 18 and 35 have an OF. You already have enough of these. Stop.
Government-funded purple-haired girlfriends to a potential
I mean, hey, yo. Amelia, whatever the UK thought was gonna work, it did not work. You need to realize, right? They basically created any man's dream girl, right? A 19-year-old old girl that is also like pro Great Britain, pro UK. You are so disconnected from reality. I don't even know that the government interacts with the average citizen when it comes to the UK. They don't. Whatever you were thinking, it did not work. In fact, they made it so that apparently, I haven't checked, but they took the game down and changed it. They basically made it so that the supposed bad guys looked like the good guys, and actually people were agreeing with them. Horrible idea. Horrible idea. I didn't know about that. I knew about the other stuff though, yeah. Hi Shine Duck, how you doing? Everything good? Yeah, the UK purple hair goth baddie. Damn bro, even I won her and I'm American. It's like, you made every man's dream girl. You didn't even realize it. Absolute stupidity. Also, you gave conservative girls, again, the opportunity to have colored hair. Purple is in, I've heard.
Civil War, we have a very packed show for you today. It has been a crazy year, and it is only January. As I am filming this, we are currently having a huge winter storm.
This morning, snow, ice, and frigid temperatures sweeping across the nation. 20 states under a state of emergency.
Ah yes, perfect weather.
Thankfully, we don't have that. Thankfully, it's cold. It has been snowing a little bit. It goes like negative temperatures here in Germany, little bit, right? But like overall, it's been fine. They've announced that there's supposed to be like a snowstorm and stuff coming, but like there was nothing. Like nothing happened at all. It should have been me, not him. Me. Yeah, Charlie. What's his name? Was his name Charlie? I could be wrong. You say I got a new dinosaur and a shiny Pokemon as well as a shiny dragon. Not bad. Cool.
To make some poor immigrant deliver me chicken tendies. It's so cold that Michigan and Minnesota received reports about exploding trees. Leftists said no more ice and God.
Exploding trees? Trees can explode? Oh? Well, that's a new one. I've never heard of that one before. I'm an uncultured swine. Okay. The leftist said no more ice, and God said, what did God say? Freezing temperatures, even more ice?
Said.
That is real? That's a safety hazard. In winter, I would not go into a forest. That is essentially just a wooden grenade. Trees can explode. I've seen videos. Now I have too. I did not know that. Wow. Thank God it doesn't get this cold around here. Trees can explode. That is so new.
Anyway, in news that should have stayed in 2016, apparently there is a new term women have coined called man-keeping.
Man-keeping? So we're basically just talking about, like, babysitting men. See, I've noticed something, especially this year. Okay? I've noticed something. Women are celebrated for being the average man. It is crazy. Women are being celebrated for being the average man. Oh, you go to work? Oh, you clean your own... You do your own laundry? You're so independent. We've been doing that for over 2 decades now. You are not that special. You are not that special. Not gonna lie. Oh, you're just doing what everyone else does. You are an adult. Stop acting like you're doing something groundbreaking. Only when it's really cold, though. Yeah, I could imagine that. Tomorrow I'm going to an art thing. Ooh, cool. Awesome. Just another way of hating men, probably. Man keeping is like housekeeping. Wait. Hold up.
Man keeping is why women are done with dating. Researchers at Stanford have finally given a name to something many women have been dealing with for years.
Researchers. Researchers have discovered that sometimes when you poop, your shit swims. It's clay art. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. In school, I worked a lot. Like we had a lot of like especially in like art class. We did a lot of stuff with clay. That was really fun.
It's called man-keeping, and it's helping explain why so many women are stepping away from dating altogether. Man-keeping describes the emotional labor women end up doing in heterosexual relationships. It goes beyond remembering birthdays or coordinating social plans. It means being your partner's one-man support system, managing his stress, interpreting his moods, holding...
So what men do the entire time? How would have... You are supposed to do that as a man or a woman. That is not what yes, you're supposed to you support your partners, your husbands, your wives, whatever, emotional needs. Yes. Why are we calling it labor? That sounds like work. Why would we call mental fucking illness? Mental illness. If you use that word, you are mentally ill and you need to seek therapy, because that's not normal. I wonder if what would happen if men reversed that and said that they have to cater to their wife's emotional needs and it feels like labor. Everyone would be crying and screaming and all that stuff. Being loving, understanding, and partner. What? That's great. They have discovered relationships. Also, end up doing in heterosexual relationships. So women are not doing that. Like, gay men are not doing that. Lesbians are not doing that. Oh. Wow. Mental illness.
His hand through feelings he won't share with anyone else. All of it unpaid, unacknowledged.
Oh, I have heavy depression. Why do you lean on me? That's emotional labor. Why do I have to be your support system? Go somewhere. Yes. There are emotions and feelings you're not supposed to share with anybody else except your closest circle. What are we doing? Especially unpaid. You want to be paid for something that everyone has to do? See, sometimes you have friends that talk to you and you're the person that they go to when they feel bad. Are you requiring payment for that? Calm down. My cortisol is already high. We went from low cortisol to high, exponentially increasing cortisol. We're 2 minutes in. I'm already losing it. We're 2 minutes in. We're already losing it. This generation, specifically millennials and Gen Z, are incapable of relationships. It's always me. High cortisol. I swear to God. High cortisol. You want me to pay you for being understanding person? Pay me then? Yeah. The dinosaur that I got yesterday was a Chilodon. I named it Frostbite. Somehow that sounds familiar, but okay.
And often unreciprocated. I hate this therapy speak people talk with nowadays. Emotional labor? You mean being there for your partner? This is why so many people are just gonna start dating ChatGPT. People thought men were gonna be the ones dating AI. No.
That is, by the way, incorrect. By the way, that's incorrect. If you look at the data, women appear to be using chatbots significantly more than men. I wonder why. I wonder why. Pokey gonna have a stroke in a few minutes if this is going on. I have high cortisol already. Hi Joe, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. I mean, there's a reason why I think older women are attractive. Yeah, that's all I got. I think when it comes to like older women in general, I have a theory, and my theory is that they're what's the word? More womanly, like more loving in a way. Like I see that. When I see like these like huge age gap relationship where the guy is significantly younger, right? It's like an older millennial woman and a Gen Z guy. I can tell why that may be working. I can tell why that may be working. Maybe it's that, but I could be wrong. Hey Poker, what did I miss? Just like man keeping, that term that drove my cortisol up.
Be the ones with these sex robots. Women are the ones who want the daily affirmation machines. Yes, honey, I love when you talk about all the drama at work. Tell me more about that bitch Veronica. Man-spreading, mansplaining, man-interrupting, man-keeping, manscaping. Speaking of manscaping, before we dive
that's the ad for shaving your balls. Anyways.
Dive into the news, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, a sponsor that can help you with your manscaping, Henson Shaving. For the last few decades,
Never mind, it's not Manscaped, it's Henson Shaving.
razors haven't been designed to work better, they've been designed to be marketed better. More blades, more features, more gimmicks, and skin irritation is just something you're told to deal with. A big cause for that irritation is blade flex. Most razors use springs to let the blades move as you shave. That causes extra friction and razor burn, so people use aftershave, cold water, moisturizer, whatever. They fix the symptoms instead of the cause. But the question nobody asks is, should the blade actually move? How do we fix the actual problem? That's where Henson Shaving comes in. By fully supporting a two-sided blade,
I don't know if that would even be worth it. Like, I shave like once a million years. Cause like, I'll just keep my beard around, I don't give a shit. I may only hate on other men for his older girlfriend because I myself do not have one myself. Also finished my second story. Not bad, not bad.
across its length at a 30-degree angle. They hold the blade in place to prevent any bouncing, skipping, just giving you an irritation-free shave. No springs, no movement, no reason to compensate with pressure. What separates Henson is the precision behind their design. With their Henson AL13 safety razor being manufactured in the same aerospace machine shop that built parts for the International Space Station. This level of precision allows the blade to extend just 1/1000th of an inch beyond the shave plane, less than the thickness of a human hair. Since I switched to Henson like almost 2 years ago now, I've noticed my shaves have been way silkier and smoother. No tugging, no cuts, just a close shave that feels great on my skin. And here is the best part. Once you invest in a Henson razor, it is a lifetime purchase. The only thing you'll need to replace is the blades, which cost 10 cents each. So once you own the razor, you'll only be spending like $3 to $5 per year on blades, compared to the ongoing cost of buying those little plastic cartridges. Also, the Henson store offers a bunch of different colors, so you can pick out the razor that best suits your vibe. So if you're tired of razor burn, skin irritation, and paying for overpriced razor blades, Henson Shaving is definitely worth checking out. Just head over to hensonshaving.com/shoe and add both a Henson razor and 100 blades to your cart. Then enter the code SHOE at checkout to get the blades free with your purchase. Big thanks to Henson Shaving for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, as always, for not skipping the ad. You didn't, right? Now,
I didn't. It's okay. I didn't. I'm a good boy, I didn't.
Let's get back to the video. Alright.
Also, back to the man-keeping thing, right? It is funny, because I have encountered a lot of men, and a few women, who, if confronted by male emotions and feelings, right, from their man, right, they get a panic attack, and they start crying, so you have to coddle them, because they cannot handle how you feel. Isn't that interesting? There is a reason why men are not open with their feelings, because their women cannot handle them. But that's just me. I'm gonna lie, I've never touched a razor my whole 18 years of living. Major self-report here. You are a baby. You look like Gandalf, or you are a baby face. Should watch Steve T misheard lyrics, and it's really funny. Too bad it's music, so I'm gonna get castrated if I do that. Bad idea.
Let's start with some good news. The median age of home buyers is now 59. Yeah. But that's not all. America's seniors will now see a new $6,000 bonus exemption as part of the Working Families Tax Cut. That's $93 billion in tax cuts for seniors all over the country. And by Working Families Tax Cut, they mean you, the working family, giving another billion-dollar wealth transfer to the most oppressed class. Boomers! Why are we giving these
Boomers! Yay! Wee! Fun fact! They've been increasing retirement money here in Germany. And the worst part is, my generation's gonna pay for it even more, because there's gonna be even less in the pot, because these people are genuinely stupid, because this generational contract does not work, because these fucking Germans aren't fucking.
Another tax break. Maybe they should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Maybe they should stop buying so much avocado toast. God forbid we help young families raise the next generation of Americans. No, that would be communism. Young people are poor as nowadays. What are they supposed to do?
Piper Raquel, 18, claims she made $2.9 million in a single day after launching OnlyFans.
That's where the senior money is going, by the way. And by the way, I still believe that she was groomed by her mother. But that's just me. That's diabolical, by the way. That's diabolical. On New Year's, you have to realize there is men out there on New Year's, by the way, jorking it to Piper Raquel instead of spending time with their families. I'm just gonna say this. Yo. Not gonna lie, you might as well send ICE after these people as well and deport them with them. Not gonna lie. Might as well. Lord have mercy. There's no mercy for us in this world.
No more rights. No more women's rights. I am ready for the Islam.
Repeal the 19th is what they say. Yo. It's crazy. So here's the thing. Women received rights. You have to realize how absurd this is, actually, right? You have to realize how absurd this is. We have music artists, right, all over the world, telling women to be whores. We have music artists, young music artists, telling women that out of all the things they could be, they should be whores. Whatever, man. Whatever. Like, we legit have that. Like, we legit translated lyrics from a song here in Germany. Women can do whatever they want, and we choose to be whores. We're cooked. We're cooked. Because, fun fact, that Europe has the exact same problems that the US has. Funny. Ice, baby. Very true. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm just gonna call you Star. What would I pay for it when I could go onto the Funny Green website? Like, seriously? Guys, come... Green? Green? I thought the hub was black and orange. Huh?
Islamic Revolution. Mayor Memdani, please press the Islamification button. I know the go-to joke is always, haha, women, am I right? But I think the real question here is, should men be allowed to have credit cards? This woman didn't magically...
No. Also no. Women no rights, men no credit cards. It's just so out of control. It's just so out of control. This OnlyFans stuff is so out of control. With women actively promoting it. We have Rule 34's green. Oh, right. I forgot. Ooh, I know. Kaiser is a connoisseur of hentai. It's art. Okay. But we're so cooked. See, we should be shaming the women, but we should also be shaming the men. 100%. And not just for OnlyFans. Every time you pay for Corin, just like literally just be shamed. Like 300 quote tweets.
Create millions of dollars with her mind out of thin air. No. Millions of men made this woman a millionaire overnight. Where's the accountability for that? I'm out here policing the whores. We need some men to be out there policing the simps. We have a simp epidemic. Simps are out of control. Not all of them though. Mine are cool. They can stay. Also, isn't this like the third?
Just don't alienate your audience like some VTubers out there. Recently on Twitter.
OnlyFans 18th birthday announcement, and the woman turns into a millionaire overnight. Someone a little sus about that. But don't worry, thanks to AI, we are entering a new age of goonerism.
Yeah, we're cooked, by the way. This is a thing. I have an idea. We should shame everyone. I know, true equality. Straight up. Bring back shame. Yeah, we're cooked. Your girlfriend might be a middle-aged Indian man. We might actually be cooked. The more you know. For now, I've scrolled past one of these once, and I didn't get it. The only reason why I realized it afterwards was because of the voice.
Honestly, what's the big deal? Men are already talking to the guys in India who run the accounts of OnlyFans models. Is this really any different? The internet is slowly but surely just becoming Indian men scamming other Indian men. But don't worry, not every internet waifu is a man using AI. In fact, if you live in the UK, you may get a state-funded, far-right, purple-haired waifu. Introducing Pathways, a
The absolute shit show that is. It's time. Hot Take Sean Head is just a much cooler Julie Powers from Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. It's gonna get funny now.
point-and-click video game created by the UK government to help prevent online radicalization.
Pathways is an educational visual novel and learning experience created by the UK media company Shoutout UK, with funding from UK government's Prevent program run by the Home Office. The game is meant to teach the youth about dangers of radicalization and extremism in both real life and online. This is done by putting the players in a—
Yeah, and while doing it, you created every nationalist's dream woman. Correction, most men's dream woman.
Role of a character named Charlie, who must navigate 6 different scenarios relating to extremism. In the second scenario, the player is introduced to the character Amelia, a staunch anti-immigration protester depicted as a goth girl with purple hair, a pink dress, and a choker.
And the internet instantly fell in love with her.
You are absolutely cooked. I don't know. Yes, give me her now. It is so over. You are. I'm gonna say this. Whoever made this game, I think you're on the wrong team. I think you've been playing the wrong team. I think you're like some kind of secret agent who wants to fuck over the UK government. That's the only way.
It's like they made her have short purple hair thinking that that would prevent this from happening. But the UK failed to consider the fact that conservatives love art hoes. They act like they don't, they'll deny it, they'll pretend they just want a blonde traditional housewife, but deep down every conservative wants a woman who looks like this, who says the N-word. Government funded.
Maybe not quite like that, but close enough.
Video games. Incredible. At least our government doesn't do weird shit like that. No, our government is very normal.
Patriot takes furries. The game devs were working for Derp Pixon for the year internship. Ah! I know that name, fuck.
Believe it or not, Mar-a-Lago furry party was on my 2026 bingo card. I miss when this weird shit was just done underground. I miss when these parties were secret. Speaking of, the Epstein files were released. Wow.
Well, more was released, and some of this shit genuinely looks diabolical, not gonna lie. Like, talking about some kind of torture video, and like, babies being dismembered. We've got some things here. I feel like that one image of the werewolf ripping his shirt off in the dark woods, whenever I see her. Classic furry party, damn.
Oh. Incredible! The things they are showing us are eerie enough. I couldn't imagine the things that they're redacting. It is absolutely disgusting that these powerful people are still being protected. We as a country—
I don't think... I wonder what you would say now after the recent leaks. I wonder what she'd say now after recent leaks. I think this video needs to be pushed back again. Kung Fu Panda Golden Squirrel file. There was nothing in there. Like some weird stuff. Apparently, like, there's like stuff like Jeffrey Epstein being like banned from Xbox Live. Some what's the word? Problem with Bill Gates. It's just weird as hell.
We should be extremely concerned about an international child trafficking ring. This is not just something we all move from, and we kidnapped the president of Venezuela.
Breaking just now, Maduro, the president says, has been captured.
Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country.
In total, more than
30 minutes. 30 minutes is all it took. 30 minutes, it's all it took. And here's Russia waging a war against Ukraine for like half an eternity. The reflection. You are the Epstein. You are the Epstein files. Oh, it's crazy.
150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night.
First pictures of Nicolas Maduro on the Iwo Jima that he was being transferred on.
Trump voters voted to fix the economy and to afford homes again. They didn't vote to kidnap communists in the middle of the night. Actually, they probably did vote for that. Never mind.
The oil companies are going to go in, they're going to spend money, we're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago.
Venezuela's oil was promised to us 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago, our comments. That is interesting. Maduro got the freedom special. The freedom special. Venezuela has oil. I think it's time for a little bit of freedom.
Holy shit. This is the most transparent administration in history. They weren't lying. I don't know if it's the Stockholm Syndrome or what, but it's almost refreshing to hear a leader say, yeah, this is about oil. Like, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for just saying it's about oil. Thank you for not pretending it's about saving democracy and just doing imperialism the old-fashioned way. We have such terrible Middle Eastern war fatigue that it was shocking to not hear about how Venezuela is just jealous of our freedoms or some shit. Like, no, it's just for ExxonMobil. Like, okay, carry on.
The US used a powerful mystery weapon that brought Venezuelan soldiers to their knees, bleeding through their nose, and vomiting blood during the daring raid to capture dictator Nicolas Maduro.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we don't have healthcare, this is why. We have invisible laser beams that can make people bleed out their f***ing eyes.
That's interesting. I did not know that. It's all about the oil, baby. Real.
Apparently, directed energy weapons are real. The Goy beam is real. Deep state pedophiles are real. Havana syndrome is real. Hell, it's almost like being a conspiracy theorist is just another word for being correct too early. What's next? COVID was fake?
There have been significant developments in the last 5 to 7 years on social, environment, and technology fronts that could help realize My Carbon initiatives for shaping the future towards smart and sustainable cities. COVID-19 was the test of social responsibility. A huge number of unimaginable restrictions for public health were adopted by billions of citizens across the world. There were numerous examples globally of maintaining social distancing, wearing masks, mass vaccinations, and acceptance of contact tracing applications for public health, which demonstrated the core of individual social responsibility.
In other words, we're just trying to figure out how willing the masses would be to essentially censor themselves or essentially like lock themselves up. It was really just a test. Keywords of January 2026, Epstein, Venezuela, oil, true.
Oh, sorry, I just owe many people many apologies. Anyway, Venezuela has no president. Who is going to run Venezuela?
So we are going to run the country.
A few moments later.
Trump used the fucking force on the soldiers. Darth Trump. Darth Orange. Crazy work here.
Hola amigos, yo soy su nuevo presidente.
AI Latino Trump. Oh, that's crazy.
El señor Donaldo J. Trumpo.
Can we maybe just fix our country first? Can we fix our broken infrastructure, our education system? Can we do a little nation building in this nation? Can a bitch get a little regime change in our own country, please? And you—
No. I'm gonna be selfish here and I'm gonna say it. If Europe doesn't get it, you don't get it either. We'll make sure of that. Probably.
You know, with modern American nation building comes refugees. So who is gonna take in these Venezuelan refugees? Are we? Only the hot ones, apparently.
United States increasingly issuing work visas.
I mean, yeah. Like, the Latina baddies. I get it. The Venezuelan baddies. I get it. Again, I get it.
To OnlyFans models based on level of audience reach, according to the Financial Times.
Imagine being an immigrant from like some poor country, working your ass off to get a work visa in the United States, when all you had to do was bend over.
The only thing you had to do is take back shots on OF. We live in trying times. If that's what countries are aiming to let in to the country. I thought we wanted less degeneracy, not more. Overall, in the world, but I guess I'm wrong. Interesting. I wonder if Europe does do that. Nah, we invite more Indians.
Over and show hole. Big booty Latinas to the front, tortas to the back. Anyway, nana boo boo, my president.
Can Germany have some? Can Europe have some? We take some Latina baddies.
Kidnap your president. We're invincible. We can regime change anyone we want. Who's next? Canada, Greenland, Cuba? Cuba's literacy rates are higher than ours. Maybe they should come liberate our dumbasses. Kids are swiping on books. But f it, the Don Road Doctrine, baby. Let's go. America is back. Dick Cheney is looking up at us smiling.
You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship. Their days are numbered.
Trump, listen to me.
Bro, literally, you know the meme with the rabbit and the clock? Bro literally pulled that out and was like, your days are numbered. The time's ticking. You're just chilling, aka in fucking coma. That Europe is cooked. Let's just Europe is cooked. Leave Canada alone. Wait, you don't want some freedom? Yo, if they want to have parts of Europe, why can they not have parts of Canada? You're not safe.
Wait, Trump doesn't watch this shit. Vance, listen to me. Get people like Lindsey Graham far away from anyone in power right now. This little Venezuela stunt was cute, but we are not touching any other country. We are not touching the Middle East, especially. No more Middle East. We all have Middle East fatigue. We are done. This whole thing really put into perspective just how weird it was that we were there like for 20 years. You mean we could have just been in and out in a few hours? I guess those poppy fields couldn't maintain themselves though. Anyway. Yeah, sorry, excuse me. But did you forget to check in with Lilith, the barista from Bushwick, and see how she feels about this?
Trump said the United States will be running Venezuela.
Nose ring theory. Unbeaten. Doesn't discriminate against gender. Doesn't, always true, always right. The nose ring theory. Ladies and gentlemen.
Woo! A colony! Woo! Imperialism! All for what? So a fucking multinational corporation can get profit!
You know what's funny is I basically
Open the mentals. Just open the asylums. Thank you. Anyways.
said the exact same thing this person said, but I said it less loudly. She has a nose ring and I don't, so I'm right and she's wrong. End of story. I guess this is just what happens when you dismantle the soft power of things like USAID. We're no longer doing secret regime change operations behind the scenes. Now we're just straight up kidnapping other world leaders in the dead of night and just saying it's about oil, which honestly kind of makes me believe it's
the funny thing is that apparently they kidnapped another two. I think this time it was 2 Russians. But that's about it. I think like a Russian captain and stuff from like was it Ireland? Scotland? Ireland, I think.
not about oil. They're never that blatant, right? I mean, what could it be? Like, Israel isn't behind this one, right?
The implications here are really great for the Venezuelan people.
Oh, God damn it. You know,
the nose ring theory. Nah, Shoehornhead is not the creator of the nose ring theory. That was created somewhere else. But it's always accurate.
people say I have Israel derangement syndrome, but I'm sorry, I can't help it when they get on TV and say shit like this.
No, it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it, and quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
How could you not get Israel derangement syndrome slip up of all time? Whoopsie.
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves.
Why does he sound French? He kind of does. That's careful.
Online. And take control over what they are saying based on that.
That sounds 100% French. I'm sorry.
Ranking.
The government.
The government should
control social media.
Yeah, should do that.
Try explaining that to someone without showing them the video. Go ahead. Yeah, there's a Jewish billionaire named Shlomo who wants to control the internet. Like, okay, man, you're in too deep. No more Instagram reels for you. Anyway, you should have just let us play.
Yeah. Definitely not. I want platforms to have free speech. He sounds high. Also, I want platforms to have free speech, no matter what the cause. If you want to drop the N-word, just do it, I guess. I think you're still gonna get restricted, but still.
Video games. Now we're perp walking the president of Venezuela down the streets of New York City. But hey, leftists, just think of it this way. By bombing and kidnapping, instead of just doing the usual covert psyops, we saved maybe, what? $1 billion? $1 billion that could go to other, more important things, like defense contractor stock buybacks and empty Somalian daycares, apparently.
This...
Yeah, in Minnesota, they had empty Somalian daycares. Like, they literally just, like, rented, like, a building, not even properly, said there was, like, 120 kids in that building, and then it's like, you know what? There are no children. We've just been taking money. It's crazy. Funny. I wonder if we have such a thing. Maybe. Nah, we have an LGBTQ kindergarten in Berlin, so there's that.
Is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley back at a daycare in Minnesota he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video. Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers.
It's not like Nick Shirley was the first person to expose this either, but now it exploded. And the fallout has been bizarre, to say the least. The funniest part had to be when the infamous Luring Center claimed to have been broken into the night this all went viral.
Unfortunately, we saw that there was important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also employee documentation that was gone. There were also checkbooks that were ripped from our check papers that were ripped from our book. This is devastating news.
Oh no, somebody broke into the daycare and stole all the paperwork we needed to prove we are a legit operation.
Oh, and the children as well, right? They stole the children as well. Probably brought them to some island or something, right? Oh, and they stole the parents too. Who are you fooling? Like, wow, you have fake. Wow, in this case, right? How convenient that somebody broke in and stole the documents. Right? It's not like you could just have the parents vouch for you, right? Right? It's not that like anybody else has an employment contract, right? Right? That dude looks like Johnny Somali. He does. His face is just smaller.
Operation. Please ignore my suspicious exact paperwork we need to prove we are a legit Operation Shaped Belly. Listen, no hate to the Somalians, but when my family came here 100 years ago, we did organized crime the right way. We would have had tin walls and cement shoes at the bottom of Lake Superior. This is just sad. This is cartoonishly pathetic. Listen, nobody is gonna want to support government programs if they think it's all going to shit like this. If you want people to support a welfare state, you have to make sure that welfare is actually going to real things that help real people. Listen, it's already hard enough to convince a right-wing audience that there's more to leftism than Reddit and butt sex. Now I have to convince them the wealth redistribution I advocate
Everything that leftists do is butt sex. Anyways.
For isn't all going to Somalian welfare pirates. Thanks. That money should be spent on more important things like New Gaza. That's right, the World Economic Forum and Jared Kushner.
Oh no, not the World Economic Forum. The villains of this world. Well, they're probably not the absolute leaders, but still, that's interesting. New Gaza. well, yeah, you're cooked.
Are proud to present New Gaza. Yes, the demolition project is finally complete, folks. Time to build a sweet green and a f***ing Deloitte branch on top of the bodies of thousands of dead children. Hell is not hot enough, ladies and gentlemen. Hell is not hot enough. Anyway, because of all this fraud stuff, Tim Walz is stepping down, which is sad to see because he has to be one of my favorite characters in modern America lore. The first white male DEI hire, the last white dude for Kamala Harris, a dying breed. But hey, maybe this marks an official end to the Kamala Harris era, and we can move on and focus on rebuilding the Democratic Party to something more.
Harris stepping toward another White House run.
Oh hell no! Oh hell no! First we have the United States has a president that does too much. Now we're gonna eventually end up with a president that does nothing. Empty words. At least the guy's is doing something. Whether you like it or not, at least he's doing something. She will just exist. Not appear in interviews. Not say a word. Only the most important stuff, which is part of what we need to do, is what we need to do. Nobody understood that, and then she moves on.
No. We are not doing this. No. I swear to God, the Democratic Party is like an old friend addicted to heroin or something. You want to help them, you do.
You're gonna see like, are we really gonna see like Kamala Harris versus JD Vance? That's gonna be interesting.
Everything you can to help them, but they don't listen. They keep doing stupid f***ing things and hurting themselves. But you just can't give up on them. You can't. You want to see them get better. You know deep down they could be how they used to be. But it's hopeless. And all your other friends keep saying to you, just forget them. Just forget them. It's not worth it. Come hang out with us instead. But those friends are on crack. Those friends are on crack cocaine. But this Minneapolis fraud thing is looking pretty bad for Tim Walz and the Democrats. People aren't just gonna forget about this, and an ICE officer just shot a woman in the face in Minneapolis.
You can hear the agents tell the woman to get out of the car and approach the SUV. The woman then drives forward. That's when the shots are fired, the car crashing.
As I was writing this video, an innocent woman was picking her kids up from school when an ICE officer jumped in front of her car and randomly shot her in the face. Or an angry protester was blocking the road and tried to run over an ICE officer with her car, so he shot in self-defense. Depends on how you look at it. Depends on how you voted.
See, here's the thing. Did she deserve to die? No. Should she have run away? No! When law enforcement tells you you're supposed to get out of the car, the most reasonable thing to do is to get out of the car. Bro, if the police tells you Like, even if it's not ICE, if the police was at work here, if they tell you to get out of the car, you get out of the fucking car. How stupid can you be? That's just me, though. Like, if I'm sitting in that car, I'm not running away. I'm getting out. Have we not learned? Have we not?
Apparently. The way I see it, this woman was not trying to hit him. She was not trying to run him over. I think she was trying to drive away. And in an alternate universe, he dodges the car and she drives away. And it's easy to be like, oh, in hindsight, he should have done this, he should have done that. That's like so much of the discourse right now I'm seeing is just in hindsight this, in hindsight that. And it's easy for us to say in hindsight, you know, after the fact. It's easy to say he could have, he should have, but all he saw was a car revving up and going towards him. This has been one of the most insane political Rorschach tests I've ever seen in my—
It's like this, right? There's like two options here. It's like two options here, right? The problem is, if you were in that situation, there's two options here. If you tried to stop her, do you allow yourself to get run over? Or do you save your own life? 50-50. Like, I don't like ICE. I also just don't like any of the people running my government. Sucks when somebody loses their lives. Yes, but we can't control other actions, unfortunately. It's also like, just get out of the way. Just bro. Just. The other dude as well, the recent dude, right? The guy who is supposed such a good... Fun fact, the recent guy, Alex or whatever his name was, apparently, first of all, his parents went against him. That's the interesting thing, right? They said he became more radicalized and he dropped his job as a nurse. And then another thing which is interesting, they made him tried to make him prettier with AI, like no joke. They tried to make him prettier with AI. Also interesting. And then he also assaulted people. But that's besides the point. Did he deserve to die? No. Why is he still trying to... See, I don't get the logic behind trying to go against people with guns. Am I the only one who finds that silly? Am I the only one who finds that silly? Like, would you pick beef with a police officer? Would you? I think most people wouldn't. Would you pick beef with somebody who's like definitely, most certainly physically more capable than you? Probably not. I don't know why they're doing it here. It feels like they think they're in a movie, like some kind of superhero. You're not. You will die if you mess with the wrong person. Those are those two things that would get myself involved with law. You shouldn't either. Obviously, correct.
My life. It really all comes down to how you view ICE and police officers in general. Many, not all, leftists view ICE as completely illegitimate. Same with the police, they want to abolish both. So you're not going to get a real unbiased conversation with those people. Because
do I think that ICE is a good thing for the US? Yeah. Do I think that it would need to be this violent? Not particularly. I don't think these people deserve to die. I don't think so. Definitely not. I wish Europe had something similar like that. Because we face the same problems. We don't. And they really, really try the hardest not to deport people that either commit crimes or just don't belong here because they're illegally here. But like, I do think that there could be less violence involved. I think maybe there needs to be a better organization. An idiot with a gun can ruin somebody's life. I think that applies a lot. Just change around a couple words to fit whatever you need it to. Or an idiot without a gun is going to ruin their own life. That can also work. Of course, idiots are picking fights. It's idiots picking fights that they cannot win. Right? And it's also, like, kicking a car is not a peaceful protest. Right? That's not a peaceful protest. You're not peacefully protesting. Or if you're trying to be physically threatening, you're not peacefully protesting. You are becoming a safety hazard. Maybe people need to learn that.
Why the f should a protester respect ICE in the first place? And many, not all, conservatives tend to be complete and utter f***ing bootlickers, completely unable to criticize anything the police do. ICE can do no wrong. Don't tread on me becomes tread harder, daddy, real fast. This is extremely aggravating discourse, and you should be questioning anyone who takes a really firm, hard stance either way and like can't fathom how the other side is seeing what they are seeing. The first episode of my old Hellworld series was actually all about police brutality. It was all about police brutality towards innocent protesters. I was a little more ACAB-y back then. I was a little more libbed the f*** out back then.
What being turned into a mother does to a motherfucker. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. To a degree, yes. I guess I think the idea is good. Because they are committing crimes. I think the idea is good. Do I necessarily agree with the way they're doing it? Nah. Also, maybe if the US had a better system for immigration, then we wouldn't need ICE in the first place. But I don't know how we would even do that, so... Well, as it stands now, just don't enter country illegally. That's the thing. Like, just don't enter country illegally. I think, don't commit crimes. That'd be a good first advice, I think, overall. Don't commit crimes. Because that's what you're doing, right? If you enter any country illegally, you are committing a crime.
But hey, to be fair to me back then, that is what happens when you live in the sheltered suburbs of Long Island in your parents' basement versus having a kid and living in the city for 4 years. The police are a taxpayer-funded HR department for structural violence. They exist solely to protect the rights of private property. Yeah, we need more police. Police are good. Police are great. Give the police more guns. More guns. Give them more guns. Tanks. Tanks, even. My overall opinion is still basically the same. I'm very critical of the police. I am very pro First Amendment. Protesting is a fundamental American right, and we can't just go around labeling protesters domestic terrorists. That is an insane, slippery slope. And if you support that, I promise you it will come back to bite you in the ass. So good luck in 2028 when President Newsom knocks you up. What?
Whoa! Calm down! Calm down, whoa. Ain't nobody getting, would that include men? Are we getting MPreg here? Unfortunately, Lev is okay with terrible people from shitty countries entering the USA. Well, it's not like it's any different here in Europe and Germany, or even other places. Right? Australia isn't that free of that, unfortunately. But, yeah. Kinda. I just see it like that. If your values don't align with a country, no, I don't want you here. Or if you're not even willing to, right? Even if they don't, if you're not willing to accept them, no. I don't care wherever you're from. No, definitely. I do not want here. I do not want you here. No, definitely not. Like, there's people out there who advocate for these people, and I'm like, you want people to come into your country that basically have no issue turning women into slaves. And you believe that they would change when they come here. Like, spoiler alert, somebody who beat his wife that comes here will beat his wife here as well. Right? Spoiler alert. Somebody who wants to murk Christians in, let's say, what is a country where that happens from? Syria will murk Christians here. Surprise. Shocking, I know. Shocker. Truly shocker. Amazing. Amazing conclusion. Difference is the fuckers need to swim to get into our country. Not if you invite them willingly. If not, if you bring them here. Right? There's like a difference, right? You just let them in then. Also, yeah, if you want to come into a country, live it, live in it. At least try to change a little to fit the rest of us. Yeah, like women's rights. That would be a great start. That would be a great start.
Oh, knocks you up. Whoa, what's going on here? Good luck in 2028 when President Newsom locks you up for protesting against mandatory forced feminization or whatever the f it is Democrats do. What do they do?
Isn't that Iraq? Was it Iraq or Iran? Because one of those two countries, oh, that's another one. You want to bring people into your country that despise you. That literally, you want people to bring into your country that would throw you off a building when they find out that you like the same gender. That's the kind of people you want in your country. Smart decision on your part. You're the sheep supporting the wolf. It does not make sense. It does really not make sense at all. But yeah, I think Iran or Iraq, they essentially castrate you and turn you into a woman. They essentially force transitioning you if you're gay. The more you know.
Nothing. They do nothing. I don't know. I left this joke blank. Something pronouns. Like, God forbid the state ever turns me into Swiss cheese and the president's like, she was a radical leftist lunatic. The people called her Commie Mommy. Can you believe that?
Commie Mommy, can you believe that? Wait a minute. You need to work. Shu needs to work on the Trump impression. To be fair, I'm not good at it either, but like, come on.
That folks, Commie Mommy, sad. And some people were like straight up mocking this woman, celebrating it. And then when people were like, what the fuck? They were like, well, you got Charlie Kirk, so now we got one of your guys. Is that what we're doing now? We're just gonna keep killing?
Bad. We can't celebrate. See, we can't do what they do, because if we do what they do, we aren't all that better. It's like a thief complaining about thieves. Bro, you're stealing too. Why are you complaining about thievery? Why are you complaining about theft? Yeah. I agree. We can't be celebrating deaths. That's not what we should do. Like learning English. Oh, wasn't there a case where like somebody told someone else in the UK to learn English and it was classified like to speak English and it was classified as like hate speech? There was a case that I remember. Yeah. Like if you're not even willing to learn the language. Apparently there's some places in the US, right? I think there's some places in Sweden, the no-go zones, right? But there's like places in the US where like people live like there in like almost entire communities and they don't speak English. How the fuck is that even happening?
Each other back and forth? Is that what this is now? Like some kind of civil war? Who gets me in the national divorce? Hell yeah, 2 Christmases. Like you agreed with me when I was upset about the reactions people had about Charlie Kirk, and then you're over here like, boo-hoo, she was a stupid libtard. Honestly, some of you just don't have morals. You have like temporary weapons you can use to bludgeon people you don't like when you have the chance. You and all the people who mock Charlie Kirk are all going in the pit, and you can come out when you learn how to be normal. In my opinion, a lot of focus on illegal immigration should go to the employers employing illegal immigrants for cheaper scab labor. I feel like that's really important, and like, we're not doing that. It's kind of interesting that
I can go even further. I think, and this is my take, companies need to be penalized if they hire immigrants fully knowing that those immigrants, right, would accept a lower wage than the average citizen in that country, right? Than the local population. Because fun fact, while like people want to say like, right, replacement theory, right, that thing, there is some truth to it. It's just that it's a financial replacement because the local population would ask for more money than somebody from a poor country who just recently came to your country. That is something that I definitely believe that companies are out there picking up. There's companies out there picking up newly basically new immigrants that come from nothing to give them the most minimum wage possible so they can exploit them. Because, you know, the local population would ask for more money. Also, hot take, I think that countries should first solve local unemployment before they invite more people into their countries, but that's a different topic. I think that should be solved first. Why do you want more immigrants? Why you're getting more immigrants when you can't even give your local population jobs? Currently in Germany, we have 3 million unemployed people. Out of those 3 million, about 80,000 a year get a job. And there's more coming. And that does not include in like 10 to 20 years when AI has essentially like 80% of our jobs. Have they even thought about that? That's the general thing. Have they even thought about that? Every country?
The government is focused so hard on immigration right now, but like apparently hasn't made any like real actual legislative change to the laws of immigration. Dragging Jose at a Home Depot might work for now, but they have to be working on something more substantial, right? Well, Palantir, the company named after the evil crystal ball in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that's a choice. That's a choice. That is a choice. That is a choice.
Right. Is apparently working on a new tool for ICE. And what does it do? Oh, nothing really. Just creates a map of deportation targets, pulls up a dossier on them, and assigns them a confidence score. Because if there's one thing we can trust, it's a private Silicon Valley tech company's algorithm deciding who gets disappeared.
So it's essentially just a tool for mass surveillance. I have a theory that will not be used for what it's supposed to be used for. Hey, when's the social credit score coming?
Every single surveillance tool starts by simply protecting us. It's only gonna affect the baddies. But who are...
Yeah, it's like the UK being like, oh, the Online Safety Act is for the protection of the children. That is why we must ban banter. That is why we must ban VPNs right now for the children. Yeah, because little 7-year-old little Timmy over there knows how to set up a VPN. Sure, buddy. Sure. Build me an army worthy of Moda. Or instead of building an army, it's throwing people out of the country. Too bad it's not gonna be used for that. We know this. That's a diabolical pause. I am so sorry.
The baddies. Today it's illegal immigrants, tomorrow it's furries, next week it's people who are into feet, and before you know it, it's fans of VTubers.
Why? Wait, that includes you too! New outfit? Yes, new outfit! New outfit, correct. Correct, true. That is very right. Hi, Shadow Clips, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. So yeah, the government is definitely going to use that to figure out when I'm gooning or something. They probably already do that through your phone. The CIA always listens. The CIA always listens. At least to US people. I guess we have something similar as that, but like, I don't know if they're listening. Probably.
You know, on second thought, I don't buy into the propaganda that simply enforcing border security, something every developed country has, is akin to Nazi Germany. Sorry, I don't. Build a wall? Hitler. Deport illegal immigrants? Hitler. Just kick out the criminal ones at least? Hitler. Like, there's no other option besides open borders that is acceptable to some people, and I don't get that. What I do get, however, is that people don't want to live under a Palantir police state, where people can't even film ICE agents without getting put on some kind of f***ing list. I feel like there has to be some kind of normal, sane option besides total free-for-all, globo-homo versus...
I don't see the problem. I see no problem. Life is an MMORPG. Technically it is. Think about it. Think about it. The only difference is if you die, you can't respawn. And the loot is mostly dog shit. But still.
Peter Thiel, nightmare tech bro dystopia. Like, how is it not possible to just, like, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal? But hey, it's cool the DHS created a portal where you can see all the people they have been deporting. One guy was deported back to Yugoslavia.
That's interesting. Aggravated assault, gun robbery. Hey, yeah, well, if he's actually not a citizen, yeah, goodbye.
Yugoslavia doesn't exist anymore. We sent that motherfucker back in time.
True, that doesn't exist anymore. Well, then again, it's the American education system, so maybe it still does. Where did they send them then? What form of Yugoslavia? Even I don't know that.
Listen, what happened to Renee Good was a tragedy. It was terrible, but hopefully nothing like this ever happens again. And another person was shot by ICE in Minneapolis.
According to a preliminary Department of Homeland Security report, 2 Border Patrol agents discharged their weapons, seen here in...
Also, it was a bit of overkill, not gonna lie, that was overkill. What was it, like 9 shots or so? Bro.
Graphic cell phone video captured by eyewitnesses. 10 shots fired off in total in just seconds. Preddy pronounced dead on the scene.
To be absolutely clear, stuff is still coming out about this as I am filming. Literally, as I am filming, this happened. You know, there's no body cam footage yet, so I could be totally wrong. Totally possible, totally possible. However, first impressions of watching the video at multiple angles, multiple times, yeah, I think they just fucking murdered that guy. It looks like they took his gun and then shot him. Like 10 officers come over to him, wrestle him to the ground, the agent disarms him, take his gun, they yell gun, 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 and then they shoot him several times in the back. More information can come out, but the compulsive bootlicking I have been seeing has been fucking insane.
Why does a nurse feel compelled to go confront ICE armed with a 9mm handgun? Only one person.
I have to say, yes, that could have been handled very differently. However, why the fuck are you pulling up with a gun? Why? Why are you becoming physical with a group that can just end you? At this point, it's just Darwinism. I'm sorry, but it is. Why are you pulling up with a gun to people, multiple people, with guns? Even better guns. I am sorry, but that was not necessary. Also, apparently, he was no longer, like I heard, he was no longer a nurse. He quit his job. And they made him pretty with AI. Well, unfortunately, he shouldn't have done that. But here we are now. Yeah. Darwinism. I say, do hate crime against ICE. They're just... Both sides are ginormously... The protesters are retarded. Right? You see ICE pop them. You're not popping shit. You're getting popped if you do that. Trust me. There's like... The protesters are giga retarded. And the ICE agents also are super retarded.
Could have prevented this from happening. And it's Alex Preddy.
Yeah, who goes to a protest and brings a gun? Look, if the government can take a firearm from you and then kill you because you had a firearm, then nobody actually has a right to own a firearm. If that is how it works, then there's actually no such thing as the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment does not exist. I feel like some people genuinely just forget that police are just people. ICE officers are just people. They're literally just people who work for the government like anyone else. They're DMV employees with guns. They can be stupid. They can be bad. They can make mistakes. Like, I don't know what it is about some people. Like, once someone has a badge, it's like, that person is just a perfect angel and cannot be criticized at all. You're telling me all I have to do to get you fucking people to listen to me is to dress like this? Alright, fair enough.
Why does she look... I'm not gonna say it. But still, it is just like... Both sides are so in the wrong. It's crazy.
Stop gooning. None of this would have happened if ICE agents were being trained better instead of being rushed through the system with little to no training. And if Minnesota just worked alongside ICE to make sure they were doing this in a safe and more effective way instead of just egging on a fucking jihad.
Again, the idea, good. The execution could be better. Could be better. Significantly better. Better organization, better training. Maybe a little less aggression? You know, maybe a little less aggression. You took the man's gun. It was no longer a threat. Why did you pump him full of iron?
Against them. Also, if ICE's goal is to round up pedophiles and fraudsters, I hear there's a pretty big list of pedophiles and fraudsters that need to be rounded up. Unfortunately, we'll never fucking get to see it. I'm trying to make this video somewhat funny and entertaining, but I'm not gonna lie, this is really bleak. Is America okay? Can we please go one single day without living through a major historical event, please? And a bunch of new Epstein files just dropped.
Oh, she does have them! Peak! Yeah, there's some diabolical shit in that stuff. That's crazy. Hey, at least the Dawn... At least the Dawn did drop them. Make sure that they're released. I'm not just too happy about what I'm seeing here. Oh, things sound good on paper. Unfortunately, humans fuck up everything. Very true.
Great. We're going to war with Iran soon, aren't we? Where was I? This just says Mr. Beast tendies. What? Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. This is simulating a chicken's body and the cells are just multiplying. I honestly can't tell the difference. What the heck?
I will not live in a pod. I will not eat the
I will not eat the artificially grown chimpkin. No. Stop. It needs to live. It needs to bleed. I want to gnaw on a real bone.
Christ, lab-grown chicken tendies. Oh, I completely forgot about this. Sorry, I am not on my Vyvanse today, folks. I forgot to take my normal pills. It wasn't long before the race hustlers took advantage of the terrible Renee Good situation in Minneapolis.
Say Her Name is a movement started by Black women, for Black women specifically, and it's not appropriate to use in regards to Renee Good.
Holy fuck, these people are retarded. They would rather... See? They would rather eat themselves up. They would rather eat each other. That is crazy work. Now I want chicken nuggets from real chickens. You can't make me eat the fake chicken. Real.
She deserves a hashtag and everything. It should not be Say Her Name. Say Her Name is reserved for Black women.
This is not for any other race. Simple as that.
Say Her Name is specifically reserved for Black women.
Say Her Name is for Black women.
It feels kind of wrong being here in some way. I don't know why.
Why?
The entitlement is insane. The entitlement is insane. The entitlement is insane. It is crazy. It is... I'm gonna say something. Black people hold themselves back because they see themselves as victims. I know it's technically systemic because people are always telling them that they're victims, which means they're always born in a cycle where their parents are telling they're victims, everyone around them is telling them victims, white saviors, people with white savior complexes are telling them they're victims. Same, by the way, with women. Sorry, you're not a victim. Not really. Stop. You need to break this cycle. Otherwise, you're going to always fail because if you mess up, you're going to blame it on other people. You need to stop.
Why do you think? Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know why. That's called white guilt, honey. That's the white guilt you're feeling. It's amazing. You could literally be killed by the state for the cause. And these fucking people will still disgrace you for the curse of being born Caucasian. This is very woke 1.0. I thought it was dark woke time.
Nobody forgetting when they're good. She has achieved the highest honor a white person can achieve. Race traitor.
She has achieved the highest honor a white person can achieve. Race traitor. And this type of psychotic rhetoric seems to be working because like 70% of the videos I see of people like trying to disrupt ICE has been white women. White women literally throwing themselves.
Liberal white women are a danger to society. Karens even. The amount of white Karens standing in front of people that they cannot compete with on any level is astonishing. It is astonishing. It is very astonishing. Also, them breaking the weight scale is also very astonishing.
Armed officers like lemmings off a fucking cliff for street tacos. What the hell is going on with white women? Who will save the white race?
That's like that is the racism Avengers. That's like the red pill Avengers right there. Like Cux Nico, Clavicula, Nick Fuentes, Myron, Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate. It's crazy. What a combo. And they're also dancing to that fucking Kanye West song. It's diabolical.
Ah yes, Hitler's strongest soldiers. A Mexican.
Hitler's strongest soldiers. A Mexican, a black man, a cuck, a guy who can't keep it in his pants and can't be loyal, an insecure dude, and a sex trafficker. The Avengers assemble.
A Dominican, a black guy, and a looks maxer.
That looks maxer is none other than Clavicular. Clavicular is a Gen Z influencer and live streamer who got his start within the niche red pill communities and has recently blown up to mainstream pop.
He is not red pill, he is black pill. He's not red pill. He's a black pillar. Because he's looks macking. Everything that's focused on is looks. So he's a black pillar.
Popularity, especially in right-wing circles. His main claim to fame is looks maxing. Looks maxing, for those of you who are employed, is...
Looks maxing is a term for aggressively maximizing one's physical attractiveness through routines like skincare.
By the way, the original term did not meant that, by the way. The original looks maxing was to actually do it in a healthy way, right? Eat healthy, work out, dress better, get the proper haircut, right? That was when it originally started, but now it's like this, where like, take a bone, smash your face with it.
Facial exercises, mewing, fitness, and sometimes extreme cosmetic procedures, originating in online incel forums but popularized on TikTok, focusing on enhancing features like jawline and bone structure.
I personally think it's interesting to see men adopting the insane beauty rituals that women have been doing for decades. But now that a man is doing it, it's seen as
well, technically, right? The women just ate it up, right? And then the men just ate it up to just eat it up. Eat that slop, you filthy piggy.
Psychopathic or gay. A woman will literally spend thousands of dollars on hair, makeup, skincare, peptides, plastic surgery, fillers, Botox, red light therapy, moon water, and we just call her Stacey. But a man does it and we call him Patrick Bateman. A woman reshapes her entire face with makeup? Normal. A man reshapes his jawline with makeup? Gay. A woman wears a push-up bra to make her tits look bigger? Empowering. A man shoves socks in his shoes to make himself taller? A liar. A woman gets lip filler? Typical. A man smashes his face with a hammer to make his...
Again, I believe this entire thing is just a psyop by the beauty industry to get men into the entire thing, so they also spend more money on products that they do not need. I'm severely of the belief that cosmetic surgery should be banned. Unless it's like for legitimate reasons, right? Unless it's like for like malformation of like your body, right? Of the car accident, getting burned, right? Those things, like things where you actually need it, where your quality of life gets better. But pushing on lip filler so you look, and Botox so you look like Giga Chat. By the way, I always say this, but Millie Bobby Brown in Stranger Things looks absolutely silly. She looks like she's like in a perpetuate state of Giga Chad. It is really funny. I do believe that cosmetic surgery, if they're done for non-healthy reasons, are ultimately wrong. I think ultimately wrong. That's what I believe. Is she comparing push-up bras to shoving socks in your shoes? I mean, to make yourself taller? Kinda, right? Because, like, I don't know how aware you are, but being tall really helps men be more perceived as more attractive. That's why they're doing it, right? That's why we already have limb lengthening, like leg lengthening surgeries or limb lengthening surgeries, where like people will like get taller through surgeries. Problem is they can't properly walk anymore, and boobs are just boobs. They always work.
Jaw swell up? Okay, yeah, that That one's a little insane. One of the look-smashing tips some young men are apparently doing is called bone smashing, where they take a hard object, usually a hammer, and smash the bones in their face to make their face temporarily swell up and allegedly give them that Chad jawline. Honestly, don't knock it till you try it. Here we go.
Crazy work. That's like remember how like Squidward gets hit with like, what was it? How Squidward gets hit with the door and then just handsome Squidward? Same energy.
Perfect. So that concludes this episode of the Hell World Report. If you liked it, please subscribe and consider donating to my Patreon, link down below. It helps the channel and I appreciate it so much. If you don't want to do that, you can also put a little tip down in the tip jar somewhere over here somewhere. I feel like a barista. Yeah, it's just gonna ask you something on the screen down there. If you have some stories you want me to cover in the next Hell World Report, be sure to send them to me on Twitter at ShoeOnHead. I will give you a little shout out if I wind up using the story in the next episode. Okay, and I will see you guys with a new fun slop video. I keep promising a slop video and then terrible things keep happening. I'm sorry. Next video is a slop video. I promise. Okay, bye.
Good. I want the slop video. Handsome Squidward. Yeah. Look at those lips. I'm sorry, I can't refrain from it. Those are dick-sucking lips. Anyways, so what do we learn from this? The Western world has started to become a dystopia. That is all I got from this. Isn't it fun? Isn't it fun? Anyways, I got nothing more to say. I got nothing. I think I said everything I need to say. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Wow, that's a long video. 1 hour and 25 minutes. That's going to be rough to edit. Anyways, yikes. Okay, but push-up bras enhance what you have. Are they? Are they? They don't really. They try to add something to what you have, right? They make your boobs look bigger than they actually are. Just like the socks in your shoes make you look taller than you actually are. By the way, you can't get away with lying a little bit about your height. Like, you can add like a little bit, right? From like 5'7" to like 5'8". That doesn't really give you that much of an advantage, but still. Anyways, that was rough. That was rough. Okay, that Halo animation. We might as well do that, huh? That Halo animation. Real quick. I need to look it up real quick. Then we can do that. I learned nothing. The only thing I learned that both sides can be really fucking dumb recently. Anyways. What was the name of that? Thankfully, I screenshotted it. Remember by the channel sodas. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Hopefully I don't get castrated if I watch this on stream, because I'm like, I need to be really careful with this shit. I'm 5'1". I don't think socks would help me. Yeah, it's over for you at this point. No amount of socks can. Not even leg lengthening surgeries that is helping you. I mostly just played Halo 3 and Halo Wars, both games, and a little bit of Reach, but that's about it. My brother has played all the Halos. I'm not too much. Can't watch it. That's okay. But if so, then hype. We'll see. We'll see. If I don't get castrated, it's okay. Right? We'll see about that. But there have been reactions to this, so we should be fine. We should be fine, I think. I'm just clicking something, so something pops up in my list. There it is. 25 minutes. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. That seems fine. If you're 5'1", well, you know what to do. Femboy. Diabolical. Well, that's the way you could do it, but I don't know. Anyways, interesting. I need some water, though, if I'm gonna do this. I need something to drink. Anyways. Halo fan animation Remember by Sodaz? I think that's how you say it. To be fair, I'm not too deep into Halo. I played Halo 3, I played a bit of Reach, and then mostly also a lot of Halo Wars 1 and 2. 2 isn't as good as 1, not gonna lie. And I think, like, from what I've seen, I think overall I very much prefer Halo 3. Anyways, also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. But overly, I'm not too happy what they're doing recently with the Halo franchise, so we'll have to see how that turns out. Yeah. That looks already very well made. That already looks very, very interesting, well made. This took some time, probably. That very much took some time. That very much took some time. I wonder what the budget what was the budget they had for this. That'd be interesting to look at, right? How old is this animation? Right? 2 years ago. Interesting. Even voice actors and everything. Not bad. Very much not bad. Oh, those dudes. They were brilliant. I have really issues with these fuckers because sometimes, right, they're just so bothersome with their shields. It's just all so bothersome. Also, yeah, Halo's getting shafted currently by Halo Studios. I mean, 343 2.0. Apparently, there's people working there that have no idea of Halo, and actually, there's a guy who works on there that hates guns, but then he works at it like a first-person shooter, and I'm like questioning things. Also, they just make really bad decisions overall. 25 minutes is so long for a fan animation. That is very long. There's quite some budget that went into that. There they are, with the shields, and then some little grunts. Okay, some Hornets, some Pelicans, some Banshees. We've got some stuff here. The aliens versus the UNSC. Interesting. Okay, okay. The budget is definitely something. I'm very curious what the budget was for this.
Go, go, go! Let's go!
I wonder when this Halo animation is supposed to take place. I mean, it looks like Earth. It might not necessarily be Earth. Me and the boys playing Halo Reach for the 100th time. Be like, I never got the opportunity to play with others, like Halo in general. I never got that. I really mostly just played Halo alone, solo campaigns and stuff. That was my thing. Look at the little grunts. I oddly enough find them cute. I have to say, oddly enough, I find grunts cute. They kind of look cute. They're just silly little guys. They're not particularly smart. They're kind of stupid. They also like to sewer slide themselves if you throw one of these like blue grenades on them that like stick to them. But I find them kind of cute. I find them not gonna lie, I find them kind of cute.
You're breaking! Push him back!
And when they're running away, it looks really silly. It's the battle for Reach. I'm 99% sure. Okay. Because like you never know, right? Does this take place on Earth? Does this take place like after that, right?
Yeah. You right?
I always found the laser blade, I don't know what it's actually called, right? But like, I've always found that really cool. From what are they called? I don't know how they're pronounced. Sanghaley? Sanghalai? Something like that. I don't know what they're pronounced in English, right? Right? I don't know what they're called in English, right? From the Covenant. Usually they just use like a different name here because that name is just stupid to pronounce. But yeah, not gonna lie, if there was a female one of those, they would get backshots. But they're a really cool race in the Halo universe. Probably my favorite. I would like the Covenant, probably my favorite. I'd say, yeah. Ward, my favorite little 7 feet aliens. You can tell by my profile pic. I think Haley, you're right. Okay.
They're everywhere! That range is gonna kill us!
Well, you're cooked. You're cooked. The red armor looks really cool, not gonna lie. I think I prefer that over the blue one, honestly. I remember, like, from the lore, because I did watch a lot of lore, right? Especially on the Flood. But overall, I remember that a lot of these wars had, like, huge human casualties. Especially before the Spartans. They had huge human casualties. I think the first war had, like, diabolical casualties. And then even with the first Spartans, they still struggled. There's one with the blue armor. There was one with the blue armor.
Target down! Stretch him out! Go in!
They've got backup!
Remember the Halo show? Yeah, we were basically getting our ass kicked the whole time. Besides when John Halo himself was involved, obviously. Yeah, you know what's funny? This already, first of all, looks more fun. seems to have more fun. It also seems more fun. It also is already more engaging to watch than that miserable Halo show. And that what was that? There was a movie. There was a live action Halo movie a while back. I think I watched that, in fact. That is already much better. Maybe a Halo animated series would probably do much more well than live action stuff. Clear.
In position. Right behind you.
Ooh, some brutes. I like the one with the hammer. That armor looks really cool. Like with the plate on the head. That armor looks really cool. Not too fond of them. They seem really stupid. Right? In my opinion. ODSTs are literally so cool. True. True. But yeah, the brutes are okay. Right? They're okay. I've never seen the jackal like that. What the heck? Or maybe I've just forgotten, but that one looked cool. Look at them feet. Behind me, look at them feet. 2 toes. They have 2 toes. Jackals. Yeah.
Spread out.
There was one of those stupid blue grenades. I experienced like hell.
Alright, here you go.
At least little bro tried. Maybe little bro should have just laid there and not moved. He could have lived. But again, it's a grunt. Quickly, the boys must delete the hard drive. Nuke the Epstein files. Can we talk about the Halo TV show? We can, but my opinion's very simple. Abysmal dog shit. Love me the Halo 3 Brute Chieftain design. Little Peak also, that was a skirmisher from Halo Reach. Okay, okay. Wait, I don't think you don't like shooting games. Halo is different. I like Halo. I also like Killzone. Those are different. Grunts are like 5 feet tall, I'm pretty sure. I'm taller than one, though. Nah, you're short. Short king. You know, people underestimate the power of... I feel like that's spelled... Yeah. Power of StarCraft Terrans. But they could run over Spartans. Okay, okay. Ooh, the big boys who are only vulnerable when you attack their backs. I remember that. That was a struggle if you played in the hardest difficulty. Those guys always gave me problems. Literally throwing hands right there. The fact that you watched that show. I haven't watched it, but I've seen all the Bat clips, and I know that Chief, like, removes his helmet there, and, like, people really didn't like that. So, a weird parallel to Mandalorian, where people didn't like that either. Hand to hand, throw hands with that thing. Well, you're gonna absolutely lose. Hi, Frumpy. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. Now, those are some nice back shots right there. Yeah, this is plenty. Somebody definitely put a lot of money into this. Somebody definitely threw a lot of money into this. 100%. That is definitely very much high quality fan animation for Halo. I think it's kind of interesting that hunters are just like 100 or so worms all formed together into one big worm man. It's a worm. Would you? That's the. What's the word? This is very much the equivalent of. Would you still love me if I was a worm? Maybe that's what women mean when they say that. It's been such a long time since I've seen you guys. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm alive. I live. Just had to experience a little bit of complications. No longer engaged. Once again. So that's fun. But aside from that, everything's alright. Bro just got the Gojo experience. Bro was blown up in half. Bro is Gojo. Well, they're not really worms, because remember, a worm can still live even if cut in half. The word is the bird. Bird is the word. That was pretty much... That was very decent. That was very fun to look at. We're 9 minutes in, and it's very fun to look at. You think the worms can connect themselves back together if they were left alone? Who knows? I don't know. I mean, there's a chance that that would be the case, but like... We haven't seen it, so probably not happening. Bro just went melancholic for a second there. For real. Worms are quite regenerative. But starfish region's better. Yep. Apparently. The fields, it's hitting hard. Bro started becoming melancholic. It's terrible to hear, but why must things happen while I'm away? Well, it is what it is. At least you didn't see the drama, so it's all good. There was a bit of drama in between, but yeah, it is what it is.
Spread out. Scrub the area. Taking one.
You think I'm not thinking? Yeah. Where's hell? There was so many.
Over here, Spartan.
Innocent civilians! They murked them!
You okay?
Unknown station, this is Gamma 1 Actual. Do you read? Over.
Gamma 1 Actual, this is Iron Fist. We read you. What is the current state of facility Alpha 331?
Facility Alpha 331 is overrun and offline. Defense grid and Zone Uniform Delta is running at starvation levels. If you're taking survivors, we've got a few.
Negative, Gamma. We are en route to support Beta Red. Any word on their status?
None. Over.
Acknowledged. There's a temp evac station west along the current vector at Uniform Delta 008906, 38987. I'll let them know you're coming.
More sad rain. I can't imagine how much effort was put into this. Why can't big budget companies be the same? Because, first of all, there's a huge problem with hugely inflated costs, right? And I think that mostly also goes down to the actor hugely inflating that. But also, like, there's a huge problem overall with the fact that they're only trying to aim as much money as possible, right? These guys, the guys that animated this, right? That is a passion project, right? That is a passion project. So it doesn't, right? Fans recently seem to be able to create better stuff, more entertaining stories than the actual owners of the IP. But yeah, it's just like, these people don't really care, right? I mean, you just have to look at like directors, script writers and stuff, right? You look at like the entire team, for example, for The Witcher show, and you know that the only reason why it was decent as it started, right, was because of Henry Cavill, because that guy knew the source material, right? The people that make these shows based on other IPs and stuff, they usually have no idea of the source material. They haven't read it, they haven't watched previous stuff, they haven't played it. They just don't do that. That's why you get miserable products. Halo game that didn't feature the Shepherd as a playable character. I'm thinking of Mass Effect now. Shepherd.
Good to see you, sirs. Never thought I'd see this many Spartans.
Let's get this thing moving, huh?
They made sure that bro's bald head is extra shiny. Also, hi Rylan, how you doing? Hope you're doing good.
What the hell?
Okay, they're invisible! Okay, here we go.
What? Oh, hell no! Incoming! We got company!
that armor looks cool. I like this armor. Okay, that's a cool one. That yellow, that's cool. I'm doing the flu. How are you doing, buddy? I'm all right. You have the wait. You have the flu. I hope you get healthy soon again. That's important. Take good care of yourself. These bastards, they're showing off. They're flexing, they're showing off. Like, that was just for show. That was just aura farming right there. That armor also looks very cool. When the leads go invisible, you know you're cooked. Literally so peak, absolute cinema. Nothing against the Spartan though, it appears. No matter how much they try to aura farm, nothing against the Spartan. Dover. Right after I say this, bro gets stabbed. I love everything about elites. The way they laugh, speak, everything. I may have a slight problem. Bro definitely gets kidnapped by a female elite baddie. It's so over. Volkswagen makes sausages. Interesting. Volkswagen. Straight up uninstalled the babes, not the huzz. What is bro trying to achieve with that baby gun? German brand poker, you should know. I do in fact not know. I did not know. For real. But real talk today was great. I had a glimpse of a college I'm going to study at. I loved it. In doing software development, IT. I was just a goober with a dream and video games. You're gonna make it. Work hard. You can do it. I believe in you. Rip to the ODST Spartan baddie. 07. Was nice knowing you. The one with the dual blades is legit just aura farming. They just put him here because of aura. 100%. That guy's just aura farming. She is definitely not making it. That one's definitely dead. Zealot, Spec Ops, Ultra, all those armor and ranks are so cool. Same with the General, that was the yellow one with the big helmet. Yeah, the yellow one looked really cool. I wonder, that is really cool. Graphics don't have to evolve further than what it is now, maybe making the games more stable and less riddled with bugs on release. Not only that, also, how about more optimization? It feels like in modern times, optimization is a crime. Right? You don't need 32 gigabytes of RAM on fucking Lego Star Wars. What are we doing? We need also, we don't need better graphics. What we need is more stylized games. I don't need the same looking AAA what do you call it? Real graphics, quote unquote, slop over and over again. I want more stylized games. Right? I want unique art styles. I don't need the same look over and over again. Just different story. Good story, good gameplay, less bugs is more important than graphics, correct. Like, a game can look great, but if, like, I can't play it, yeah, well, I don't care, bro. She's over. She's over. Damn, honestly. Humanity was so cooked without John Halo and his dinosaur buddy Arbiter. Arby! That's cute. Arby. Yeah, but they're such a cool duo. I really like what they're going with. Right? I really like that is such a cool duo. I like it. It's like the Goku and Vegeta, the Halo universe. Baldur's Gate 3 is well optimized and looking good, but Slayer, and so that's quality. It's just like, it's like funny, right? How, right? My phone is like a little toaster, right? But I can run Arknight's Enfield, right? That's really fun. It definitely feels also that Arknight's Enfield is definitely better optimized than Wuwa and, for example, Genshin Impact. Like, they can do that. But, like, it's just a shame that, like, we get so many games that aren't optimized well. Like, for example, one of the biggest piece of dog shit when it comes to bad optimization is Ark. Like, the original Ark, there's nothing worse. There's no game that's worse optimized than that. Bro, they lost so many casualties, right? So many casualties. Civilians, soldiers, right? To get in there. Just for the Covenant to just absolutely whoop their ass. It's Arknight's money. That's not even it. I don't think that's it. Right? Punishing Grey Raven is wonderfully optimized for phones. And then just Wuwa isn't. It's just so weird. A lot of these gacha games especially are really, really badly optimized.
Overlord, this is Eagle 1. We're returning to the Pillar of Honor. Solid copy, Eagle 1.
Revenge? Question mark? I'm seeing a revenge arc here. Also, Spartans never die. They just go MIA. Unfortunately, we literally watched her die, so... Well, Spartans aren't immortal. I mean, if I remember correctly, in... Was it in Halo Wars? A few Spartans died as well, if I'm not wrong, because they blew up the sun in a specific area. So that was that, if I remember correctly. So yeah, I think what was it, the one soldier? I could be wrong.
We are clear to return to the evac point. It's been an honor, Spartans.
Spartans. Yeah. Oh, Mark.
What are these small ones called? What are these small things called? I forgot what they're called. Right? The small vehicles. I forgot what they're called. I think the big things are called wraiths. I could be wrong. Like the tank ones. Hey, Toaster. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Why annoyed? Also, graphic cards. Why can't they be consistent or at least refine what they already have? That is a good question. Very good one. Also, Sergeant John Forge, who did the self-kaboom on the sun, is in the first Halo. It was, yeah, okay, it was Sergeant Forge. Yeah, okay. Ghosts. Okay, that was the ones. Basically, all original Spartans are gone except Chief. We have a bit weaker but more numbered Spartans now. Okay, yeah. That much I know. Maybe I need to rewatch some. I like that. By the way, that armor for the brute, I really like. Right, with the helmet. That one I really like. That one looks great. The tanks are wraiths. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that one. But there's another variant, I think. There's another variant where this part is closed. But yeah, this one, I like this one. The base one I don't really like that much.
Stay alert. Defend this house.
Not gonna elites using these like small these ghosts, right? They look so silly, right? That looks so silly. Not gonna lie, that looks like a grunt vehicle, but I know that they use it as well, and sometimes it looks stupid. It also looks especially stupid if a brute uses them. It just looks silly. These guys, the worm dudes, 300 at tactics right now. Yeah. Okay. Hunters, here we go. They got another one! Another one is cooked! Bro flew like a dead cat right there. Even makes the shield noise when the shield has to recharge. Or like low HP. That's funny. That tank was called Scorpion, if I'm not wrong, right? That should be the case. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's the one I was referring to. This one looks great. I love this one. This one is a great one. I like this one a lot, right? Not where it's like open, but where it's closed and like the big horn in the middle. That one, that is the one I was talking about. This one I like the most out of all of them. Not bad. Even got a jetpack. I squashed that guy after this fashion vid. I also have to do still a what was it? A gaming video as well that Shadow Clips recommended. There they come again. Time to aura farm once more. We'll see how it goes. Are you cooked? Potentially. They're not gonna sacrifice another one, will they? My heart can take this. That little hammer slap just nearly killed him. Crazy. Oh yeah, you're dead. Another one gone. Another one gone. Another one gone. They're all dead. Not the baddie! Save the red one at least. They're all dead. The whole team is cooked. Is that blood? I wonder how that works, because, right, that plasma blight should be sharp enough, right, to the hot enough to the point where you technically shouldn't even bleed, right? Shouldn't we just literally burn the wound? The red baddie moves! Not bad. That was really well made. Amazing. Okay. They have awoken him. He is... It's him. He could never just be he. Whoever recommended this video, I hope your water bottle's empty every night when you are thirsty. Damn. That was really good. That was really good. That was actually really well made. That was really well made. Yeah, I wonder what the budget for this was. I really wonder what the budget was. Because they cooked with that budget. Definitely. And I also wonder how long this took to make. It's the gamer him. Yeah, it is. Amazing. Okay, anyways. That was really cool to look at. Thank you for recommending. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. That was really well made. I'm surprised. Thanks for watching this video. My favorite little anime man on the internet. Huge. I take this as a huge compliment. But that was also really well made. Wow. Okay. First, Shadow Clips gets his video. Then we're gonna do Joe's video. Right? So yeah, first this one. We'll just get an explosion. Okay. Also need some liquid here. Liquid! Water! Well, technically it's fizzy apple juice, but regardless. Anyways, perfect. Stellar Glow review, the last game made by Image? Epoch? Maybe that's how it's pronounced? By Tarks? Gauntlet. I do not know what game that is. That is probably, once again, a hidden RPG, gem, I'm assuming. As usual, right? We are assuming. Anyways, we'll look into this. I'm curious. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Here we go. I wonder what that is. Ooh, that's on the 3DS. That means that's a game I could play.
Dark Gauntlet.
In 2010, a bold, young man named Mikage made the claim that RPGs were dead or otherwise dying, and that he...
Not really. Not really. If anything, RPGs are very much in demand. That's really interesting that that claim was made.
Through the hard work of his company, will bring new life to them. The last game this man made was called Stella Glow, and that game came out in 2015. Developed by Imagine.
We have big booby anime women! I'm invested!
Park, and published by
And we even got flat ones! I am invested even more!
Atlas in North America.
That's a weird ad, bro.
Stella Glow is a turn-based tactical RPG, very much in line with games like Fire Emblem, Final Fantasy Tactics, or Shining Force. Some people call this an SRPG for simulation role-playing game. I prefer just the blanket term tactical RPG. The game starts off with our main character, Alto, and his obvious love interest Lizette and her family in a small...
Peak. We start with a romance. Flat woman representation. That is very peak. I see the vision. I see the vision.
Farming village detached from the main areas of the game. It doesn't take very long before we hit the RPG cliches. And this game is absolutely loaded with them. While I won't point out a whole lot, just bear in mind that there's going to be a whole lot more in the game than what I mentioned in the video. Cliche number 1.
There's gonna be a lot of fan service, won't there? There's gonna be a... Like, right? I mean, we already have a cliche. Boy meets mysterious girl. I mean, that is very much a cliche, right? Boy meets mysterious girl. We have that quite often.
Alto, our main character, has amnesia.
That also, the game have romance ending for every teammate. Absolute fucking cinema. That is peak.
Alto was found by Lizette years before the game started. He had no memories and didn't even know his name, so he was given a name and taken in by Lizette and her family. On the topic of his name, we hit cliche number 2. As with all things music-based in RPGs, certain character names must have something to do with music. While this isn't as appalling and cheesy as Eternal Sonata...
Oh, Eternal Sonata. But I love that! I love that game! Unfortunately, I don't have it anymore, but I loved it. That was fun. I really liked Eternal Sonata.
Was with its naming.
I really liked it. I really did. I like Eternal Sonata and the music, right? But that just makes sense, right? The composer is just a absolute cook in that. But I liked Eternal Sonata. I would love to play that again. Unfortunately, I do not know where my PS3 edition is.
Scheme. Alto is still named after music. An alto is somebody who sings in the highest vocal range, second only to a soprano. One day, while wandering through the woods just outside of his village, our titular hero Alto hears singing. In this world, singing is something that can only be done by witches, and witches are a very, very rare breed of person, and the only type of person who can use magic. The Moe witch Hilda gives Alto a warning to escape as dangerous.
And basically, bikini armor, never heard of it before, seems interesting. Again, ooh, we got chibi style, okay.
Is about to befall his town, leading us to cliche number 3. While Alto manages to escape with Lisette, our hero's hometown is destroyed. A necessary plot device that seems to force our heroes on a world-saving journey, but a plot device.
We got anime cutscenes. Oh, my beloved. Where are you? I need more of you.
Device that is used just entirely too often. Hilda's song encased all the people of the village in crystal. It isn't revealed until far later in the game that this is to save their lives, leading us right into cliche number 4.
Yep. She's just a half-naked woman. I'm into that shit.
The antagonist of the story believes the destruction, or in this case, the freezing of all life is the only way to save life, and to save—
No! wait! She's a baddie, but she's not a friend? I am disappointed.
Save humanity from themselves. Hilda's not the only antagonist in this game who believes this either. But to avoid any big story spoilers, we're just gonna leave it at that. So Lizette and Alto manage to escape, but only because of cliche number 5. Shauna is the star child. I mean, right, this isn't Legend of Dragoon. Lizette is a witch. She had a long dormant power that came to fruition as a deus ex machina. However, her newfound power alone was not enough to save them. A group of soldiers known as the—
Careful, don't jump scare with naked women. Or men, stop. Very interesting clothing choices there. Well, if you could call those clothes. Well, at least it's not at least it's not some other games.
Regnant Knights come to their aid just in the nick of time. Fast forwarding the—
Whatever that looked like he just whatever juice he's grabbing, whatever that was.
Story a bit, Alto displays his power to—
And why is she getting off to this? He grabs some weird liquid and she's like, nut.
These knights and gets a fast ticket into joining them. He is also discovered to be the only one who can activate the dormant power of witches and unleash their full—
At least I already like the art style. He is the only one who knows how to unleash the power of witches. Let me guess. He is going to build himself a harem.
Potential. Speaking to Queen Anastasia in the country's capital, the team—
Oh well. Oh well. Peak. Peak. I'm gonna say this, peak! It's better to goon in the sing than to sing in the goon. Yeah.
Team discovers that Hilda the Witch has been destroying towns all over the country, and that the only way to reverse her song's crystallization spell is to gather 4 witches and perform one powerful hymn. This is where the game begins to hit its stride. The next 20 to 30 hours will be spent going from one corner of the map to another gathering these witches. So let's talk about the mechanics of the game. The game is divided into a couple different segments.
He's definitely building a harem. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused. Why are you thinking of women? You should be thinking of taking back the Holy Land.
You have free time and mission time. Between each of these are visual novel segments where the story unfolds. It's in the visual novel segments we get to realize that while every character in the game does have a basic and generic character archetype, their writing is simply fantastic, and the voice actors assigned to play each role do an absolutely outstanding job performing them.
Stop messing around. Killing people is not our goal here.
But Hilda said I could kill anyone who fought back, you know? They're real dum-dums. We're just gonna pretty them up a bit.
In that case, do not allow a single one to escape.
Yeah.
He's just like, don't kill. But Hilda said I can do it. Okay, fine, go kill. What? Well, anyways.
I get it, Beardy. All right, the whole town's sealed. Just gotta wait for Hilda's song.
Those two should be here by now.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Hilda!
Dorothy, Rodolph, well done.
The characters in the game and the game's writing, while working with so little, are the strongest parts of the game. Most characters are immediately relatable.
Really? Really? Is it? I've seen different things that might be very important here.
Understandable, endearing, or otherwise charming. It's hard to find a character that you simply outright dislike, or a character that just cannot bring a smile to your face. free time segments are limited to 3 event opportunities. Visiting shops to craft power-ups or buy and equip new armor do not count as events, and will not take away any of your free time. Free time is best used spending time with your teammates. Each time you choose to go out with a teammate, you will use one of your 3 event opportunities during the free time segment.
Ah, free time segment. So basically, here is the dating simulator. That's what you're telling me? Here it begins. The dating simulator.
Going out with your teammates will raise your relationship level with them, furthering their usefulness in battle, and even going so far as determining the endings you can get within the game. Spending time with the witches works almost the same way. However, when you reach new relationship levels with them, it's revealed that they cannot fully power up, as they have insecurities preventing them from doing so. This leads us to witch tuning. Witch tuning also uses 1 event opportunity.
Witch tuning. We also refer to this as as harem maxing.
And also costs some of your well-earned cash. Tuning takes the form of a small visual novel section, broken in half by a battle sequence that takes place in what I can really only refer to as the mind space, or the essence of the witch's being. These battles are representative of tearing down the witch's insecurities so that your relationship with them can increase. These battles have some very odd spikes in difficulty from time to time, but are for the most part pretty easy. One other thing you can do in free time.
So it's basically just like battles for essentially class changes, like not class changes, but like level cap increase, whatever you want to call it. I'm assuming that that's the case.
Time is explore. What this does is show you a single visual novel event, which typically only has 3 to 5 lines of dialogue in it. It's typically just, well, look where I walked. Oh, I found something. I found this to be a huge waste of time. But there are some items in the game that can only be found through this mechanic. Personally,
Interesting. Would that mean you need to probably do that for every witch, I'm assuming, to get certain items? Noted, dear. Noted.
I'd rather strengthen the relationship levels of my party. And the last thing you can do during free time is pick up odd jobs for money. This also isn't really worth it unless you can get the job levels up really high. The longer you work for certain people, the more perks they give you, such as 10% off in their store. But at least, for your first playthrough, just focus on the relationship building. Money isn't hard to get in this game anyway.
Okay, no particular money grind. Is there anything level grindy in this? We're already grinding. The women are already grind. Anyways.
Moving on now to mission time. Mission time starts the same, always. You get a mission, then you depart from the town and you go and do it. The map outside of town is just...
That board terrifies me. That reminds me of, that's such a board with this reminds me of Budokai 2. I am concerned. Employment melts. Employment? We don't do that here. Mine, don't worry.
Just a series of connected dots that Alto auto moves between. This is actually the state of the whole game outside of battles. There is no such thing as free movement. You simply select your destination and appear there. Navigation is simple, but can leave much to be desired if you're not somebody who likes such strict rails, or would simply just prefer more openness in a game.
So basically, we have a mission phase where we do our stuff, and then we have the yapping phase, also the dating sim, and like preparation phase. Okay. Well, that's pretty typical for that genre, so I'm not surprised.
On the map,
right? The one we did last time, the large one, what was it? That SMT game was the exact same thing, right? Technically, right? It has a similar thing.
You can see enemy encounters scattered about. Some are red and others
Devil Survivor, that was the one.
are black. The red ones require play coins to take part in, but are really just slightly harder versions of the black ones. The black ones are just normal battles that seem to scale in difficulty depending on where you are in the story. It's up to you whether or not you choose to do any of these, however, unless you really need the money, I see no reason to bother. The game keeps a pretty fair difficulty throughout.
Okay, we have... You can use 5 people. Okay, I wonder how many you can use overall, but for now it's 5. Interesting. Go here, do that. Basically also dating anime baddies, pretty much.
Most of the time, you'll just move across the map until you arrive at the destination of your storyline battle. Battles work pretty typical to most tactical RPGs. Character speeds determine turn order, you move on a grid, and you move shorter distances if you are on a terrain type your character does not agree with.
You get the idea, eventually, I just be a violent misandrist and only use girls. You know how this goes.
The terrain also has different levels of altitude, which can cause issues.
Okay, so we have terrain differences, right? And then issues. I wonder also elemental issues, like when it's raining, snowing, in the snow, in the sand. What else do we have? In the water, right? I wonder.
As not all characters can climb up to the ledges the enemy may be on. And this unfortunately means that character for that battle may end up being completely useless, and you can't switch him out once you're in there. A mechanic I actually only learned about from the trailer of the game but never actually used is the ability to manipulate the environment. Is there a patch of water that might slow you down to walk on? Well, cast the right spell and freeze it.
Freeze it, grow some grass, lift up the ground, drain it. I wonder what you can do.
You can also expel poison clouds in the same way. A cool addition, but not well enough executed to be one many will bother with. Attacking enemies launches cinematics that can be turned off at any time during your turn. Personally, I found with them turned on, the battle was just too slow. With cinematics on, you see damage dealt both in the cinematic and again immediately after it ends from the view of the battle map. It's redundant and frankly annoying. My attention span isn't quite long enough for that. With the cinematics turned off though, battle goes at a great pace. Each character has skills unique to them, and using skills drains your SP meter. The witches, in addition to skills, also...
Okay, nice, we have combat animations. They're still chibi, but that's cute. We can accept that. I just really like the cutesy... I think I like the cutesy art style. Right, the character portraits are also really pretty, but overall I like the cutesy aesthetic.
Have songs. Songs for...
Has a little bit of Bravely Default. Right, because Bravely Default is also very chibi style.
Require the use of this meter here, the song gauge, which is charged gradually over the course of battle by giving and receiving damage. Alto, as well, while standing next to a witch, can conduct her to use a song far more powerful than they can sing on their own. These are kind of like dailies in Dungeons and Dragons games. They require a massive investment from the song meter and will prevent the singing witch from acting for several turns.
What the fuck? Make song! Fucking stabs her. Well, I get stabbing somebody would probably make them make very loud noises. That's for sure. I don't know if it would be a song, but it would be very loud. That's for sure. My attention span isn't large enough for this. At least he's honest, I guess. Fucking stabs her, bro. Just stabs her. Where are we? Fucking UK?
Said, these can easily turn the tide of a battle. Some of the songs Alto can conduct from the witches will do things like upping the attack and defense of your entire party. Maybe
all the songs voice acted? Like, do they actually sing when you do these? Does that be really cool if they did? Like, not a whole ass song, right? Not like I want a 3-minute song, but you're like, you get the idea.
Prevent the entire enemy party from attacking or even moving at all. Another song will regenerate your entire party's health pool and SP meter every time the witch's turn comes around until the song ends. Some of these border on feeling overpowered, but as using them comes at such a high cost, and the battles toward the end game require some extra due diligence, I really can't bring myself to complain about it. On the bottom screen of the 3DS, you can see in depth the stats of any unit highlighted, what they might be holding, and what bonuses or benefits they have, whether they be your own unit or an enemy one. Also on the...
Buddy, it'd be cool to see that, though. He talks about it, but like, I think this is the top screen mostly. Hey, can you make some that sounds with your voice? Literally plunge a knife into their chest. Again, it makes some noise, that's for sure. It makes some sounds, definitely, after that one.
The screen, you can switch between different tabs to show the moves of the highlighted unit, or the battle conditions. More often than not, the battle win condition is to defeat all the enemies or the boss, where the battle lose condition is almost always the death of Alto, your main character.
Okay. I wonder if there's some battles, like, right, where there's, like, a green unit. Just a unit that's, like, right, you have, like, your units are blue, right, and they're green. Enemies are red, usually, in the scenario, right, and you have to protect them, make sure they don't fucking die. Because that's always, like, what I'm questioning, right? Because I see that be the case, right? A lot of games have that, right? Langrisser has that, Fire Emblem has that. I wonder if this game has that too.
It's always important to check the screen, however, as each battle also has special conditions which grant more rewards at the end of battle. These
fucking Archibald. Bro, you're 60 years old. Retired.
Special conditions are usually mundane things such as get the first strike or X character kills X amount of enemies. This battle system is nothing new, but it is also a very good and very comfortable old-school tactical RPG battle system with enough of a new feel to it to keep my attention. The only issue I had in the battles is the limited enemy types. It feels like the game really only had about 20 different enemies. It uses them well and battle never really got boring, but all the reskins have the same voiceovers and sound effects, and by the 30-hour mark, I was really tired of hearing the goblins kick noise before they attack.
Yeah, but that doesn't surprise me, right? At the end of the day, it's a tactical RPG. I mean, let's be honest, even Fire Emblem doesn't have like that much of a huge roster of enemies. Eventually, you do in fact just see reskins of enemies that you've seen before. Like, this is nothing crazy. If that's your name, I'm sorry, your parents hated you. Archibald. I sound like a 80-year-old grandpa who fought in World War II at that point.
And where the game took me 50 hours to complete, you can imagine I was very tired of this.
50 hours? We're with Xenoblade with 50 hours already. Over 50 hours. Yikes.
The game is divided into 12 main chapters, the last of which simply being referred to as Chapter X, and the first being a prologue. It really feels like the midpoint of this game is at Chapter 8, however, as this is where the story radically changes pace and the difficulty finally picks up. The game has no shortage of rich background lore and amazing plot twists in store, though even some of these plot twists come with their own cliches. For example, cliche number 5. When one of your characters leaves or dies for story reasons, they pull a Legend of Dragoon and replace them almost immediately with somebody of almost the exact same battle type.
Interesting. That's a bit lazy though. That's a little bit lazy because then you don't have to readjust how you're gonna do things. Also, some people die for story reasons. I always hate that. Hey, at least it's not always permadeath.
So it feels like they never left at all. Unrelated to this, but RPG Cliche 6. Let's put the final battle on the moon, because that's never been done before, or Cliche 7. giant fucking tree, aka Yggdrasil, Yggdrasil, however the fuck you pronounce it.
Yeah, that's a common one, right? The Tales series likes to play with that quite a bit, right? I think Tales of Fantasia had one. Then Tales of Symphonia 2, right? Some other Tales games probably have another one of these fucking trees. Like, we get the idea. We understand. Big fucking tree.
If I have to hear that name or see that plot device one more time in an RPG, I'm really getting sidetracked. I'd like to classify the use of divas singing in a battle as a cliche as well, but... well, you know what? Fuck it, I'm going to. Cliche number 8. The battle effectiveness of singing. While this was never really prevalent in the old JRPGs Stella Glow aims to be, it's definitely a cliche now with games like Tokyo Mirage Session or Omega Quintet. But, on the note with a
well, now it is, but back then it wasn't, so I wouldn't really look at that from that lens. Interesting. Also, I don't know anything about these type of games, so I'm just gonna listen to you because you're smart. I guess. I played mostly just Fire Emblem, though.
divas and all that, let's talk about the music in the game. For all the things in this game that are generic or simply ordinary, the music is outstanding. Even the J-pop songs the witches sing were great.
So the witches sing paid J-pop songs. Absolute cinema. Hey, that's cool. I'll take that. And I mean, if that soundtrack is what we hear in the background is in fact the soundtrack of the game, I mean, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. What if I chop it down and make it into a wooden stool? Well, usually if the tree gets destroyed or the tree gets damaged, the world ends, right? This is usually like the that's usually like the proper idea, right? If a world tree, because that's usually what it pertains, right? A world tree withers, gets destroyed, usually the world falls apart.
I generally hate J-pop. The usual town music brought to mind the tunes in Fantasy Life or other games like Animal Crossing. Some music during story elements and scenes brought to mind the crazy tunes from the first Ghost in the Shell movie. The battle music at times was just epic and great to hear. Honestly, the music in the game is so extraordinary and just borrows inspiration from so many places, I really can't fault it. So, I rambled a lot here about something that probably by most extents sounds like a very ordinary game, so let's just...
I mean, it does sound pretty ordinary. It doesn't sound very special to begin with. I mean, here's the thing, right? I always notice this with games, though. Every single time a game is generic, it just still has a banger soundtrack. Like, a game can be really horrendous, but it has a banger soundtrack, right? Sonic 06, right? Banger soundtrack. Dokkan Battle, it's literally bubble-popping Dragon Ball. Banger soundtrack. It just is interesting. A lot of these games still have banger soundtrack, no matter how mid they may seem. Be smart, I'm Epstein. Well, you are officially Epstein. Release the dear files.
Let's round this up really quick. The story starts off slow and is pretty cliched, but really picks up and sucks you in with its lovable cast of bodacious, sometimes scantily clad cuties, and the men who fight for their honor.
Ain't gonna say much. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here for the baddies. I don't care. I'm here. I don't mind. I don't care. I'm here.
The battle system is nothing new, but is the kind of old that we want, even if it sometimes struggles to hit a comfortable enough level of difficulty to always remain entertaining. Always entertaining or not, however, the battles do always feel rewarding. The music is superb, and the sound effects are fine. However, certain enemy dialogue gets incredibly annoying to hear due to its repetitive nature. With many additional ends to find, character relationship levels feel worth it to raise, and if you're not interested in the multiple endings, then maybe the better moves you get through relationship development or the sexy outfits you unlock for
You don't need to sell it to me. I'm already here. Wait, you can get outfits? I'm here. They knew since they didn't know what to make of it, they just said, you know what? Sexy women. Go ahead. Sexy outfits. Go ahead. Throw them.
Maxing a relationship level will change your mind. For as long as I talked, you may have realized that this game sounds almost as ordinary as a game of this type can be. But you know what? That's great. In fact, that's just perfect. That's exactly what I wanted from this. Too many games in this genre I struggle to find entertaining enough to get through.
Because their systems become obnoxious, right? Because they're actively trying to reinvent the genre, and like, I'm like, do what you do best. Write a compelling story. Like, you don't need much. Write a compelling story, have the gameplay simple but yet still fun, have some cool characters, and you're good to go. All that annoying stuff that you just like have to throw in, like some convoluted like mechanics that aren't even executed well, that cause more pain than they actually like add anything. Like, I don't mind if a game is simple. I'll be real. Just keep it simple. Focus on other aspects that you may be able to do better. Be when the salesman is trying to sell me something I've already invested into, pretty much.
These days. Too much innovation for the sake of it obfuscates what should simply be a fun, yet sometimes intellectually challenging game of Japanese chess. At least, I assume this is what Japanese chess is like. They do tend to make things more complicated than they need to be. So this game may not have saved JRPGs, as it couldn't even save itself with its measly point.
That's shots fired. It couldn't save RPGs. It couldn't even save itself.
It's 22 million sales worldwide. But JRPGs didn't need saving. Anyway, that's all for me and my thoughts on Stella Glow. Thanks for watching.
All right. That is a cute game. I might be able to check that out. Guys, that might put that on the list simply for the girls. Not gonna lie. Simply for the women in that game. I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. Simply for the women. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. I'm already invested into the women. I may not have a real woman, but I can lust over fictional. Okay, let's do Deer's 2-minute video, and then we'll do Joe's. The better Minecraft movie. Okay, interesting. I wonder what that is. Okay, the better Minecraft movie. T. McGuire and what is that name? Tortilla Delta 13. Seems like a collab. Because why have they both like this? Or is this just straight up? Yeah, that seems like a collab. Definitely. Right? Because YouTube has that collab feature? At least it looks like it. Anyways, we're going to look at this. I don't know what that is. I have no idea. Get bombarded with AI. I may possibly watch you play the game. If you're gonna... We will be gooning to anime baddies as well. Peak.
I'm Gordon Ramsay, and I'm back in Minecraft. Oh my.
That is so fucking silly. They just added Gordon Ramsay into this. Is it gonna cook the animals there?
On an epic adventure.
Who cleans this?
In search of culinary inspiration. Ditching the chef whites and getting hands-on.
This is definitely uncharted territory for me.
It doesn't get any better than that, does it?
That's what AI... I'm assuming... Is this AI made? Definitely, probably, unless they did some crazy editing. But still, the voice technically definitely most certainly is. Well, that's what you should be used for. That's exactly what it should be used for.
This is beautiful. Breathtaking.
Question. How does one acquire this build and made? I'm assuming, I hope at least. But how does that one... How does someone achieve this build He has like he has like 4 man tits. One here, one here, one here, one here.
I'm at the beach. I'll be exploring the waters along this epic and rugged shore, starting with this beautiful coral reef. I'm sailing across the ocean in search of pufferfish. One wrong move, and I could easily drop to 1 HP in a heartbeat.
That's just so stupid. That is just so stupid. Chicken jockey literally explodes into a million pieces. Remember when people said chicken jockey in the movie theaters, and then people just went crazy and threw the popcorn around like some psychopathic maniacs?
I'm keeping an eye out because these bubbles can suck me downwards if I'm not careful. But after an hour, I finally got my hands on one.
That right there is a prize asset. Exactly what I want for my final cook.
Before I head off...
That's a lot of those pufferfish. Those are some poor pufferfish right there. This entire thing was made with sweat, no AI. Okay. Okay, I hope at least, I hope.
I'll be using some of my catch to replenish my hunger bars. For lunch, I'm making grilled pufferfish, seasoned with some...
Oh no, he dead! He caught him in the middle! Except voice, yeah, that's what I'm... The voice is pretty obvious, right? That makes sense, right? You're not gonna get that, obviously. I mean, as long as the surroundings and everything have been made normally, then that's cool.
Kelp from the ocean.
Huh? What?
It seems as though the homeless have found me.
Man.
Did he just really say the homeless have found me? The homeless.
This wandering trader has some of the worst trades I've ever seen, and he wants to try my incredible meal.
You good? I'm running around like a blue-ass fly, and he's asking me, hey, do you need some help?
Before he gets any closer, I'm heading off to a place where he can't find me.
Oh my goodness me.
This place is absolutely terrifying.
How old is this thing?
How did bro just get enough obsidian to do this? Interesting.
Every corner is crawling with something that wants me dead. Everyone except my best friend Ziggy.
Good to see you, man. Oh boy, you good?
My best friend Ziggy. Pork.
Ziggy's here to show me a way of cooking that I've never seen before.
The heat in here is insane. That's incredible. Listen to that bubbling. Look at the colour of it. All from in there. Oh my God.
He's just cooking the pufferfish in the fucking nether. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Stop it. What an amazing technique. An underground oven. Wow. That is delicious. Take care. What an amazing journey it's been.
There was a little mistake in there. He would have walked over the hot blocks. Gordon Ramsay would be dead right now.
I want to cook again here. Everything's just so majestic in a way that it's pure and untraveled and just so fresh. I'll be back for more. But for now, on to my next adventure. This is crazy.
You're like sitting on that stupid thing and like paddling in the lava. That's so stupid.
Man, this is a crazy idea.
Okay, that was funny. That was decent. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. That was cute. That was cute. That was interestingly made. It looks decent. It looks decent. That was funny. That was funny, I guess. That was pretty decent. Everyone knows that cooks are immune to fire. So it would seem. Anyways, Joe, yours is next. Yours appears to be next. Okay, chat, this might be peak. This might actually, yeah, this wasn't bad. This was a good recommendation. Anyways.
This video is sponsored.
Squarespace. Ew, Squarespace? I don't like Squarespace. Disgusting shit, this, you know. Alright, here we are. Let's see. Let's see what that is. It's time for Performative male fashion explained. Yeah, this won't end up good. This won't end up good. I not gonna lie, I don't like performative men. But performative men are interesting. Oh, I'm so pro women. I'm like, look at all these men. I don't like men. You don't like yourself, your brother, your sister, whatever. Why you kind of why though? Apparently is. It's by frugal aesthetics. Aesthetic. We're gonna look at this. Sounds interesting. Why not? Let's go in. Let's listen to this.
This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
So what's your take?
The term performative male is redundant because the idea of being a modern man is already a performance in itself.
100% agree.
Accurate. This is so this is me, right? That is me, and that is the women. It's very accurate, yeah. It is. That is accurate, yeah. Literally, this meme sums it up. Noted, dear. This meme sums it up. 100% perfect. Literally.
So, in the colloquial sense, what even is a performative male? From my understanding, it's someone taking on a disingenuous personality and character with the objective of coming across favorable to people of interest, most especially the female gaze. Essentially, it's just brown-nosing women one acrylic wool cardigan at a time.
Yeah, it's also like politically, by the way. Performative males like to oh, I'm so feminist, I'm so progressive. Shut the fuck up. We know you're doing this for puss and no other reason. We know you do this for back shots and that's it. I too don't like guys who act like that. You hate men, so you hate yourself. I love men, but not like that though. A24, not the A24 bag. But yeah, it's true. It's true. Like, it's just weird. Stop. We just had the recent case of a VTuber acting like this.
But I think just clothing-wise, right? Like the style, I feel like it's very inoffensive. It's funny how generally appreciated this type of outfit is, but how hated the type of person who sports this has become. Like,
honestly, I don't like the looks either. Most of it's just baggy clothes, or you just look like a guy trying to LARP as a chick. Get out of here.
The dichotomy is crazy. Man, the idea of the performative male has come such a long way from this. I feel like this video alone killed this entire look. Like, it stopped it right in its tracks. Like, I haven't seen an outfit like this celebrated in years. But again, evil doesn't die. It just evolves. Okay, but now, truly separate.
Evil can also not create. It just takes over.
Separating the art from the artist here, what makes a male manipulator outfit? What even is the performative male aesthetic? The idea of dressing up. Think about it, right? Why do you dress up? To look good.
Honestly, it's not just dressing up, though. I wouldn't use it like that. It's also beliefs. Oftentimes, it's also the beliefs of said person. And it's just odd at times, right? Right? It's not just really the looks, right? You can still be performative without even wearing the stuff.
Performance. Anyways, the point I want to make before digging into all of this is that it's all a performance. The way you control how you come across to others, you know.
Is that a matcha? That's a matcha, 100%.
Like, it's your production. You should just be mindful and deliberate about what kind of show you put on. And hopefully the character that you portray is close to your soul and not 2025 Jacob Elordi. So performative male fits, which at this point has become its own genre in fashion in a weird way. Like, I know it's a derogatory term aimed at the person, but just in terms of the fits, right? Just in terms of the styling. When I see stuff like this, the first term that comes to mind.
What on earth are these shoes? This looks like there's supposed to be a hoof fitting in here. What are you? What the? What? What are these shoes? Why? What is that? What? Is it like to be like separate the toe, the big toe from all the others? What is this? What is that? If he reads Hoover Colleen, he is performative, definitely. What are these shoes, bro? What are these shoes?
When I see stuff like this, the first term that comes to my head is performative male outfit. And I'm not even trying to dog on the person, like this could literally be anyone. I just tie that term to this style now. But so what is it then? You know, like what even is the source material? What is the world that this style is built in? Aesthetics wise, I can see it being a mix of like minimalism, like a modern take on minimalism and like that smart streetwear thing going on. I think the sauce of the whole thing is that you're supposed to look like you're not trying. Like, it's supposed to be very organic. It's a calm day.
Except it's not organic. Brother got them that horse hoof 85s. It looks like that. Those shoes forgive me, but I have those. They're quite comfortable. I use them indoors, as in my indoor office shoes. They look stupid. If I see you with those shoes, I'm gonna laugh at you. I'm gonna point and laugh. That looks like a deer just has like got up and just starts wearing shoes. Somebody catching strays here.
And I just so happen to be wearing this. Like, oh yeah, of course I'm reading in public. It's a nice day. You know, if a tree falls in the woods, does she think I'm quirky? Truly, this is the messy hair equivalent of fashion, where the whole lived-in and imperfect nature of the look is what makes it, whilst also being very consciously engineered. Like, I'm trying really hard to look like I'm not trying right now. If a tree falls in the book, does anyone even read? But for the clothes, right? Like things like a slightly boxy sweater or a, you know, slightly distressed cropped vintage tee with stains and discoloration.
I need to hold back. I won't say anything, but I need to hold back. Comfort over style. Nah, reading in public is impossible. It works for me, I guess. Sometimes I can do it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Gay. I'm immediately assuming you're a fruity one. I'm sorry. You might not be homosexual, but if I see this, I'm definitely thinking that's though. I am sorry. No wonder women don't like this particularly. I'm not surprised. I'm saying it the way it is. Especially that one.
And there's a little bit of sun fading. Waffle knit thermal with contrasting wired headphones hanging all about. Heel bite to show the miles that you've walked in other people's shoes. And I mean that metaphorically and literally. Because you're wearing these vintage penny loafers, right? To cosplay the class that you don't have. Overall, I like the style. I can't even lie, man. I know I'm talking but I f with it. I personally find myself in these fits a lot, you know? Not that I'm like the other guys, though.
Beware, watch out for false teachers. They come to you dressed as sheep, but on the inside they're devouring wolves. Matthew 7:15. Accurate. I would never wear something like that. I would never on earth wear something like that. Never, ever.
Because this truly, guys, I'm different. This is truly just who I am. Virgo rising Capricorn sun, you know? But
get out of here. Don't tell me you're one of those space racists. It's just you don't tell me you're one of those people who are into racism for white women. Stop.
Going piece by piece, fundamentally, I think this is some good stuff. Who doesn't love immaculately fitted tees with the emphasis on nuance, both cut and texture? Just making the most of a universal basic. Check. Outerwear with an emphasis on quality? God forbid I get a nice jacket with good materials that's gonna last. God forbid, man. Leather.
I think I'm good. I wouldn't wear this at all. Nope. What that one? Those like what? Did your grandma dress you like that one? You're just straight out of your grandma. See Poker wearing the exact fashion in the future when a girl with a ring buys it for him. What? What ring? Nose ring? No. By the way, no woman will ever buy something from me. I will make sure of that. Say that fit isn't something I'd wear. I dress like a 5-year-old at home. You dress? At home? Nah, I'm just rocking around naked.
Wool, cashmere, and the cuts, you know?
Joke, obviously.
Range from oversized, fitted, relaxed, and of course all of this works so well together dressed up and down. Everything with intention. God forbid I get a nice jacket. Check. Pants have a wide variety in both cuts and styles as well. From
those white pants just look horrible. The first one is so Yakuza. True. Sorry, but baggy jeans look horrible. They do. Especially since most of the people wearing them, if they pick something up, their whole ass is out. Every time I see someone with baggy jeans, their whole ass is out. Because that belt is not holding it up.
Rugged, beat-up, vintage denim to trousers, living in a world between formal and casual. It's really pick your poison, and regardless of your choice, you'll probably be able to wear these every day without them getting stale. Old Levi's, Japanese denim, wool trousers, cotton sweatpants. Talk about a spread. What else does a complete wardrobe need? Check. Shoes. Shoes are another complete garage.
Now I'm seeing them more close up. Gonna throw up. Those aren't shoes. It looks like it looks like you separated your big toe from the small toes because either he was bullying them or he's a bigot.
An entourage of leather, married to the frayed hems of your pants. Using your sidearm is faster than reloading. We even go all the way to mules, slippers, slides. Again, talk about range. Your daily beaters decided by your star sign, you know? Check. Accessories. I mean, what is there to say? You know, they say.
Let's go through these. Gay. Gay. Maybe okay. I mean, I sometimes still like to use cable headphones, so that's fine. Gay, 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 gay. Anyways, moving on.
Hey, the devil is in the tote bag. I've raved about the diversity of this aesthetic through each piece, but with accessories, I truly think that you can kind of just get away with whatever naturally occurs in your...
This dude is not real. Women's health. Fucking Labubu's. With this clothing autism. No, this is the this is just like performative male outfits. Also, I hate Pure Crams. Feminist. The male feminist. A rare special breed. You're not so feminist as you believe.
Day to day. Like if you live in a walkable city and you're commuting a lot, headphones are just a big part of your life. They are inherently part of your fit.
I could never go out with those big headphones. I'm gonna be so I couldn't. That looks so stupid at times. That looks so stupid.
Whether intentional or not. So why not be intentional about the way the headphones look? Like the idea that wired headphones are performative. Like, okay, where does that even come from? Like, I feel like, what if you just don't want to buy AirPods? Like, I didn't realize.
I'm just like a grandpa. I'm just like a grandpa. That's literally what it is. I'm just like a grandpa who's like, I don't buy that new stuff.
That there was a floor to the types of headphones that you're wearing. You know, also, like, what is the difference?
Honestly, I feel like these are more performative than, like, these, right? Like, those are normal, right? Those. But, like, these? Of course, if you suddenly have like a fucking additional adapter to get that into your phone, I am fucking questioning things, okay? But like these, I still have these laying around. I sometimes use these because I don't want to put too much strain on my cableless ones.
Difference between picking your headphones like as an aesthetic choice versus picking your shoes, because like they both serve an objective purpose, they both add to your outfit. So what is the difference between these two? Nothing. There is no difference between you thinking about what headphones you're wearing and you thinking about what shoes you're wearing. Eclectic belts, necklaces, belt chains, handkerchiefs, stupid hats, crazy sunglasses, rings, matcha. Man, matcha too, like you're either spending a ridiculous amount of time making it, which is like, first of all, if you're making matcha, you better like that, man. You better like doing that. Cause I will say, no one is impressed, right? You're not getting any points. Pick me, pick me. So if you continue...
Why? Why? Why that green, slimy, weird shit? I don't get it. Which headphones you have? Currently, my, they should be Galaxy Buds, right? I'm pretty sure they are. They're Samsung Galaxy Buds.
To do your ceremonial matcha routine, morning routine, meditation, as you're doing this, you know, I'm starting to, like, you guys must really like that. And it's either that or you're spending a lot of money buying matcha, which is, again, like, no one's looking at...
$7.35? Why? Just get a regular coffee. Green slot water, matcha is watergrass. Emphasis on ass.
At you in line. Oh, dude, that guy's getting matcha. Like, that guy must be really f***ing... You know, like, no one's doing... Like, you've earned your trophy, modern man. Check. Okay, now, taking a look at the performative male wardrobe checklist. Like, there's some good stuff. It's a very holistic wardrobe. Like, there's honestly a lot of good things that you can pull from here. And if you really check the list on this, and you really make it an effort to check each box, and you know, you really put in the time to make these choices, and it's crazy that after all that, she still doesn't want you. Okay, but...
Because she still doesn't want you because, well... Here's a crazy fun fact that these guys do not understand. Women... How do I put this? Matcha the Karen's food? Pretty much. Women want a guy that looks like masculine, but has the same beliefs as her, which is like oxymoron because why? Well, because the masculine dudes don't have that. So the women aren't particularly, at least here in the West, they're not particularly into that style. Because, honestly, you're just putting on an act.
Really looking at this, you know, it's good picks, right? They're safe. I feel like a lot of these picks are safe, but with good taste.
Most of those look just like you hit randomize on a me character. That's really it. On a Sims character, correction. You know what? I would like if I saw somebody buying it out in public. A 20-piece chicken nugget box that they can't finish themselves. So I can help them finish it. You are... Talk about greed earlier.
And time. You can really build a perfect timeless wardrobe. And you almost start to think, right? Like, huh, I feel like a lot of these choices are just like, this is just like something that you'd want. Is a performative male just a guy wearing clothes? Which brings me back to the beginning of this video, where I claim performative male is redundant, because you're not what you save on Pinterest, but rather you are the sum of your choices that you make every day.
Performative male has a look, right? But it's not just the look, it's also the beliefs, right? They're supposedly super feminist, right? Ew. They're like super progressive. Ew. Usually what comes along is also that, like, they have internalized self-hate, right? They hate themselves. That oftentimes happens, right? That usually comes along with, right? They have guilt. Whether that is, like, guilt because they're usually, right, they're white. Boy Leg, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Usually they're like, they have white guilt. right? They shame themselves for being a man. They're a feminist. You get the idea.
In real life. So make good moves, man. Write better scenes for yourself, huh? You know? Like, is this even about clothes? Or is this about girls, right? I don't know. I'm a Scorpio
That is, and it also is about girls. Be right back. Take care.
moon, for anyone curious. Also, if she doesn't want you after all of this, maybe it's the headphones. Maybe get some wired headphones. That might change the whole f***ing game. You know, talk about putting a Band-Aid on the San Andreas fault. Wired headphones. She might like me. I'm unemployed. I'm chopped. But truly, I feel like the ability to construct something according to your taste and your perspective is not only beneficial for fashion, but for just, it's a good life lesson as well. And which is why, you know, to bring in the new year, I would like to talk about the sponsor of today's video, Squarespace. Because Squarespace, as you guys all know, is the best place to make.
Anyways, the rest might be ad, is it not? The rest is ad. Anyways, simply put, performative male outfits just look straight up ugly. That's really what it is. It looks straight up ugly. That's all there is to it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alright. Alright. Not bad. Anyways, I still gotta look at one more video that I have to do still, because I really want to. Right? We still haven't done a ref video, as it is usually necessary, so we gotta do it. We have to do it. I still got some time. And since people are crying about one of my favorite anime, we're gonna do it. So basically, don't form your personality just because you want to get the attention of the huzz or something. Yep, pretty much. Don't do it for yourself, not for the P. I've seen what pussy does to a motherfucker. It's much worse than no pussy at all. Look at iDubbbz. Look at Destiny. Look at, well, Adam22? Was that his name? Just look at those people. There you have it. Very easy to look at that. Anyways, we're gonna go into the depths of hell, which is usually just anime Twitter, because the people are mentally ill, as they always are. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. That's like the last video of today. The normal people are crashing out over this problematic female body type by Ref. Interesting. So basically what this is about, it's about Frieren and the way Frieren looks and people not being able to differentiate fiction and reality. But even then, these people are so mentally ill, they will call you child if you as a woman are flat, right? You have nothing going on there. Or short, right? Right? Remember, the height of consent, the eye size of consent, the heads of consent. Remember those. It's just like, we get the idea. And since I love Frieren, I haven't started season 2 yet because, well, I don't want to. I want to wait until it's done, and then I'm gonna force my mom to sit through Frieren with me. Again. Petite women. Basically, they do not like petite women because if you like petite women, you must obviously like children, right? Because it's not enough to infantilize women and basically acting like women can't do no wrong and you know, need to be protected at all costs. They can't make their own decisions, right? We must also now reduce them to their body being childlike, right? Because that's obviously not a thing. And these people would basically, right? There was a case where like a guy was called a PDF because, right, his girlfriend had really small hands, right? Legal adult, by the way. but really small hands on Twitter. They were calling this guy a PDF. Not on Twitter, on TikTok. Really weird behavior, right? Or like, remember that one girl that cosplayed a character from One Punch Man, but since she's short and petite, they completely went mad and called her a PDF and shit. It's just so crazy. That word has lost all meaning. We've completely lost it, but there's definitely people, right? For example, my aunt still had to show her ID in her mid-30s because cashiers would still believe she looks like a child. Now in the like late 40s, it's different, but when she was in her mid-30s, she still had to show her ID. And my ex also had to show her ID, even though like old enough. Right? Even though grown woman in her 20s.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. Welcome back to another round of Twitter users treating fictional characters like they're real people, and real people like they're fictional characters, and getting mad at you for knowing the difference. So what's causing outrage this time in the realm of fictional content? Well, this time it is Frieren. This time people are upset about character designs, in particular Frieren, because they believe her design is extremely problematic. Now, this is a very popular franchise, and when the anime came...
See, there's also something really funny that I'm just gonna straight up say. You complain about these characters looking like minors, but I never see these people call out underage sex scenes in Western media. When Steve Harrington was cracking Nancy Wheeler in Stranger Things, nobody was batting an eye. Nobody was like, wait a minute, that's weird. In other shows, when there's minors cracking, basically, right? Teenagers. No problem. That's no issue. But with fictional characters, you draw the line. That's some very weird, very odd standard you have created here.
Now, it exploded, especially in the West, bringing in a lot of new anime fans. And when you do that, you bring in a lot of tourist and usual suspects as well. And they've been trying to basically come up with any reason to complain about this series. In fact, we talked about this before.
No, not this fucker again. It's just crazy. By the way, they literally call Frieren fascist. You know why? Because they self-insert themselves as a minority into the... You need to realize these people associate with the demons in Frieren. Right? You need to... These people are associating with the pure evil in that show. Right? Right? That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the problem. It's so weird. Like, why you insert self... Like, do you want to tell us something? You know, I watched the vid talking about anime. The guy basically brought up the point on how people who like certain characters will also judge for liking a girl who looks 25 but is 16. They're fictional characters. To me, they do not matter, bro. Like, they have no age. They have no... I don't give a shit. As long as it's a minor, it's creepy to look at weird pigs, fictional or not. Christian, you should know it better than anyone. But the problem is that I don't have lolly derangement syndrome. If I don't like it, I just remove it out of mind, out of sight. I don't engage with it desperately because nothing changes. The characters are here when you're 80 or dead, and the characters will be here the characters will be here when you're alive. The characters will be here long after you. There's no point having a mental breakdown because there's a 16-year-old showing a little bit of cleavage. Because oddly enough, again, you're also one of those weird people. Why are you not calling out minors dressing much worse than some of these anime characters? Why are you not calling out that? I never see you call out that. Not once. That's a bit weird. I feel like you're applying a weird double standard. Why are you not going after OnlyFans creators actively, I mean? Right, freshly 18 OnlyFans creators? You are also just one of those people who become mentally unwell because of fictional content. That is all I have to say. That is all that is. I won't discuss this with you anymore. Mental illness. Seek help. Lolly derangement syndrome. Wore normal glasses today. He has stopped having big glasses.
People were trying to say that Freerin was fascist propaganda. Really? Yeah, they were doing this because they believe Freerin's desire to not coexist with demons in the series was the product of fascism. Yes, the 100% irredeemably evil demons. That's what we're talking about. In fact, some people got...
Yeah, basically, these demons, they look human, right? They can speak, basically, right? But they're not human, right? They're technically monsters who took on human forms and speech. They essentially use words to manipulate humans to kill them, because basically they're just like predators hunting for prey, right? And like they do not, for example, get the concept of family. They do not get the concept of what is it? They do not get the concept of like love. They're really just like low-wise. They're absolute and pure evil. They're technically on the level of animals with the ability to speak.
Got a little too woke and started saying that the demons in the series are allegories for real-life minorities. Yeah, they actually went there. But one thing I always found interesting is that despite the popularity of the series and the petite design of Freerin, there wasn't a lot of complaints about it, which I thought was pretty interesting given Twitter's bloodlust towards anything that looks petite. But of course, our luck has run out, and we've gotten a post that's gone viral here talking about Freerin's design, and people are seething. And they're not just seething, they're
always rock solid. Flat chest, no ass, short elf ears. This is the ideal female body. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. I won't discriminate against flat.
Being giant hypocrites, they're exposing themselves, they're showing their jealousy. It's a mess. But let's read it real quick. Flat chest, no behind, short, elf ears. This is the ideal female body. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. So again, this is sort of a meme format here.
Obviously, right. It's not like 100% meant that way. Right? It's not 100% meant that way, right? It's just meant as a joke, obviously. Whatever you like, you like. I don't discriminate, but whatever you like, you like. It's fine. For in a peak anime, though, well, according to some people, it might not be.
And we're talking about Freerin, a fictional character, okay? It's not that deep. But I will say this. Every single attribute listed here, I have made a video covering people using those descriptions to label someone as a predator when talking about fictional characters even. And you might be saying, Rev, really? Elf ears? Yes, that actually happened as well. I made a video about a year ago about this, where a cosplayer...
What? Huh? Elves are a common fantasy trope and have nothing... Wait, y'all are aware that the whole elf stuff alludes to... What? Yeah, but the problem is that elves are usually depicted as youth. That argument doesn't even count because elves are usually depicted as very youthful because they age much slower. What is that? What is that? What are we doing? The fuck? Yo. So basically, I can just tell my my sister finds Legolas hot, right? I could just literally tell her you're a PDF because you like elves. Because you like pointy ears. Diabolical, bro. We are so fucking cooked. Boobs are boobs. Real. We are so cooked, bro. Poker likes elves, by the way, if y'all didn't know. Yes, I do. Elves are peak. Peak race.
Was being called a pedobaiter because they would wear elf ears in their cosplays. People are absolutely deranged. But let's return to the original.
Yeah, obviously, right? Sometimes you just see kids with pointy ears. Because obviously, children are born with pointy ears. We have real life elves out there. There's even orcs, though they usually look like fat, overweight women. But that's besides the point. Wait, fat women are overweight. Wait, hold up. You get the idea. Damn pointy ears, rocket stone, crazy.
Post that has nearly 9 million views. Okay, this thing popped off. And you can see one of the top replies with 27,000 likes says, yeah, if you're a predator, if you like this design or these attributes. And then some women in the reply say, man, I'm an adult woman and I look like that. Then down here, this individual says, same, I'm 31, 4'11", flat chest, flat booty. Unfortunately, no elf ears though. You missed the most important feature out of the whole thing, the elf ears. But as you can see, there are women.
And I feel like it's kind of sad. You're essentially telling women, if they are petite, or if they happen to look much younger than they appear, you're essentially telling them that they are not allowed to exist. And you're putting them on the same level as children. You're essentially infantilizing adult women. It's really funny. So, it's like, there's like this weird thing we have going on where like, if a woman has like big boobs, big butt, whatever, right? She's like sexualized. She's like, ugh. And then it's like, you have none of that. You're a child. You're pedo baiting. Women cannot win. Women cannot win. So I'm not allowed to like women who are built like that. I'm 6 foot, by the way. Bro out here making ads for himself. Apparently not. Apparently not. Again, like I said, there was a mentally deranged person who called a man a PDF because his girl had small hands compared to him. And I'm like, hands? The hand of consent? We have completely destroyed that word. And I'm gonna tell you this eventually just means nothing.
Adult women who fit the description that was contained in the above tweet. But these people are...
Eventually, this word will reach the same thing as Nazi or racist. And people are literally just gonna be like, okay, so... And you will never ever be able to actually find actual ones because you call everyone that. That's why I have most of the problem with... That's why I have most of the problem with the, fictional content, help! Hold up here, hear me out. What if we just like women of all body types? I know, I'm crazy, lock me up. That'd be pretty cool. Unfortunately, we live in a world where big boobs, sexualized. No boobs, child. That is the reality we live in.
Unironic misogynists, okay? I don't use that term lightly because it is a buzzword on Twitter, but these people body shame women for being short or being flat or any of these things. And they basically say because of your body type that you have no control over in some cases, you are unlovable. And anyone who finds you attractive is some sort of a predator. That is incredibly misogynistic. And you can see how many people really back this up. This tweet says, so basically a child, referring to these attributes. This tweet got, can you see it?
93,000 people who will call you a PDF. Should your girlfriend be flat? Essentially, petite, basically. Isn't that insane?
93,000 likes. I think if you want to keep your sanity, you're going to have to assume or hope this is a lot of botting. But there could be 93,000 sentient human beings who liked and agreed with this sort of premise. And this tweet will be deleted, or has been deleted, but I got a screenshot of the community note, that's why they deleted it, by the way, reminding this totally sane individual that adults can have flat chests, flat waists, and be short without being a child. So, yeah.
This also, what I realize is, this might be also a tiny bit racist coded, considering that a lot of Asians overall flat, right? There's lots of flat Asian women, right? You know what? I'm tired of pretending I can't take it anymore. I think all boobs are great. Put me in solitary confinement. I know all boobs are great. I stand with all boobs. I like no fan service anime. I like fan service. A little bit of fan service is fine, right? Obviously, no nothing over the top, right? I don't want to be bombarded constantly with fan service, but like, I like fan service. I don't mind. It's fine. Not if it's not straight up corn, I'm okay with that. It also is what makes anime a lot of money. That's just it is an important culture part.
Also, again, we're talking about an elf in a fictional setting, but the original poster, like I said, would delete it and then say, ratio so good, all the guys with anime profile pictures are getting emotional. Sorry guys, I know the algo chose me this time. Understand this. The above tweet that's deleted had 93,000 likes. Their reply has 11. That's why people are accusing this of being botted. This person in the reply underneath their own tweet is getting 11 likes versus the top that had 93,000. Make it make sense. But then this goofball, this cornball here, replies to this individual saying, "Dog, we know you botted this."
Again, Shin Yaoi Tard. Why am I even surprised? Why am I even surprised? I'll be outside if anyone asks, tell them I'm outstanding. That's a good one, actually. Hi, Fable Phantom. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
And they say, "Do you envy me? Do you want me to buy you some for your post too, my little Omega?" And then posts characters that would fall under the exact same description that they...
Which is like funny. Isn't Albedo underage? I think that's Albedo. Let me check something. Right? Well, technically he's 500 years. Okay, never mind. But, you know, they don't like the same argument. He looks like a minor, but he's really 500 years! Fuck off. Too much of something is not good. But that goes for a lot of things. Keeping it balanced also goes better more often than not. Yeah. I agree. Rumors speculate that Scar will be playable in Wuwa. The thing is, like, I've dropped Wuwa already again. I'm currently grinding Arc Knights. Femboy, I mean, yeah. Boo, that's horrible. Definitely.
They labeled as something that predators are attracted to. But they weren't done there. They said, no way these dudes really think I want to be a part of the team where people are mocking their post and other information about their accounts. They have 1 like on this. Remember, they had 93,000. Their subsequent posts, separate from it, are getting 1 like versus 34 comments all dunking on them, okay? This account we're talking about has 18...
Bro, it makes me so mad that these mentally ill people have just infiltrated Uma Musume. These, like, the U-retards and everything, and I'm like, bro, this game is specifically targeted at dudes. What is going on with you? Like, it is absolutely diabolical. It is absolutely diabolical. I hate so much how the global fandom has turned out. Enfield, that very Enfield with the horrendous gacha rates. Me too. Yeah, but here's the thing. See, Enfield struggles, but honestly, when we're talking about Wua, Wua was basically so broken when it released that they gave you a free 5-star. Another one, so give them some time. I hope they're gonna fix it.
1,500 followers, and they can't even break more than 1 like on a tweet. So the botting accusations, definitely something to be considered in this scenario. But of course, the projection is going to continue. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of tweets like this. I'm not joking. People completely going mask off. This person saying, "Free my girl Freerin" from this.
And then they're like complaining, right? Those are the same people complaining about, like, right? At the end of the day, these are the same exact people who would like complain if women would start going for like beauty surgeries and stuff to get bigger breasts because they are being told that they're not good enough because they don't because they're not as stacked. I find that so weird, but that's the exact same people. Yet again, StarRail is giving another limited free 5-star next patch. That's the 4th or 5th time. Yeah, but also that game has a huge problem with HP. It's just a number simulator. Every time I see a clip, it's just number simulator. It's just very funny. Funny horse girls go brr. Yeah, I love Uma Musume. I just really hate the global fandom. The JP fandom is much more chill.
Predatory ass fandom. That's interesting. You're basically saying this stuff is predatory, this content, and then you say,
see, here's the thing. Bro watches Freerin, but calls the fandom PDFs. So you watch an anime that a lot of PDFs watch, by your logic, which means you are supporting PDFs. Oh yeah, boycott the game, but continue playing it, you fucking idiot. You do this, lose, do that, lose, do anything. You lose, basically. Remember when Genshin was announced for Switch? That's not happening ever. That's not happening ever. I would have liked to see if Enfield would have come to Switch too. That could have worked. Of course, Yiddies, slap them. Real. I'm really waiting for Ref's video on Advanced GG because he said he would make one. We're gonna watch that because yeah, he and his wife were dropped by one of their major sponsors because he criticized somebody. They didn't like that, and then the entire virtue signaling VTuber community was just basically canceling Advanced GG. Yeah, people with 200 followers on Twitter and like 10 CCV. Like concurrent viewers. Those were the people that did this. It's funny.
It's basically your favorite because it's your girl Freerin. So this guy's a predator for liking Freerin, but that's your girl? So what does that make you? These people, like, literally, they're like...
There's another category. ZZZ players who continue to play ZZZ, but complain that the game is literally like more and more starting to cater to lolicons. I find that very funny. I find that those are also a special breed, right? I don't play ZZZ, but still, that is a very special breed of people. I don't like what ZZZ is doing, but I'm gonna continue playing. If games like Resident Evil 9 and Pragmata are coming to Switch to Enfield as possible, maybe even Wua, hopefully that'd be pretty cool.
Rubbing together like their last 2 brain cells to type out these quotes. Here's a reply saying, maybe if she didn't look 10. If this looks like a 10-year-old, or this looks like any sort of a real child, you are projecting so hard, it's actually insane. Here's some more. This person saying, get my wife's name out of your mouth, you tourist.
I find that very funny. Because this is a Dragon Ball profile. Does anybody remember what Bulma did to Master Roshi in classic Dragon Ball? Does anybody remember the way Kid Chi-Chi looked in Dragon Ball? Does anybody remember that? Yeah, I'm overtime because my yapping is taking longer than usual.
Predator. Again, the self-owns are insane. You're calling someone a predator for liking this character, and then you call it your wife. Make it make sense. And then, speaking of tourist, you have a Dragon Ball profile picture. Do we need to remind you some of the early seasons of Dragon Ball where there was content that was way, way more extreme than this, that if you consumed that or someone else consumed it, a person like this would consider it very problematic? But let's continue.
Like, bro is a Dragon Ball fan, calls somebody a predator, yet your mangaka, and I'm a huge Dragon Ball fan, literally drew Bulma showing her cooch to Master Roshi as a teenager. What is going on? You are odd. Also, is that looks like a peanut one, but it's not. Do you ever think they can make a better Zelda than TOTK in the future? Hot take. I don't want another TOTK or Breath of the Wild. I'm gonna be honest, I don't particularly like that style. Give me a classic one. Thank you. Give me a classic Zelda for once. Dungeons, items for dungeons. Please, I beg of you. Does anyone even remember when Oolong literally kidnapped girls for his harem in classic Dragon Ball? Yeah, that's what I'm like saying. You can't be talking shit as a Dragon Ball fan. Definitely not. 100% not.
Another form of just insane lack of self-awareness. This person saying, where in the ditty is this ideal? And this person says, saying that with a Monogatari profile picture is crazy work. And this person says, what are you even trying to prove? That entire series has multiple characters with a build like Frieren. In fact, probably even more towards that direction. And that series is incredibly lewd. And it's your profile picture while you're calling people Diddy for liking something even more tame than what you're dedicating your profile picture to. It's insane. And all these people with their obsession with Epstein is crazy. Epstein or Diddy.
By the way, I find it grotesque and really disrespectful to use that in that context. Because this man, according to what we've seen recently due to the recent leaks and the recent releases, no, it's like coughing baby. Like, EDP would be a coughing baby in comparison to what this man, from what we have seen so far, did. This is like a hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. You could actually making comparison like that to just a random Twitter account is just crazy work.
Or whatever. I mean, this one right here, like who has this saved to their phone? That's absolutely deranged behavior. But guess what? 43,000 likes. These people are off their rocker, dude. Here's another insane form of projection. Looks like a child animated, looks like they're supposed to be 10. You're weird. You're a creep. Ew, gross. What's wrong with these people? Then in the replies, someone says she is perfect. And then the original poster says, I'm prettier. Posting.
Hello Kitty Gold. Red flag. But also a man cannot call out somebody's anime girly if the anime profile pic he uses is from something that had some stuff much worse that they themselves would call out. So basically a dumbass, pretty much. Coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb begin.
An image of themselves wearing, I guess it's Sanrio, while being petite.
Here's the thing, petite, but also a lot of stuff that you would assume would be to a little girl. Right? Like plushies, also like, clean up your room, man. Shit looks worse than Asmongold at this point, which is crazy to say that, but it's true.
What are we doing? Is it jealousy or what? What is going on? And then we have this. Sometimes it's worth Googling female anatomy, bro. A woman like that won't be able to carry a child for many reasons. Go get some treatment. What is this person even talking about? Guys, guess what? Petite women, they can't have children, according to this Twitter user. Also, by the way, Google female anatomy. We're talking about a fictional character. What are you even doing? Why are you going off about real people? And also, we're talking about, like...
Also, not gonna... She's a whore. Again, I'm not surprised. She's a whore, I'm not surprised. Also, it's like... Also, Freeran won't have children. My assumption is that she's gonna die by the end of the series. Right? As like the whole thing is about reaching heaven, essentially. Right?
All this stuff, like, this is a cosplayer. This is someone making adult content, and they're doing cosplays of the series, Freeran. And now they're projecting over this type of stuff. It's like the ultimate hypocritical behavior. But of course, at the end of the day, this whole thing is very simple. And the original poster would follow up on their own post saying, to all the quote retweets I will say, if you hear flat chest and no behind, and the first thing you think of is children, it honestly says a lot more about you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is a good point to leave this video on. People on Twitter have absolutely fried their brains. I don't even know. This whole video is filled with so many examples of hypocrisy, projection, even jealousy, all over someone describing accurately a popular anime character. So I guess Freeran is now problematic. Rip Bozo, I guess that's the way it is. Hopefully this kind of gets some people out of the way. You know, it gatekeeps, it filters people, and less people will be interested in the new coming season, which people are super hyped for. But yeah, that's gonna do it for today's video.
Anyways, guys. Love the petite women. The petite women are also women. They're not children. For one. Second, don't lose your mind over fictional characters. You might be mentally unwell. And third, clap elves to repopulate their population, because there's not many left. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. And that's the summary of that, because I really wanted to see. Not tolerating any fear and disrespect out here. Alright, guys. I'm overtime. I must end. So yeah. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do some more reactions tomorrow. I've still got to look for some stuff. It's gonna be fine. But yeah, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day or night. Don't goon or gump. I will catch you. We'll be sitting in your walls while you're stroking it. And I'm gonna rip it off. But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye bye.